Boy has been charged in the shooting of another 15-year-old boy at Thurston High School in Redford. So according to authorities, a student brought an unsecured handgun to school in his backpack, and while sitting on the school bus, he was handling the gun when it discharged, hitting another boy in the left hand. So the student has been charged with carrying a concealed weapon, careless discharge of a firearm, and possession of a weapon in a weapons-free school zone. His name is not being shared because of his age, right? He's only 15. But a pretrial date has been scheduled for May 12th. Police also say they are seeking charges against the owner of the gun, right, for violating Michigan's safe storage laws.
I was going to bring it up. The thing that stood out to me was unsecured.
Exactly.
Come on, people.
Yep.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Tigers fever. How does this compare to the summers of 84, 06, 11, 12, 13, some of those great summers we've had in the past? Because it's shaping up, no end in sight. This team's a lot of fun. It's 97-1. pouring it on them. Dan Dickerson with the call. Tigers, doubleheader domination. 21-3 against the Rockies in the 2 games. And the stat I saw, the last time the Tigers won both ends of a doubleheader by 8 or more runs, 1953.
Wow.
So, and I think the last team in baseball to do it was 2016, the Astros. That's an ass whooping you don't see every day. And I know it's the Rockies and they may lose 130 games. I don't really care. The Tigers have the best record in baseball. They have the best run differential in baseball. This is a team we should be excited about. I don't say should like I want to lecture you. I think we all understand how fun this team is right now. And Stoney, it sets up for an epic summer.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, you remember, the runs, 2008 when they got Miggy, just people were just so psyched. And then they had a bad year that year. And then they went on then they went on the runs where they were always freaking good. Of course, didn't win the World Series. And those summers were great. It was tough getting tickets. It was amazing. 06 is the one that came out of nowhere. Now, this didn't really come out of nowhere.
Because they made the playoffs last year.
Because they made the playoffs last year. But 06, especially, they started off a weird way. Then, Leland had that rant after the game.
Was that Pudge down the first baseline? Loafing down the first baseline?
I don't remember. I don't know if that was that, but they had a getaway game to Oakland, and he went off, and that turned it around. And I'm looking at that team. They had some boppers on that team. People don't really forget about. I mean, Granderson was on that team. Granderson had
young Granderson.
19. Yes. So you had Marcus Thames, 26 home runs. Craig Monroe had 28 home runs. I mean, he belted the ball. 27 home runs for Brandon Inge. I mean, all over the place. They had contributions from obviously Pudge, who, the acquisition of Pudge turned the whole franchise around, if you think about it.
No doubt about that.
Polanco and, of course, Red
Love
Pop.
Polanco. Yeah.
Chris Shelton. They're pitching. Look, I think this team, if you want to compare.
Sure, we'll do that for a sec here.
This team has better pitching. I mean, Verlander was great, obviously, as a rookie. But, I mean, Nate Robertson, they all did well.
They Bonderman and Robertson, those guys kind of overachieve when you look back at their career. Like, that was just the perfect storm for them.
Yeah. The guys like Zach Miner.
Oh, God. Is Mike Maroth on that team?
Kenny Rogers, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Verlander, Rogers, and Robertson. Robertson was 13-13.
Gum time.
Yeah. The Will Ledesma experience. The bullpen was good, obviously. Zamaya came out of nowhere. Fernando Rodney was pretty good.
It really is a phenomenon when your baseball team kicks it into high gear in the summer. And we've seen it in a variety of ways. So 84 was as dominant as we've ever seen.
Right.
06 was as sudden and surprising as we had ever seen.
Correct.
11, 12, 13. They made the World Series in 12. But that era of Tiger baseball was a little different to me.
Right.
It was expected. And I think there was more pressure. You can't waste these arms. You can't waste Cabrera. They were spending. Their payroll had ballooned. I loved it because it was this commitment to excellence. But I remember those summers being kind of stressful because any 2-3 game loss, a blown save, Here we go again. They're not going to win the World Series. Very different vibe than this team. This team is not like any of those teams.
Well, it's more like 06 as far as the
fun?
The fun part of
it.
I mean, so what are they now? 25-13? Is that what their record is now? You know what they were in 06?
25-13?
Yes.
Do you realize
they went on to go 27-13?
The Tigers at one point in 06 were 40 games above 500.
Yeah.
And I believe on July 31st, they were 70-35. So you talk about like the summer and really getting buy-in.
You are correct. 70-35.
We're going to have
coming off 2 straight losses to go. They were 70-33.
Wow. Do we see that coming for this team?
No, I don't.
But we feel like they should only get better, right?
You would think so.
They have more bats coming.
Yes.
And they may have an injury or two. That's baseball. But it feels like they're deep enough, especially in the rotation, to survive if they do have an injury.
But are some of the people that we've seen great contributions from, like McKinstry, Sweeney, people like that, are they going to keep this up? I don't know.
But do they have to? I mean, they're pacing to win 100-plus baseball games.
I know, but I mean, as far as this amazing level, will they keep that up? I don't know. Hopefully.
Look, Texter points out Royals are hot. We know the Guardians aren't going to go away.
Right.
But could you imagine a stretch where they can go seemingly wire to wire, holding first place, May, June, July. It's early, but guys, I don't feel like they're going backwards.
No.
I feel like they're going to get better. Whether that's winning 100 games or not, I don't want to do that. But
no.
Triple-digit disco. No, I just want to highlight the fact that, yeah, they're going to get better. And that feels crazy to say for a team that's plus 80 in run differential to lead baseball.
Right. Look, it'll be fun if they keep it up. I mean, the Tigers in Kansas City keeps playing well. They got Tigers going to Kansas City the last weekend in May for 3. That'll be very interesting.
Ticket texters. 84 fever was the sum greater than the parts. That was the feeling of 84. Okay. And they had some great stars on that team, though.
Yes.
I don't know if that's fair. Check the record against teams above 500, signed Rico. Okay, do I want to do this? We were doing this pre-show. I didn't know that that's Rico's opinion, so this is actually not targeted at Rico. But we were talking off air about, like, well, what's the downside? And I was pulling up some stats that I'm sure people will want to use. Their record against teams above 500 is 11-11. We're so early in the season.
Right.
Do you realize, like, the reason teams have winning records are because they beat the Tigers, and the reason teams have losing records is because the Tigers beat them? So that stat's going to be skewed early in the season.
Correct.
You got to get deeper in before that stat means anything to me.
Yeah.
I mean, people can point out their record in one-run games is 3-4. Uh-oh, the Tigers can't win close ball games.
So just don't have them.
They have a losing record in extra innings, Stoney. When the rubber meets the road, this team's fraudulent. Look at that. Guys, if only 7 games right now have been one run, they've been kicking people's ass.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Look, I mean, have they played besides the look, they've played a good schedule. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, they played the Rockies. Everybody else has to play the Rockies eventually. Kansas City played the Rockies. They also played, at the time, the team with the best record in baseball was the San Diego Padres.
Yep.
They kicked their ass, didn't they?
Took care of business.
They played the Dodgers, lost 3 games, okay?
Fine.
So fine, that happens. And that's why they have the best record. They're tied with the Dodgers for the best record in baseball.
Yeah,
they won a series against who? The New York Yankees.
Yes, and the Mariners, who, by the way, have a great record.
Yes.
So I'm not really sure.
The schedule means nothing right now to me. I'd like to see how they fare against Kansas City. Again, they beat them 2 out of 3, I believe it was, or they sweep them here. I don't remember.
It was 2 or all 3.
Yes, and look, they haven't played Cleveland
I
yet.
want to see the Guardian series at the end of the month. I think that's going to be very telling.
Yeah.
Getting caught up in this. Well, they're 14-2 against losing record teams. Only 11-11 against teams at or above 500 or above 500. Okay.
I mean, what do you want? You're gonna
shocking. They beat bad teams and good teams put up a fight.
Look,
the cumulative effect is a team pacing to win 100 ball games.
Look, I can be accused as being as negative as most people around here, but when things are going good, there's no reason to be negative.
Thank you. I also have a reputation of being a complainer. I think some of that comes with the territory. I have had things to legitimately complain about with this baseball team for a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
I don't now. So I'm excited to have positive conversations about this baseball team.
Right.
It's refreshing.
They're finding different ways to kick ass.
Guys, we're not at the 40-game mark. Chill. Okay, wait 2 days, two games, and then we can have the conversation.
Yes, I know Wyatt Langford's here tonight. I know.
I just heard Cookie say triple-digit disco. If they don't win 100, we're going to come for you.
Should we do the win total mountain climber?
We should at some point. We should.
Maybe we got you to 90 last week, right?
Yeah, I'm in the 90-win club.
91.
92. Auctioneer style. Do I have 93? Do I have 94? Going once? Going twice? 95? 95? Do I have 95? We should do that.
Yeah.
How about next week we get to the 40-game mark, so Cyrus will be happy, and we can have some fun with it. Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Oh, not much. This is going to be a great summer for Tigers baseball. I'm officially aboard the Tigers train now. I kind of thought I was a huge Tigers fan, but I'm aboard now. 90 wins or more. I think it's going to take 92 to 93 wins to win this division. And the Guardians in the Royal Series later this month is going to tell you a lot about, I think, this season. But this team, you guys are talking about comparisons. This team kind of reminds me of the 2015 Royals. If you can kind of think about it, they had good starting pitching, good back of the end bullpen,
yes.
Can take the extra bases on the base paths.
Yes.
They hit home runs too. They can play defense, but that's all. I think that's what we lack is kind of defense. But yeah, that's where they kind of compare in terms of teams from the past, not just the Tigers. But this is fun, man. I haven't had this fun watching the Tigers since 2014, and I didn't have that much fun watching them in the playoffs that year. But
no,
God, I haven't had. I'm a huge baseball fan. I played baseball for over 15 years. Oh my God, it's so
All right.
much fun to be relieved and to be able to go to the ballparks.
Adam, let me ask you a
and just
question.
watch them.
Adam, who's your Tiger?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Oh man, I would honestly say Torque. Even when he was struggling, Torque was my Tiger. Not just because he was a 1-1, but I like the way he plays. You know, when he was down in the dumps last year, I mean, he figured his swing. He really revamped his whole swing, his whole stance. He went back to college Torque. He's keeping his hands in. He's keeping that bat path in the middle of the plate. I mean, because remember, he could not catch up to a 95, 96 mile per hour.
Adam, that was the craziest thing. It'd be meatballs over the middle, and the guy couldn't hit him. Yeah, look, Torque's going to get a lot of love because we love a comeback story. Baez, we had a guy calling yesterday saying, I want to buy his jersey. I mean, come on. Did you see that coming?
No.
Casey Mize, similar redemption story. You have all-stars in green and Skubal from the year before, but the point is there's so many guys that you could fall in love with because of the way they play the game.
I know. McKinstry, Sweeney.
Fire up chips, all that good stuff.
By the way, the laughable Comedy Central, 3 of the 4 best records in the American League are the American League Central.
Incredible. All right, we got ticket text, phone calls, 248-539-9797. Tiger Fever is here. It's 97.1.
Frankly, I was pleasantly shocked. Not at the Tigers, which I somewhat am, but 6 years ago, after a brief and painless procedure at the Yaldo Eye Center, my blurry, faded eyesight was transformed into brightly lit HD vision. Like the Pistons exceeded our expectations this year. Dr. Yaldo exceeded mine when he replaced my age-damaged lenses with his amazing bifocal lens implants. This is the same type of totally safe procedure that millions of cataract patients get every year. If you're over 40 and sick of needing reading glasses just to see the damn menu or read a text, then let bifocal lens implants set you free. Dr. Yaldo also features the most precise LASIK available in Michigan. Imagine seeing better without annoying contacts or glasses than you ever did. Most patients get better than 20/20 vision. Bump up your lifestyle. Get a free evaluation. Just log on to YaldoEyeCenter.com. Also, just mention Stoney or the station, 97 on the ticket, and save big.
It's a moonshot, 450 feet. Tigers roll. Doubleheader domination. Swept the Rockies. Talk about this team in the summer ahead. You got a big homestand coming up this weekend, 6 days. Rangers and Red Sox. Ticket texters on this baseball team. The broadcast pointed out last night they still have the 4th easiest schedule remaining.
Oh, good.
That's a nice note. And says the Tigers have played 2 of their 3 West Coast trips and only have to go to the A's and Texas, as well as a couple against Kansas City. This sets up well, Chad, in Grosse Pointe.
That's right. They got, Dodgers. They played. The
Got out of the
Padres,
way,
they played.
yeah.
They still the Giants come here, though, I believe.
Yes, later this month.
Yeah. That's a surprise team, too.
Yes.
JV's pitching pretty good, actually.
He is a. There aren't any guys like him anymore.
No.
Those starters who can pitch as well as he has.
I think he really
has.
wants 300 badly.
Probably still needs a couple seasons.
Yeah, I know.
Texter says if the Tigers win the next 4 series before Cleveland, they could be 33-17. That's insane, Mike in Waterford.
It is.
This is wild stuff, guys. Okay, what do we got here? Is there concern the Tigers don't have a steady closer? Am I missing something?
No.
Canley's a good shutdown arm late in games.
Yeah.
They have a closer.
And they have so many mixes and matches and guys who have different things that can get guys out. I mean,
is this a real concern that people have? They don't have a closer?
No. By the way, you look throughout baseball right now, a lot of the top closers are really struggling. I mean, what's his face in Cleveland?
Clase.
He's struggling.
Yep.
We saw with Jensen.
Well, he looks cooked.
I know.
But yes.
But there's a few others too that just aren't as good as they used to be.
So Tommy Canley,
or they're struggling.
I want to make sure I wasn't talking on my ass here. Canley has a .66 ERA.
What's his whip?
.73. We don't have a shutdown arm at the end of games? That's not a valid criticism.
You know why people are focused on that, Jim? Because he doesn't throw that hard. I know.
Nobody can hit it. Nobody can hit the changeup.
You don't have to convince me.
But that's the reality. We've seen this before with closers. If you got one pitch, batters don't see it 2 and 3 times in an outing.
No.
They might not see it 2 or 3 times in the series. Now, in the playoffs, it's a little different. And I'll continue to say that the playoffs are a different animal.
Yeah.
But this is setting up to be a summer. We keep highlighting the summer. We'll get to the fall. A summer where this team should be in a great position all summer long.
They definitely should.
I love this team. First team in ages I get excited for in the daytime, knowing that night I'm going to have a chance to watch the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone seemed concerned about Baez, Torkelson, and Mize, but Green was the only Tiger to not get a hit yesterday, and some of his at-bats were truly pathetic to watch. John in Dearborn Heights.
Okay, he's gone through some. He's gone through peaks and valleys this year so far. There was one part. I mean, a few weeks ago he was 0 for 31.
Yeah, he had a bunch of bad strikeouts.
Yeah, he's not as good. He's not having as good a season as we thought he was.
No, I mean he was their lone All-Star bat last year.
Yeah,
he wouldn't be 1, 2, or 3 if I was picking an All-Star bat on the team this season.
It's funny you mentioned there's actually an article on ESPN about the closers. Clase, Devin Williams, who the Yankees spent big bucks to get from Milwaukee. He hasn't really done very well. Yeah. Ryan Presley for the Cubs and Iglesias for the Braves. They are considered 4 of the best closers in baseball, and they've been struggling. Tigers are not in that position right now, thankfully. Everything's good.
There's nothing to complain about.
No.
There's not. I mean, I shoot down the closer thing. You want to point out they're 500 against teams with winning records. If they go 500 against teams with winning records, they're going to win like 95 ball games.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, they're ripping people's heads off. 14-2 against teams below 500. Remember when the Tigers were good and we get frustrated because they couldn't hit a bad pitcher?
Yes.
That's not happening.
No. You saw that yesterday.
Yeah. Punished them.
Yeah.
My Tigers, Tony, you asked this guy what his Tiger was.
Yeah.
My Tigers, Reese Olson. Compete level, how he proceeded through the minors after Avila acquired him, and he's made the starting staff and pitched well without much fanfare.
And he looks like he's 13 years old.
He does, doesn't he?
It's unbelievable.
He's like a book report after the game he has to wrap up. Gibby threw out the first pitch of the season in L.A. He'll be throwing out the first pitch of the World Series in Detroit for a Tigers-Dodgers rematch. It's It's unbelievable with the guys coming back, our farm system, and a trade deadline looming. This team's only getting better.
I don't know, Jim. I don't know how you handle Shohei. We're going to be in trouble.
I don't think
Mookie owns us.
I don't need to say this on May 9th, but
I
I think
know.
I'd pick the Dodgers in a 7-game series. I think we all would.
Yes.
But get to it and figure it out.
Exactly. It's just, the summer when you have a really good baseball team is just so much fun, and we're not quite at summer yet, and we're not quite completely convinced that they're really, really good, but they're good.
What does that mean, really, really good?
I mean, like a dominant team where, like 84, like some of the great Yankee teams and, teams like the Reds, whatever.
Okay.
We're not there yet.
Sure.
Because we're just still trying to figure out how a team with like Trey Sweeney and Zach McKinstry and guys like that are having this record.
Why do we have to keep moving the bar?
I know.
This team is 56-28 since they got hot last season.
I know, but
now we're over 81 games. We're over half a season. We just keep moving the bar, and we got to keep calling the McKinstrys and the Sweeneys and the whoever's and the blah, blah, blah.
That's why
when are we going to stop putting the asterisks or the exceptions on this?
I don't know, because they're so fun to watch, but that's, asking why are we like that? That's the reason why. Because we in
Didn't
this
explain
town.
it to me.
Well, we in this town and people in general. If you don't have stars, people don't think you're as good as you really are, and that's the reason. And the stars are their pitchers too.
I think it's two different conversations. I think in the playoffs, you will run into situations where you need star players to get through critical games 6s and 7s, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, last year they didn't have to go through 7-game series. They didn't play a 7-game series
but
last
now
year.
the starting pitching's good. See, last year, the
chaos.
flaw was the chaos would be gotten to as you got deeper in a series, and Cleveland proved that.
Yep.
You're not that team anymore. You have starting pitching, and now you have even better hitting with it.
Well, the question will be this lineup that had Sweeney and McKinstry and Torkelson, 1 for 23 runners in scoring position in games 4 and 5 against Cleveland. Same guys.
Yeah. No, I'm
Parker Meadows
kind of
in there
with you guys.
too.
Like, if they started a 7-game series against the Yankees tomorrow to go to the World Series, who'd you pick?
Is Cole back? I don't even know.
No, he's done for the year, I think.
Okay. I'd still pick the Yankees because I can't get it out of their mind, the whole Judge, and that's why.
But he struggles in the postseason.
I know.
Hard question,
It's
isn't
a
it?
hard question.
Yeah, fully bought in.
Yeah, but why do we do this? Like we do these.
Well, why
like,
do we do it? Because we can't take them serious.
I'm taking him. Who's not taking him
we're
serious?
taking him
But then we're
serious.
not. But then you say it.
No,
Well,
'cause that's the
there's
BS
still
of
a
this whole
cuteness.
thing.
There's a cuteness to them.
No,
still.
hold on. So if we don't think they're winning the World Series, we're not taking them. Like, where is the line to where I can be taking them
I
serious?
wouldn't take them to beat the Dodgers. I didn't ask you the Dodgers. I
Okay.
asked you the Yankees.
Well, but I don't think you're taking them serious then. Like, I mean, that's the stupid retort you can give back to anybody.
I'm asking the question. I
think that-
don't have the opinion. I'd pick them to beat the Yankees.
Okay.
I think the Yankees are basically middle of the lineup, and you got a guy that's got a cloud over his career in the postseason that you easily could start exploiting. It can get in his head. And I don't trust their pitching. They have closer issues, by the way. They've already converted away
Stoney
from
talked
it.
about that. Yeah.
So why not?
Look, there's no one in the American League I'm scared of. They have
Are
the
they
best record in the
56 and
American
28
League.
the last 84?
Yeah, you keep telling us. I know. I know.
Are the Yankees?
No.
But there's this little thing that everybody keeps just waiting. Like,
Who's everybody? I feel like this is a boogeyman. Like we did this with the Austin Jackson audio.
you're picking
Like,
a worse team to beat them.
I didn't answer the question. You assumed I don't think they're beating the Yankees. I just said no one in the American League scares me. I think they've got better pitching.
But you didn't answer the question.
I'll take the Tigers.
Okay,
Is that what you want to hear?
Yeah, no, I'm just
Get
asking.
off my back. Jeez. 248-539-9797. Look, these are fun conversations we get to have now.
Right.
97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. After a back-and-forth Game 1 of the series, the Tigers didn't fool around yesterday. 10-2 the final in Game 1 and 11-1 in Game 2. Torres got it going in Game 2. Casey Mize, Cater Montero were special in their starts. Mize tossed 6 innings, allowing just 3 hits and no walks while striking out 8. Montero nearly went the distance, lasting through the 8th while throwing just 92 pitches. Next up, a homestand that starts with Texas tonight here at Comerica Park. A much-anticipated rehab has begun for pitcher Sawyer Gibson-Long as he was activated in Lakeland yesterday, throwing in a game for the first time in 400 days. He started 4 games for the Tigers to begin his big league career in 2023, logging a 2.23 ERA. Former Tiger utility player / hero Don Kelly is named the Pirates interim manager after Derek Shelton was fired yesterday. Michigan softball pulled off an upset of number 1 seeded Oregon in the Big Ten tournament. 5-0 the final. Lauren Durkowski, Aaron Hayne combined for the shutout in the circle. Up next, Purdue in the semifinal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let me tell you, that Purdue-Michigan softball clash. I can't wait, Otto. Can't wait for that one.
97.1, Jim Costa with Stoney, Heather, Gov and Greg behind the glass, and yes, Jeremy Otto on the updates all morning long. We've been talking about the Tigers' first hour of the show. They swept the Rockies. A dominant doubleheader yesterday. Best record in baseball, best run differential in baseball, and I don't know, for some people it's not enough, but yeah, I think they're the best team in this division. They're heading for a special summer. We started to invoke things like remember the summer of 06, remember the summer of 84. We're not predicting they're winning the World Series this morning. We're just talking about what it's like when your team's good in the summertime.
Right. The only downside is that this division's better than everybody thought, so they're only 2 games. As good as they're playing, they're only 2.5 games ahead of Cleveland and Kansas City.
But that makes it fun. There's going to be a fight, and you feel like you got a team built for the fight. All this team does is scrap and fight. The pitching staff should sustain. They shouldn't have any prolonged losing stretches because momentum's only as good as the next day's starting pitcher. They're rolling out really good pitchers one day after another. Skubal tonight, Flaherty on Saturday. Mize is pitching like the second best guy on the staff, and I don't mean to slight Olsen, who you could also argue.
Right.
They're pitching very well, but that was expected. What's unexpected is everything else. The fact that they're raking, that this offense has stepped up. And there's questions about sustainability and all that stuff. But you have guys who will get healthy. You have a trade deadline. And that's, Jason, that's something that you want to hit on. You want to talk about later in the summer. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, so, I mean, we fleeced the Dodgers, right? We traded them Flaherty, got some great players, and then got Flaherty back. We keep talking about Sweeney as if, he's not young, right? He's just figuring this out, and we've seen in the last week or so, 3 hits, 4 hits in games. But, yeah, what I wanted to touch on is we have guys coming back. We have Montero, who threw 8 innings last night. We have a lot of pieces to where we could go get a big-time player. But do we need it, right? I mean, do we keep the guys that we have so we have that depth? I'm actually speechless because we're so good. What do we do?
Well, obviously, there's a lot of baseball to be played before the trading deadline.
We can humor them.
If you're going to sit and look at, weaknesses on this team, maybe it's power, but I don't know. I mean, I'm searching. What's the weakness of this team?
It's funny because going into the Rockies series, they had hit 20 home runs in the previous 7 games.
Yeah.
And the ball leaves the ballpark yesterday with Colt Keith hitting it 450 feet.
That was the only home run they hit all series, right?
Which is kind of surprising given the ballpark.
Yeah.
But I don't know that you can say power's a great.
I don't know. I'm searching. What is the weakness of this team?
I know. But at the same time, you don't go to a trade deadline and not add.
Oh, of course not.
I mean, you have an obligation if you're a contender to add. Everybody adds.
Yeah. Well, we hope they add if they have.
It's ridiculous not to add. Even if you like your guys, there's always ways to get better.
Yes, absolutely.
There will be players available.
Yeah. There'll be guys hurt. And,
of course.
The Tigers have a plethora of prospects. I mean, I don't know. Do they need another bullpen? We'll find out. There's going to be injuries and things like that.
Guys will cool off. Is Javi still doing this? Do they need a third baseman?
Right.
Is Young settling in, or is it clear that he's not there yet at this juncture of his career? Is Vierling playing more in the outfield? Do you like him a little more in the outfield?
I mean,
is Meadows playing at this point?
Right. I mean, Kerry Carpenter gets hurt every season, so.
Well, and Riley Green has had trouble staying healthy for full baseball season.
Yeah. So if they're in a position, they should definitely add.
Even if it's just another bullpen arm. Because you get in the playoffs, you want to have pitchers that you can throw at people just in waves, especially in a 7-game series. This team hasn't played in a 7-game series.
Right, look, it's May 9th, and we're already worried about what their playoff stuff is going to look like.
But I'm not worried about it.
I don't mean worried. I mean, we're talking about it, which is great. It's great.
248-539-9797.
All right. Let's switch sports here.
Let's do it.
Well, the Tigers really don't need much, but there's another team that everybody around town seems to think they need, and that would be the Lions and the edge rusher.
Yes.
Yes. I know Brad Holmes is driving around saying, oh, my God, they're bringing this crap up again.
Guys, drop it.
How you doing, Brad? How are you? I understand the philosophy that they had on draft day. If there's somebody in a different position who you have higher on your board, you're not going to take a lower player just to fill a need. So that's fine. And they believe that Davenport, for some reason, is going to stay healthy, so they think they're okay there. But everybody else seems to think they need something. And I think they do too. They're just not going to talk about it. Well, there's 4 free agents available right now that, the best of their careers is probably behind them. And I just want to point out some of these guys, and I'll do a Twitter poll, basically, or do I have to say X poll? I don't know. Which one you want. Okay. And I'll just give you a couple of stats here. Because the Panthers, the reason I felt like talking about this is because the Carolina Panthers yesterday released Jadeveon Clowney, who, by the way, as Jim Costa pointed out, I don't know if you knew this, Gov, Jadeveon Clowney on his Pro Football Reference page, his nickname is Doo-Doo.
I've never heard anybody call him that.
No. I mean, he put, Vincent Smith in Doo-Doo in that bowl game, but other than that. Anyway.
Never heard that one.
Me neither.
Not that, what was it, Najee Davenport?
Yeah.
You know that one, Jim?
No, what's Najee Davenport?
He took a dump in some woman's closet once in a laundry basket.
Oh, you never heard that story, Jim?
No,
it's one of the classic football stories of all time.
People start calling him Najee Davenport.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, we digress, or we have digressed. We go back. Jadeveon Clowney, age 32, last season in 14 games, 5.5 sacks.
Okay.
Next on my list, also age 32, Matthew Judon from Grand Valley State.
And West Bloomfield.
And West Bloomfield High School, right. 5.5 sacks in 17 games, the Atlanta Falcons last year. Zadarius Smith, 32 years old, 9 sacks in 17 games, obviously the Cleveland Browns and the Lions, as we know. And currently the beau of, Cashdahl, did you say?
Yeah, he's dating Cashdahl.
Mm-hmm. And finally, Super Bowl champion Von Miller, who's 36 years old. He was with Buffalo last year, 6 sacks in 13 games. If you had to pick one of those 4 to add, I have no idea if the Lions are going to add any of them. Mm-hmm. Which one would you pick, and why? 248-539-9797. And you can also vote on our Twitter poll when that's up.
Yeah, we're going to put that up, give you the choice between the 4. That's super easy if you don't have time to call in today. But we want your calls and we want your texts. All those guys are similar.
Right.
A little past their prime, but still a little juice. Mm-hmm. Lions are sitting on a mountain of cash, cap space, that is going unused because it's more important to have that in 26 and 27 and roll it over. I happen to think you have a chance to win the Super Bowl. Don't leave $40 million sitting in the coffers. Mm-hmm. The one that makes the most sense to me is Zadarius Smith. There's familiarity with the culture, with the scheme. He had the most sacks of that group last season with 9, and he was productive without Aiden Hutchinson on the opposite end when he was the primary guy.
Right.
I think he's the best of the bunch there. They're all similar in the sense that they're heavier ends too.
Correct.
Like Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, they clearly have a type, and you notice it in the players they draft and they bring in. Davenport's a bigger edge. They like that bigger edge on the outside. We're talking about guys 270 pounds.
Right.
These aren't light little guys off the edge who are only coming in to play in obvious passing situations. There's guys that could be on the field first and second down as well. Of the group, I'd put Zadarius number 1.
I'd go between him or Von Miller. And I know Von Miller's the oldest, but I believe that he has the most speed. And if you massage his snaps, I think he'll be, when he's playing, more effective than the other 3. But, Clowney,
He might be the last guy of the group.
Me too, because he's been with so many teams. There's got to be a reason. And now that we find out his nickname is Doo-Doo, we don't need any Doo-Doo on this team.
No turds, as Dan Campbell told us.
That's right.
Was that a subtle message? Subliminal from the past.
Look,
No turds.
I wouldn't hate it if they signed him because I do think they need a little help, but I'm not obsessed with it.
You said that they think they do, but they just won't admit it. Mm-hmm. Why do you think that is?
Because they have this money sitting there and then they haven't done anything yet. I think they're going to wait and see how everything, John Jansen's, let it all play out in camp and things like that.
Because the Davenport thing to me, they have to know the risk of injury. The guy can't stay healthy.
I know, but I think it's different. I think it'd be one thing if it's always the same injury, but it's different injuries. So that's what I have no idea what they think, in those.
Well, but I think it tells you the deal they signed him to is not very lucrative.
Right.
I think that's an admission that, hey, dude, you don't have a market because you don't play football.
Right.
Stoney, he played 2 games last year. He played 7 games the season prior.
Mm-hmm.
Or 4 games the season prior. He's played 6 football games the last 2 seasons.
Right.
That can't be your starting edge. The Za'Darius thing's going to happen, right?
If I was a betting man,
does he just not want to go to training camp? Is this like a veteran? Hey, I'll wait, and if someone gets hurt, I could get more money elsewhere.
Or maybe the Lions are seeing if somebody else that they like better gets released, like Clowney did. Maybe that's it.
Guys, stop us if you've heard this before. We're talking edge rusher for the Detroit Lions.
Yes.
Who do you want from that group? You can vote in the poll. We got Stoney's Red Wing Crush. Target he wants this offseason. Cookie jar at 735. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. If you've been thinking about getting a hot tub, this is your time. I got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa. And let me tell you, there's nothing better than relaxing in a hot tub on a cool evening after a long day underneath the stars. It's so amazing. My husband and I have been using it almost every single night. And I love getting in it after a workout as well. Plus, it's just really great for the whole family. My kids love it too. And when it comes to choosing a hot tub, I couldn't recommend Beninati Pool and Spa more. They made the entire process really easy. They helped us pick out the perfect hot tub for me and my family, and then they took care of the rest. They delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help us with maintenance too. So go check them out. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, too. That's right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts to give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Also, until May 12th, you can get 0% interest for 60 months. Some exclusions apply. Visit BeninatiPool.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Everybody hitting for the Tigers.
Yeah.
Look, it's not a surprise that they're number 4 in runs allowed. It is a surprise that they have a top 3 offense in all of baseball.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the best run differential in the game, plus 83. It's significantly better than everybody else, and they have the best record in baseball. So, yeah, we're buzzing. We've talked a lot about the Tigers. We're going through all the food groups, though. We'll get to your Red Wing crush here in a second. This is the player you really want them to look at this offseason for the Wings. Poll question is up. The edge rusher you prefer. With Jadeveon Clowney being released, there are 4 veteran names, all very similar. Clowney, Zadarius Smith, Matthew Judon, and Von Miller. The most popular answer, 60% of the votes early, Zadarius Smith.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If Zadarius Smith was played for the New Orleans Saints last year, do you think he would be number 1 on our list?
Not as unanimously, but he also
No.
had the most sacks.
True.
So if you told me the guy had 9 sacks last year, the other guys are, 5 and 6?
Yeah.
Production. Then I throw in the fact that he played here. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't looked into the hurries and all that stuff and pressures and who was better at that, because to me, quarterback pressures and hits are pretty close up there as importance as sacks to me.
Look, if you're going to throw the quarterback's timing off, if you're going to put him in a position where he pats the ball, throws it away, it's incomplete pass, those are wins for the defense.
Right.
A bigger win is the play's over for a loss.
Correct.
Ticket Texture says Barnes and Levi are the replacements. Barnes was doing it last year pre-injury. He talked about how much he loved it. Throw bodies, not names. In-house is the answer, Stoney.
Okay. A lot of people believe in that. Obviously, the Lions do. Levi had a pretty good year last year. Got him one year, a prove-it year for him, because if he has a really good year, he'll be getting a lot of money as a free agent. The one who I really want to see step up, and if not, get him out of here, is Pascal. I mean, it's time.
Yeah. Does it bother you? Because it does bother me. Maybe I'm wrong to feel this way. That the Lions have $42 million in cap space currently. The 3rd most in the NFL. Because it irks me just in the sense that, are we doing everything we can to win the Super Bowl? Like everything to win the Super Bowl.
Well, let's parse the $42 million for a little bit. Obviously, some of that's going to go to the rookies.
Okay, but all teams will pay their rookies, and
True.
the Lions don't have a top 5, top 10,
True.
or even top
Right.
20 rookie
Right.
in terms of salary.
Some of that will be to put away in the pray for the rainy day fund in case there's injuries. We have to get somebody at the deadline. But yeah, you'd like to. You don't have to spend all of it, but it is kind of.
Is it odd to sit on the 3rd most cap space when you want to have the best chance to win the Super? Are you doing everything you can?
If they don't feel there's somebody out there that's worth the money, whether I feel there is or not, I get it.
Are you worse if you add Zadarius Smith?
No, I think Darius Smith.
Instead, they want to use the money in 26 and 27 and 28. They're going to earmark and roll over cap space. But $42 million?
That's a lot. Now we'll have to see how much of stuff is renegotiated with some contracts.
But they are going to free up space in 2 years with Goff's deal. They have to. They have to.
Right.
And Kirby Joseph's money doesn't kick in until the end of time. I mean, it's the last year of the deal is when most of the money is set aside for.
The analogy is like Joe Mazzulla of the Celtics. She had an extra timeout. What good is having cap space if you're not going to use it? What good's having an extra timeout? You can't use it the next game if they don't roll over.
The NFL is a salary cap sport. The teams you're competing against have the same amounts, but they're spending more.
Right. You don't just
they're putting more.
Right. You just don't spend just to spend.
No, I'm not saying go sign Zadarius to $40 million just so Jim feels good because all the cap space is spent, but it does. Okay, if you believe this football team is 100% superior to every other roster, we have the best roster in football, head, neck, and shoulders. Don't spend it. I don't feel that way. I feel like there are other teams are competing with, and I'd like to see them compete here as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you're a little irked.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out the reason for it. I don't think they're being cheap.
No, I don't think that's it either.
No.
They're going to roll it over and use it on future contracts and not current roster improvements.
Maybe they need a backup quarterback.
I don't know, Stoney. Red Wing, throw out a name here.
Well, before we quickly get to the Red Wings, just briefly last night in the playoffs, Washington even their series at home beating Carolina.
Good game.
It was a good game. I couldn't stay up late for the Vegas Edmonton game. I'm telling you, all signs are pointing. Canada's winning the cup this year.
An Oilers Maple Leafs final?
Yeah, which would be
good for the sport.
Great hockey.
McDavid and Matthews on that stage.
Horrible for this country, but yes. But who cares?
Horrible for the country.
For this country. It'd be great for Canada, obviously. Edmonton wins both games in Vegas.
Huge.
Yeah, so
OT last night.
Yeah, it was a really good game. Do you realize two former Red Wings have really helped the Edmonton Oilers?
Okay, one is Jake Wallman.
Yeah.
Who's the other one?
Calvin Pickard, the goalie.
Oh, yeah.
He was here for
Yeah, he's like a journeyman third goalie.
And he's taken over for Stuart Skinner.
Wow.
He's been really, really good for them. And anyway, so yeah, the Red Wings, we wish could be in that situation. Now, I know so the Hockey-nista, you can tell me I'm crazy. I agree. I'm nuts, okay? Because I don't think there's a way on God's green earth that this would ever happen. But in watching some of the playoffs this year, and a little bit in the regular season, there's a guy out there who doesn't have the star power of some of the others names that people really want in this town, like Marner and people like that, who are unrestricted free agents. But there's a guy who I'd do a lot for to get him on the Red Wings. And that's Matthew Nyes of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Matthew Nyes is a restricted free agent.
Conversation over. Steve does an offer sheet.
Matthew Nyes is 22 years old. Matthew Nyes scored a great goal the other night. He's tough. This year, as a 22-year-old, 29 goals, 28 assists. He's 6'3", 227. I don't know. Look, most cases, really good players don't sign offer sheets, right?
Yeah, and look, Yzerman said he's never considered it. He's maybe going to look into it a little more because it seems like St. Louis have had success with it. I like the player. We can spend a little more time on it. We got to get to Heather's news.
Right.
All right, former Tiger utility player and cult hero Don Kelly has been named as the Pittsburgh Pirates' new manager.
Donnie Kelly, baby!
Yeah, so their former manager, Derek Shelton, was fired yesterday, and Kelly, who was the team's bench coach, will now replace him for at least the remainder of the season. He played with the Tigers from 2009 to 2014, appeared in 4 postseasons with the team. He then went on. He played his final MLB season with the Miami Marlins in 2016. Tigers did hire him as a scout ahead of the 2017 season. From there, he was the first base coach for the Houston Astros. He became the bench coach of the Pirates ahead of the 2020 season. So
I'm sure Jim Leland is very happy.
Yeah.
yes.
Both because it's the Pirates and because nobody loved Don Kelly more than Jim Leland.
Exactly.
It's great news.
Jim Price did too.
Well, there you go.
A judge has declared a mistrial on Thursday after a jury remained deadlocked in the murder trial for the former Grand Rapids police officer Christopher Schur. So he was charged with second-degree murder in the killing of Patrick Lyoya. The jury deliberated for nearly 20 hours but could not reach a verdict. Now, both the prosecutor and the lead defense attorney say that the outcome is disappointing. It's up to the Kent County prosecutor to decide whether to try Schur again or not. And it sounds like that decision could take weeks because he said, we talked to the jury, we got their opinion on things, and now they've got to decide if this is something they want to move forward with or not. Let's see. America got its first pope yesterday. Pope Leo the 14th was born Robert Prevost and grew up in Chicago on the South Side. And up until now, most of his close friends just called him Bob. But Leo is the first American pope, the first North American pope, and the first pope to come from an English-speaking country in almost 900 years.
Excuse my ignorance, but why couldn't they just call him Pope Bob? Or
Pope Robert. I thought that's what always happened. I'm not up.
Well, Pope Francis wasn't Francis. Like
no,
they've
none
done
of
this,
them are.
I know.
I didn't. Yeah.
There were tons of Pope
And
Pauls,
how do they
Pope
pick
John
a name?
Paul.
Did he say I want to be Pope Leo, or
He picks.
But you pick it from what you want, or do you pick it out of
so
a jar?
like John Paul II was honoring John Paul the first.
Oh.
Like they typically
Oh, I thought it was honoring John Paul Morosi.
I did love the internet's reaction to all of this. Like,
yes,
we got a pope. Chicago got a pope before a 4,000-yard passer.
Yeah.
How much help does Caleb Williams really truly need? Mm-hmm. And Malort and Savior. Those are some of my favorites.
And they put up some stained glass window memes of Chris Jenkins hitting the shot for Villanova because he went to Villanova.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. People had a lot of fun with it.
Yep.
That's for sure.
I'm fond of the ones where they said the Pope's going to walk out to the Chicago Bulls intro music.
Oh yeah.
I'm glad people had some fun with it. All right, coming up next, it's a Friday. It's the Cookie Jar. It's 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar, and it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. We're going to hit on Mother's Day, some of your favorite athletes growing up, sleepovers, Charles Barkley saying something wild, and so much more.
Okay.
All right, the first question, Mother's Day. Do you have a Mother's Day horror story?
I wouldn't say horror story. I do know that one year I forgot to send my mother a card, and that didn't go over very well.
Yeah, you never want to forget the day.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
one important
Did you at least
part.
call?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's not awful. It could have been much worse.
Not quite horror.
No. And this year, the Mother's Day card went out yesterday, so she won't get it in time.
But you can still make the phone call.
Yeah,
and it
send
will
the
be,
card will
I
arrive.
always do.
it'll be nice to get the card later.
I speak to her twice a week.
Good. I don't think I have a Mother's Day horror story. Like nothing specifically I can remember. There is something that happened technically on Mother's Day that I'm sure my mom was not thrilled about. I came home with my MIP on Mother's Day morning
Oh, happy Mother's Day, Mom.
in high school. I remember going into her room and waking her up and letting her know what happened. And then I was like, oh, yeah, happy Mother's Day, Mom.
What were you doing?
I was drinking. Like, what else was I doing? I was at a party.
I didn't know what else was involved.
You expected to say I was shooting up heroin or something?
I don't know. The reason this is a question is because I do have a horror story.
Oh.
About 4 or 5 years ago now. My mom loves flowers, loves to garden. It's an easy win. You just send flowers for Mother's Day and you're a hero. I sent her dead flowers.
Oh.
Can't get much worse than that.
It's a Rolling Stones
How'd that
song,
happen?
Dead Flowers.
I have
believe.
no idea. We've never used that company again. We use local florists now, but they must have died in transit and then they left them on the doorstep. And how do you leave the flowers like that?
How'd she react? I mean, like, did she send you a photo of them and was like, thanks, Jim? Like, what,
No.
was her...
She was super understanding. She was like, hey, I think something might have happened. You think? Yes. Anybody behind the glass? You couldn't get a reservation or you let mom down? Nothing? Okay. Chet Lemon passed away yesterday. Want to know your favorite athlete growing up? He was a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah. My favorite was Bobby Clark of the Philadelphia Flyers. He was all I lived for as a youth in Philly. He was diabetic. That's why he was drafted in the second round. And I said, oh, God, maybe I should be diabetic. I started eating a lot of sugar.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Are you
Spoonfuls.
serious?
Oh, yeah. Oh, spoonfuls of sugar.
I was joking about that.
No, I take. You ever see the Domino sugar box
Yes.
with the spout?
Yes. No.
Oh, my gosh.
Stoney.
And even past, I used to be a sugar freak. Even beyond that reason, you know, Betty Crocker frosting and things like that. Just eating out of the. Oh, it's great.
You want to be just like your hero.
Yeah.
God, this is hard because I have a couple, but when I was a really little kid, it was Shannon Miller. Loved her. They're all gymnasts.
Right,
and then when I got a little bit older, it was Dominique Mucciano, also a gymnast, but I loved both of them.
I mean, it's a bit cliche. I did a book report on Steve Yzerman when I was a kid. He called my house when for a teacher retirement party. One of my mom's coworkers was retiring. He called the house. So Yzerman's kind of the cliche one. Yeah, it was kind of cool. I was like,
He's not calling today, though.
all nervous on the phone. I don't think I said more than 2 or 3 words. Okay, thank you. And then hung up. That was Steve Yzerman on the home phone.
Why'd you get him the call now?
Stop it. The other one that I would say was Shanahan. My mom's side's Irish. The Irish jig when he would score goals. So when you're a little kid, stuff like that really hooks you.
Yeah.
And now he's turned his back on Yzerman. Wayne Gretzky. He did not have any serious health infliction that I try to emulate, but big fan of Wayne Gretzky.
Tom?
84 Tigers. I like Lance Parrish the most out of all of them. He was he was awesome here. He sucked when he went to Philly.
I was going to say, were you pissed when he signed with the Phillies?
Yes.
As a kid?
Yeah, that was the first departure that really affected me when I'm like, what's this? They can leave?
That's not supposed to happen.
If I went out of Detroit, it was Tony Dorsett. I was a Cowboy fan when I was young.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
That's why you're flawed.
Don Kelly's the new Pirates manager. We already brought it up. He was kind of this cult-like following in the city of Detroit. Role players. Give me your favorite Detroit sports role player.
I got 2. Now, one, I don't know if you consider a role player because he played a lot. Gov, would you consider Doug Brown a role player, or was he more than that?
I think that counts.
Okay, and the other one is Mike James, bitch. When they people
Are they going to trade for him? Could help him next year.
Yeah, exactly.
I went Thomas Holmstrom.
Okay.
Dirty areas unheralded.
Yeah.
Always had kind of a clutch goal.
And he was very funny at parades.
Yes. The other guy I
It's
noted.
party.
You remember Yuri Hoodler? With the thick accent?
Oh, yes.
It's one of those moments. Those are great. Tom, what else?
I'll go back to the 84 Tigers again. Aurelio Lopez. He lived in the shadow of Willie Hernandez,
Yes, he did.
but he was a key part of that bullpen.
Senor Smoke.
Greg?
Jeez, but enough with it. 84 Tigers. I was a big Martin Lapointe guy, the late 90s Wings.
Okay. There you go. Today is National Sleepover Day. And looking this up, I'm learning they're going away. The internet says for safety reasons, less parents are having their kids have sleepovers. Do you still support the sleepover?
Yes, absolutely. I wish my kids actually had more, or even kids coming to our place to sleep. I mean,
it was just a few years ago. You had 11 teenagers in your basement, wasn't it?
that's right. Yeah, watching the Georgia-Alabama national championship game. My neighbor's kid was going to go to Alabama, and my daughter was going to go to Georgia. It was,
There you go.
yeah.
I really hope sleepovers are not going away.
No.
My daughter doesn't really know what they are, but she talks about having a sleepover all of the time. And I tell her, when you're a little bit older, you can have a sleepover. I hope not. I think it's so much fun. Especially, no, don't let the sleepovers go away.
They go away if you want them to go away. They haven't gone away in our house.
Good.
I am pro sleepover. GTFO out of my house.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pro
That'd be
sleepover.
nice.
I know
Yes.
people worry about the worst case scenario. You got to let your kids live a little bit. And if you
Yes.
trust the parents, you're fine.
Absolutely.
Charles Barkley last night said that fraternities are for losers. Agree or disagree?
I say no. I was not in a fraternity because our school was small, so you didn't have a lot of them. They had a few. It depends. Look, there are some people that fraternities are really good for because they might be shy and it's a good way of making friends. But there are some fraternities, frat boys that are freaking losers. Yes, so it goes both ways. But I think fraternities for the most part can be good. Just don't haze people.
Sure, I don't think fraternities are for losers. Like you said, there are losers who are in fraternities.
Yes.
Sure, but they're not for losers.
Right.
Not for me. I would disagree with the sentiment, though.
Yeah, I'm not a frat person either, but I used to kind of be against them, and there's way too many positives that can come out of them versus the negatives.
Yeah, I was against him at the time. I was like, who would pay for friends? But I do see
Yeah.
the benefit of like the social circle and the community and a brotherhood. So
Yeah.
I don't think they're for losers.
I mean, if you're going to college, like all of a sudden, like down in Texas, and you know nobody, it's a great way to
Yes.
link up with people, and you just gotta. I mean, you're gonna have bad seeds everywhere you go.
Of course.
There's gonna be a bad seed in your dorm.
Yeah.
Whatever.
The problem is, I think it affects women more when they pledge sororities and they don't get in, they don't get bids. They really,
Feel like
It can
ashamed.
be a
Yeah.
vicious process.
Yes.
Yes, I hear it's awful.
They're judging you and your appearance
They
and
are.
stuff like that.
I mean, you get to pick, but they're picking you more than
Yes.
you get to pick which sorority you end up in.
It's like the conclave.
White smoke! I'm not-
what does that mean?
I got
I'm
black
in.
Yeah.
smoked.
Yeah, the smoke's a little different in college.
All right,
Green
last,
or white.
oh, God. Last one. Wearing pajamas to the grocery store, a sign that you've given up or living life to the fullest.
There are like pajama pants that kind of look like sweatpants to a certain extent. So I've never done it. I wouldn't want my kids to do it, but it's okay.
Pajama pants should never be worn out of the house. Now with so many like athleisure wear options,
Right.
just take them off and put on a pair of sweatpants and you're good.
Appropriate use of effort and living life to your comfort, not the comfort of others. Living life to the fullest, pajama pants.
We live in a society, Greg. Put a little bit of effort into it. Just even a little bit. Like Heather said, you don't even have to wear something
Jeans,
nice.
there's so many options now that look
Sweatpants.
much nicer. Yeah.
Be fine.
I love sweatpants. I wear them all
Don't
the
wear
time,
your
as you
pajama
know.
pants to the store. And then are you going to wear those pajama pants into your bed? Like, I don't like that. Like, I don't like wearing the pants out in public and dirty places and then jumping in your bed.
Yeah, I wouldn't, and I would judge you if you did. That's the cookie jar. That's 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa with Stoney, Heather, Gov and Greg behind the glass, and Jeremy Otto on the updates. We're going to talk a lot of Tigers on the show today. Sweep the Rockies. Dominant doubleheader yesterday. Best record in baseball. Best run differential in baseball. And it's crazy because of the surprises. There are so many of them. We're going to put that to the test at 8 o'clock. Little stock market, buy, sell, hold. Some reaction to the cookie jar and more. Also want to give you the heads up. We got this event coming up this summer. 97 won the ticket and Detroit's pal. We have the middle school combine at the Corner Ballpark. It's on July 16th, and you're going to want to sign up before May 16th to get a deal. It's $50 on the early bird registration, $75 after. The event is open to all boys and girls, 5th through 8th grade. It is what it sounds like. It's an NFL-style combine, so you get 40-yard dash, agility, 3-cone drill, vertical jumps, all that and more.
Do you play the role of Dan Campbell and like do the interviews, the combine interviews?
Of course. Those interviews are more important than the combine, Stoney.
Yeah.
We'll test the kids' interview skills as well. More information, 971theticket.com. All right, Stoney, on the cookie jar.
Yeah.
People saying that their favorite Lions, Tigers, Red Wings, their favorite athletes growing up. Chet Lemon actually was Craig and Howell's favorite. Says, I was too young to remember him playing for the Tigers, but he held an annual summer baseball camp in Sheboygan that I would attend. He was the first autograph I ever received.
I screwed up. I have a Chet Lemon T-shirt that somebody gave me. It's just a big lemon that says Chet on it.
That's awesome.
And I forgot to wear it today.
Datsuk is my favorite all-time player, Chris in a van. Exciting style, man.
Oh.
Datsuki and Deeks.
As great as what's amazing about him is you hear I've seen videos where other players around the league who've played against him talk about him, like on Spit and Chicklets. It's unbelievable. They think he was like the hardest guy to play against.
Yeah, and I think we fixate on the Datsuki and Deeks. He was also really tough in his own zone.
Right.
Like
defensively, he was strong as hell. You didn't realize it.
Take the puck away from you. You don't even know what's going on. Nolan Ryan, my favorite player. Josh in Fowlerville. Marcus Thames, my favorite Tiger growing up. Seems like every game he was hitting a home run.
In 2006, he had a great season.
How about multiple Marcus Thames mentions on the show today?
Wow.
That's something. Role players. Does Vinny count?
I
thought about it.
I guess, he played a lot. So, yeah, it was a role. He was the first guy off the bench.
Yeah, microwave. Yeah, I thought about it. I thought, before my time, I probably shouldn't give it. And then I wondered, is he too high profile to hand out?
What a great guy, too. Love Vinny.
Nick in Farmington says Chris Draper. Can't get much of a better return for a role player. They got him for $1.
Right. I mean, you look him up. How many? You don't realize he's one of the four. I think there's 3 guys that were on all 4 cups.
Lidstrom, Draper,
and Maltby.
Yeah.
And Maltby, he fits that mode too.
Yeah, he would. The thing with Draper, you had a great penalty killer.
Yeah.
You were always going to have a strong 3rd/4th line because he could center that line. It made you a deeper hockey team.
The thing with hockey and role players, they are role players, but they played a lot because you play 4 lines.
Yeah, like a more modern, I guess, would be like Darren Helmer, Luke Glendening would be that type of player that when they were here, you could play him in the bottom pair.
By the way,
6.
if you could combine the 2 of them into one player, you'd have a great player.
You would.
I mean, Helm had the speed.
Glendening finish.
Helm had the breakaways. He was the worst. Drapes wasn't really good at breakaways either. By the way, speaking of which,
yes,
happy 60th birthday, Steve Yzerman today.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you'll call him today.
Oh, maybe I will. Happy birthday, Steve. Please make this hockey team better for all of our sakes. That's the thing people don't realize about this. Like, we all want it to work for Steve and the Red Wings. And the idea was if he can't do it, nobody can, which feels very reminiscent of Harbaugh at Michigan before it got going here. Just got to find our counter stallions. 248-5. Don't spit out your drink. 248-539-9797. Heather, you're so wrong.
Oh, on what?
I wear pajama pants, a tank top, and slides to golf all day on Saturday while my wife and young kids are home. Love the show. Pajama pants allow too much swing, if you know what I mean. I can't be showing all that off in public from an unnamed texter.
Well, how are you showing it off, though?
Well, maybe he's got a lot to show off. I don't know.
But they're so bad. They're supposed to be baggy, so you're not really showing them off.
He's saying even with the baggy, you can't miss it.
Well, great. Congratulations to you.
From our well-endowed listeners.
Yes.
The other kind of pants contain it.
Yeah.
What else we got here? On Probert comes up. Role player or favorite player, could
Correct.
be either. And everything bad about social media is basically the online version of fraternity losers. That's echoed several times. Frats are for DBs, final answer, and fraternities are definitely for losers.
You know, there are certain fraternities that do have the douche membership quota. There's no doubt about it. But there's other fraternities that don't.
Kind of your choice.
Yeah, pretty much.
What you're going to join. Shaq was team fraternity on TNT yesterday.
Oh, he was?
That's how they got in their little spat, and Barkley said they're for losers.
Well, Shaq, I don't know. Does
I think
Shaq,
he may be in a fraternity.
does he have the brand? You know, a lot of the fraternities, especially the African American fraternities, the brothers have the brand.
Yeah, I think so.
I meant brothers in two ways, actually.
Look at you. All right, we'll talk Tiger baseball coming up in the 8 o'clock hour here. Put it to the test. Buy, sell, and hold these Tigers who have surprised early in the season. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers went 7-3 in their 10-game road trip and wrapped up with a sweep in the Rockies, including a doubleheader yesterday where they won 10-2 and 11-1. Keter Montero, Casey Baez will toss gems on the mound. The offense chipped in really up and down the lineup, including Brewer Hicklin, who collected his first couple major league hits yesterday. There were a pair of Stanley Cup playoff games last night. The Capitals tied the series with the Hurricanes thanks to a 3-1 win, while the Oilers took a 2-0 lead in the series with the Golden Knights, 5-4 the final there in OT. In the NBA playoffs, the Warriors are tied with the Timberwolves, 1-1. Steph Curry said yesterday he doesn't have a timeline for his return from his first muscle strain of his career. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's not the summer yet, but we are shaping up for one of those summers, and it's a special thing in this city when we have a summer like this, where your baseball team's infectious, where people can't get enough. You got a 6-game homestand that starts tonight. Tarek Skubal on the mound against the Texas Rangers. Good starting pitching matchups all weekend long. And the baseball team has surprised us.
Stunningly.
By everybody's expectations. Even the most optimistic Tigers fans didn't say they'd have the best record in baseball this point in the season.
No, you thought last year was just this, ridiculous ending, and it was great. It
Lightning
was
in
fun.
a bottle.
Yeah,
red hot.
You never thought it was going to continue, and it has continued.
And some. They have the best run differential in baseball. They are plus 83, which is significantly better than everybody else. Helps when you play the Rockies, but they didn't slightly beat the Rockies. They didn't gently win a 3-2 ball game. They hammered them.
Everybody has to play the Rockies, and the Dodgers and Padres and Giants, good teams, they have to play the Rockies 13 times.
And the Rockies may lose 130 ball games.
Right. And the Tigers do have to play the White Sox 13.
Yeah, but I think the Rockies are the worst team in baseball.
Yes.
Borderline minor league ball club.
They could be flirting with the all-time record.
Yeah,
was broken last year.
May stand for all of 1 year.
Yes.
I don't care. I mean, people bring up, you guys shouldn't get too excited. They beat the Rockies. Okay, when are we allowed to be excited about the baseball team? I got to wait till they win the World Series. I think everybody is excited about this baseball team. And Stoney, the pitching was a given. The surprises have been what we've seen from Torkelson, what we've seen from Baez, and both of them are in the markets, the favorites to win AL Comeback Player of the Year.
Right.
So actually, I think what would be fun to do here is if we could play a stock market game. There you go. The markets are open this morning. 3 Tigers find themselves among the favorites to win AL Comeback Player of the Year. They are Spencer Torkelson, Javi Baez, and Casey Mize. The question is simple, Stoney, and to everybody out there listening. Buy, sell, hold. One of each. 248-539-9797. These guys have all been great stories. You can buy one, you can hold one, and you got to sell one.
For me, the buying one is the easier of the three for me.
Okay.
And that's Casey Mize. I trust him. I think he, barring injury, of course, to any of them, but I just think he's got it together. He's every game seems to be he's pitching really, really well. My hold, wow, that's a tough one. My hold would be Jav Baez, believe it or not, because he's doing it both offensively and defensively. And not that Torque isn't. I see Torque, and I'd fine if it happens. But if I have to make a decision, market's
going to close.
Figuratively, gun is to my head. I'm selling Torque because his batting average is slowly dipping a little bit. His production, power is still there, but I don't trust it as much. That's mine.
Damn, Stoney gave up on Torkelson.
I had to give up on one of them.
Just giving you a hard time.
I know.
248-539-9797. That is the challenge. Buy, sell, hold. Torque, Mize, Baez. Baez.
Yeah.
Harvey. I guess if you're selling, he's Harvey.
Yes.
My crack at it. I'd buy Casey Mize.
Yep.
The swing and miss stuff is real. This is not a number 4, number 5 ground ball pitcher who's just, nibbling.
Right. To me, that was easy.
97 on the gun with a splitter that is as unhittable as any pitch in baseball. That's a number 2 on this staff, which is a statement. This is a hell of a staff. Mm-hmm. With Fetter, I feel like it's sustainable. They've unlocked something. He's got a stronger lower body. He's figured out the harder splitter. Mize is the buy.
The other ones are hard.
I'm gonna hold Torkelson.
Okay.
And here's why. I think the power is here, even though the average has started to dip a little bit. The doubles and the homers are still there. A young enough player where I think this could be who he is, right? He's gone through the adversity, and this is who he is. And I'll sell Baez. And the thought is you got to sell high. His on-base percentage is .355, which is the career best. Do I think he's suddenly tapped into a completely different level of player in his 30s? No, he's the guy most likely to regress.
I get that. But Torkelson is, if you're okay with him being Rob Deere, basically, and his average probably will even be worse. But yeah, look, it's not an easy one.
If Torque gives him 35 homers, but only hits, 230, 235, I take it.
Sign me up. Okay.
I don't know that Baez is going to have an OPS over 330.
Probably not.
I think that would be a career high for him. It's 350. Anyway. Behind the glass, you guys can weigh in. We'll take some phone calls and ticket text. Buy, sell, hold. Mize.
No, on-base percentage, you said OPS over 330. If there's OPS over 330.
You knew what I meant. Thank you for correcting before I get attacked on the ticket text. Yes. Tom, go ahead.
Mine are the same order as yours. Mize is the buy because Mize can be the number 2 in the playoffs. And I have some Jack Flaherty concerns right now.
Do you?
Yeah, and especially against good lineups, and that's what they're going to face in the playoffs. So the ceiling, taking Casey Mize, who I didn't know would be able to pitch again, at least or stay on the team this year going in, is your number 2 in the playoffs. Yes, bye. Torque is in the middle, and here's why. So extra base hit leaders in MLB, he's in the top 9.
Wow.
These names are Bregman, Judge, Alonso, Carroll, Ohtani, Witt.
Who's the first guy?
Bregman.
It's a good company to be in.
They didn't get him.
I know.
And he's doing extra base hit-wise what they wanted to get Bregman for. That's why. And you hate to omit Baez out of this because defensively, we don't know if Meadows is going to be okay. We don't know if Vierling's going to be okay. So I think this is here to stay to a degree with him. I can't believe I'm saying that. Like, of all 3 of these, I marvel that Javi's helping this team. I was adamant. I almost was like, going into this season, I wanted nothing to do with the Tigers if they didn't buy him out. That's where I was.
We had some very passionate discussions at the end of last season, and the consensus was, with really no objection, Javi can't be on this team.
Correct.
Can't be. It would be an insult to the fans. You're going to pay him either way. Get him off the team.
Right. Well, I made the analogy about poop.
Poop.
And the other thing is, everybody said at the end of the season, it wasn't just us, it was fans, it was other shows. You have to prove you're a serious franchise and get rid of him.
Look, you want to offer money to Bregman? Fine. Throw money at Javi and make him go away. This is a real conversation.
Yes.
The conversation's over.
Yeah. And when Scott Harris said, well, we're going to bring him back to Lakeland, see what he can do with the injury. Yeah, you're just being nice and all that stuff.
Scott, what do you know?
Right. And, Scott Harris so far has proved to be right.
Are we counting this for Scott Harris? I just paused on that. That hit me. Are we counting that?
Well, I think he deserves. He could have said goodbye.
Could he have?
I don't know.
That's why I don't know.
Yeah,
that's why I don't know. I mean, it may have been a situation where I got no choice.
Right.
What the hell? I may as well see. And then the injuries opened up an opportunity for him to play more. And to Javi's credit, I give a lot of credit to the individual players here.
Right.
Javi Baez could have sulked. He could have pouted. He could have said, I'm getting my money either way. I'm not moving off my position. He could be like Devers.
Right.
I'm not getting moved around the diamond. Then I'm going to struggle and I'm going to look bad. I'm not doing it. Javi hasn't.
No.
Torkelson, hey, we're making you play the outfield. We've signed someone and we're going to bump someone over to your position. And for Casey Mize, it looked like his career was on life. Remember, he was squabbling with the organization over for MLB standards, a small amount of money.
Correct.
It really felt like all these guys were on the outs. And now there's three key cogs in why the Tigers are the best team record-wise in all of baseball. 248-539-9797. We'll take some ticket texts on all three of them.
Look, I think Mize is the no-brainer, and at least the three people here have agreed on that. The Torque, I understand why you'd want to hold Torque. It comes across crazy that I would trust Baez more than I would trust Torque. I don't know. Because I think he can do more because he's so good defensively right now. And
you could say he's currently more valuable than Torque because of that.
Right.
But again, you're forecasting out the next 60 days.
I don't know.
Is he
Meadows.
really?
I remember I was with Gator. We did, bold ass predictions for the beginning of this season. One of mine was that Javi was going to hit 20 home runs, and then Meadows wouldn't be back till after the All-Star break, if that. And I'm still not convinced Parker Meadows is going to be playing before the All-Star break.
I'm not either. We keep saying they're going to get healthy, and I've really tried to hone in on the Vierling part of that because the Meadows stuff, I don't know.
Right.
It's not a normal injury where you say it's got a timetable, a normal,
Correct.
6 to 8 week recovery or whatever it would be. It's a nerve that has to wake up. And when is it going to wake up? I don't know. Shoulder shrug. Like if you're the doctor, that's your diagnosis. Shoulder shrug. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we figure it out.
Yeah.
And then he'll still have to ramp up and contribute. So I'm not. I think the earliest we thought was late May, guys. That's the end of this month. That doesn't feel like it's right around the corner for Parker.
So I think that we're all in lockstep with Mize. And the Torque Baez debate, the way this gets settled long term is Torque keep hitting the doubles.
Yeah.
Because I think the homers are going to stay. But does he become, Rob Deere and Adam Dunn and drop down to 200, 190
yeah, but
and lose the doubles? And he just, because he's, I do think as a hitter, there's a fine line to driving the ball and trying to hit home runs. And he can't fall in that trap.
Who's more likely to turn into a swinging, spinning top in the batter's box?
Baez.
Yeah.
Not Baez.
Right, Baez, not Baez.
Historically correct, but this is part of the thing about Javi Javier that I really like is that even though he does strike out, he's still striking out, but he's not striking out at crap.
The ugly stuff in the other batter's box.
Yeah.
It's few and far
Sometimes
between.
there's a bad swing, but it's usually not on strike three.
He's working more counts.
Yeah.
He's had more productive at bats. If you want to nerd out about it, I think if you're watching, you're seeing signs of plate maturity, plate discipline that he hasn't had. But I would default to, you don't you don't change, like old dog, new tricks. When you're 32 years old, are you going to completely remake that and have it sustained for 162? Look, I'm grateful that he's contributing.
Correct.
I'm grateful that we're not having the conversation about buying him out and grumbling about him. But
Right.
So if I would have presented this topic like in February to you, and I said this is seriously something we're going to do 3 months from now, I want you to put the odds on that happening.
Oh, tiny.
20 20,000 to 1.
Yeah. This is incredible.
What would you have said in January or February? This is a question. You can only keep one.
Wow.
Old one.
Well,
sell. What would you have said then?
it would be sell hobby.
Buy it. Yeah, buy
no
as a-
doubt.
Yep.
And I think I would have still said keep Mize.
Because of the pitching, because you have a good pitching coach, you feel like you could unlock more there.
Yeah, I think you consider like torque a penny stock.
Yeah, it'd be holding because what am I going to do? I'm going to see what happens.
Javi'd be more like Enron.
Oh, God.
Right? Yeah. That's not exaggerating.
No, he was radioactive. Okay, we got some thoughts from you guys. We'll get to them next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, the sun is out. The weather's warming up. That means it's time for baseball and getting back outside. And I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind. And they're a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with no bubbles. Their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. And with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, if you're injured in a car accident, you're looking around, you're looking for someone who can help you out. You're stressed, you're in pain, you're confused. There's a law firm out there that cares about you, and I'm talking about KG Law. Lawrence KG and his team, they're an experienced group. They've staffed up. They get you the biggest possible payout. And the biggest thing is they're not going to treat you like a number in this insurance game. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter. He built his business with the idea that you're not a number. He came up in this business wanting to do it differently. And his team is going to look after you when you need it most. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Check them out online, kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. It's just comical yesterday.
Yes. Who had Brewer Hinklin is getting going 2 for 3 yesterday? Who ever heard of Brewer Hinklin before yesterday?
What's Hicklin? So
Hinklin. Oh, yeah, my bad. I can't read my handwriting. Yeah, okay.
He's clearly not a memorable Tiger, to put it that way.
I know.
It was his first major league hit, and it's a cool moment. But yeah, man, doubleheader and all hands on deck, and they just kicked their ass.
Yeah.
21-3. It's a fringe baseball team over there, but you do what you're supposed to do against bad teams. You pummel them. Yeah. And the Tigers have the best record in baseball, the best run differential in baseball, and we're going to talk more about what this summer holds.
28-9, they out-hit him yesterday. I want to give some, we were talking about, buy, sell, and hold.
Yeah.
Before we get to those texts, I want to give some love to Trey Sweeney, man.
Go for it.
I mean, 14-28 in May. I mean, I know this is only May 9th. So, yes, it's 500 he's batting with an OPS of 1.267. But what's impressive to me the most about it is he went through this in early May with the fielding and the yip. They didn't want to call it the yips, but it was. And he got out of that. He's playing good defense. He's hitting the ball. A little power he's showing every once in a while. Underrated, the Flaherty trade, even if the other what's Lorenzo, if he doesn't make it, I mean, Sweeney's already contributed, even contributed last year in a little way.
It's the best thing you can point to for Scott Harris.
Yes,
is the
so
way
far,
the way he handled the deadline last year, and then to circle back and kind of complete it with Flaherty coming back.
Right.
That's the best move he's made so far.
Yeah.
The most noticeable. I mean, a lot of the stuff's more subtle and smaller and player development and strike zone stuff. Ticket texters on the buy, sell, hold question. Vierling is tearing up AAA last I checked. Baez might be playing a lot of center just because there's no place to put him. Mm-hmm. So the question is if he's not going to be as big of a role here. He's a guy you probably sell of the group. Someone asks, literally, should they sell him? Does this performance make Javi tradable?
No, because I don't think nobody wants his contract. I mean, yeah, so the Tigers would pay half, whatever. No, I don't think it makes him sellable.
Baez should get a standing O tonight.
That would be awesome. Because even, when he was struggling and all that stuff, he never pouted really. He was a good teammate. It was like when he was with the Mets, he basically gave the middle finger to the fans and things like that. He hasn't done any of that here when he was horrible. And I know he heard that people just were so bad and mad at him.
Yeah, but I don't think Tiger fans were wrong to boo him when he struggled.
No, not at all.
And I think it's more than appropriate to give the guy a hand tonight.
Absolutely. He's been very important.
He actually leads the team in WAR, which is a crazy stat, and do what you want with WAR. But it measures. Did you fall out of your chair over there? I mean, that's crazy, right? He leads the team in WAR, 1.6 WAR. Him and Torkelson.
Let me ask you this question, not to digress before we go to Heather's in the news.
Yeah.
Do you know how they calculate WAR? I mean, I'll use it always. WAR is this, is WAR is that. How is it calculated? I know.
Rattle off the formula.
Okay. I know it means wins above replacement. I know all that, but nobody's been able to explain to me how you get it.
When we gave that stat to Gator, he said that's why WAR is a flawed stat.
Right.
He wasn't saying that Javi's a bad player, but he goes, he's not the best player on the team.
Right.
Couple more responses. I'm buying Casey Mize. I'm holding Torque. I think the power stays, and I'm selling Baez, but I'm scared of getting burnt. Sell, and sell. All three are flukes to me. from the unnamed texter.
Okay.
Tigers are averaging 10.5 runs per game the last 4. Boys, the summer's about to be fantastic. That's Mize, buy, hold Torque, sell Baez.
That's what most people.
Mize is the reliable starter. Torque has an everyday role long term, and Baez is playing a position with an established starter who will be back eventually, and he might not be an everyday player. Sell Javi, he's at his 52-week high.
Okay. I get it.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Let's talk Paul Pierce. He made good on his promise to walk to work in a robe after being wrong about his prediction that the Celtics would take Game 2 over the Knicks on Wednesday. So he started documenting his trek on Instagram, started right around 5 a.m., and he checked in multiple times during his walk. And then he arrived to the studio lot right around 1 p.m. And some people aren't convinced that the timing all matched up, that he really didn't walk the whole thing. But he said it was 100% real. And he ended his journey by being wheeled onto set.
That was awesome. I love the fact that he came in on the wheelchair because that was so controversial back in the day. I kind of think he did do it because if he wouldn't have, he'd be just shamed because people
were probably following him, don't you think? I mean, clearly people were talking to him on his walk because that's what we just heard. I mean, he wore shoes. He didn't go barefoot.
Right.
What about the robe?
He wore the robe.
He wore a
He
robe.
did? Okay.
Yeah, he wore the robe. I mean, I have no idea. I'm going to take his word for it that he did it.
The wheelchair
there.
shows he has a good sense of humor, which
Yeah.
I can appreciate. He's not my favorite player
No, I
or
know.
analyst or anything, but sense of humor is a good thing.
Yes.
A Detroit nurse could spend a decade behind bars after admitting to stealing fentanyl from an emergency room where he worked. 53-year-old Travis Eskridge of Grosse Pointe Park pleaded guilty to a charge of tampering with a consumer product. And authorities say that while he was working at Ascension St. John Hospital, he was stealing fentanyl from vials and then replacing it with a different type of liquid. He was fired, obviously, after the theft was detected. That was back in 2022. Now he faces up to 10 years in prison and fines up to $250,000. He'll be sentenced on September 11th. Yeah, yikes. A Clawson man with a blood alcohol level nearly 4 times the legal limit was arrested after driving erratically on I-75 last week. Guess where he was spotted? Troy! They're always after drunk drivers. Well, they spotted him in Troy. He was crossing all the lanes of the freeway, veering off onto the shoulder. And when officers stopped this man, a 37-year-old man, he had bloodshot, watery eyes. They said they could immediately smell alcohol coming from the vehicle. He blew a .311.
Holy.
Whoa.
It's like death.
Say, you're lucky to be alive at that point.
You're lucky that you're alive and everyone else on the road is
Also
alive
true.
as well. This is really interesting. There's a company that had to pay a woman $40,000 because a coworker compared her to Darth Vader. Yes. So there's this woman in England. She was working as a supervisor at this blood donation center. Doesn't really matter where she was working, but that's where she was working. She sued her company after some of her coworkers took this online personality test, just for fun.
Yeah, just for fun.
And it's supposed to tell you which Star Wars character you are. So you fill out a questionnaire and it's you're Princess Leia or whatever it is, right? They come up with your
Yoda.
Yeah, they come up with your character. Well, I guess one of the coworkers filled it out for this woman. The woman didn't do it herself, right? And she came up as Darth Vader. The coworker told everybody that her superior was Darth Vader-like, And apparently that was enough for this woman to quit her job, sue her company, and walk away with 40 grand.
Oh, get over yourself.
I can't believe she
Stupid
won.
online
The
quiz.
judge said that it created a hostile work environment.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It's crazy, but it's true.
You know who would have done that? Darth Vader.
Sued his company and walked away.
That's exactly. It's a Darth Vader thing to do.
Yes. Finally, Mother's Day is this Sunday. Don't forget. And this year, consumer spending is expected to increase. So spending is expected to rise to $34.1 billion, which is up slightly from last year. The average person is planning to spend $259 on Mother's Day gifts and celebrations.
They're probably buying the same amount of stuff, but
Yeah, just everything's more
costs.
Well, yes.
Everything costs more.
But that's more than just a bouquet of flowers.
Right.
That could be a lot of things.
What do you think the most common purchases are beyond a bouquet of flowers?
Jewelry.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty common for a gift for a woman, no matter what. I like the silly mother, like the sentimental stuff better. Like one year I got the kid's footprint in a stepping stone. Like I like that stuff that's like kid related. I don't need a big gift. Just
New pickleball paddle. That's what she wants.
oh, that's a good gift.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I like that. Did you get it? Did the kids get it?
we're getting it.
Yeah, good.
You're running out of time here.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1. poured it on them. Come home tonight. Tarek Skubal on the mound.
Wyatt Langford and the Texas Rangers.
Rangers have a losing record. They're going to throw some good arms. Should be some good baseball this weekend at Comerica Park. The Tigers have said, hey, get your tickets while they last. We're getting into that time of year. And it doesn't happen every year.
No.
But one of those summers.
When the team is good and the weather is nice, you're getting 30,000 minimum at Comerica every game.
Throwing that it's a Friday and your ace is on the mound. This is going to be one of those games.
Yeah.
Should be a great crowd.
Tomorrow is the Tarek Skubal surprise bobblehead game.
What do you mean surprise bobblehead?
There's 3 different bobbleheads.
Oh, you don't know which one you're going to get.
Yeah, one I know because I saw on the post-game show because Fox 2 did the game yesterday with Dan Miller, Birchie, and Wojo. They revealed one of them is just a regular home jersey. The others, the City Connect, and I forget what the third one. Probably Road.
I hope the third one's the one in Cleveland when he went and with his arms up and said, "Come on, bring it."
Yeah.
Greatest moment ever.
I wish he would have embraced that more.
Oh, I know.
He kind of regretted it afterwards.
No way. I'm telling you what, man, that will be etched in my mind forever as a sports fan, seeing that in person.
Which is great because it's a good rivalry, right, between the two teams in the cities,
Yeah.
and he backed it up. He kind of challenged the crowd, and they challenged him, and that's sports.
There have been probably 10 off the top of my head road games for the Detroit teams in my life, maybe more. I got to tell you, that might be the best moment. I saw Barry blow out Rod Woodson's knee. That play where he juked him and he.
I was at that game too.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, the Skubal thing was just legend, man.
Could you tell what he was doing from? Because you were sitting in right field stands.
Yeah,
right?
I looked down when he how is he gonna react when he gets out of that inning? And I saw that. It was like almost a wrestler. Like it was almost like watching Triple H out there.
By the way,
like, what would he do? Or Ric Flair?
By the way, Jim, I don't know if you know this, but Gov actually on a road game, so the Lions get robbed.
Oh no!
Right, Marcus Pollard game.
Yeah, do you remember that one? The Lions took the lead. He caught the touchdown. They reversed it, and they shouldn't have.
You were at that game.
So I took a picture of the scoreboard when they went ahead.
You have told me about
and I sent
this,
it to the Lions PR team.
Oh my God! We're going to talk a lot about this summer because it's not summer yet, Stoney.
Right, I know.
But we are setting up for, and tonight might be the first indication of what's to come. We're setting up for one of those special summers in the city of Detroit. We got a fun comparison at the end of the hour here.
Yes. Meanwhile, the Stanley Cup playoffs going on right now. And last night, Vegas at home loses to Edmonton. I think we're going to get a Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup.
You going to vomit?
No. Well, if it's Toronto, I'll vomit. Edmonton or Winnipeg, I'd be cool with.
Okay.
Or I'd be okay with, put it that way. You know, McDavid deserves to win a Stanley Cup. And if they get there and win it, and if they would beat Florida, which would be better probably. But anyway, my favorite player in these Stanley Cup playoffs is somebody who I think Red Wing fans would love, and I'd love to hear from the hockey fans out there who follow the game even closer than me, 248-539-9797, of somebody, you know, today's Steve Yzerman's birthday, 60. You know, for his birthday, he should go and get himself something. And that would be, and it's almost impossible in today's NHL to do this, although St. Louis did it, but it's not impossible. With lower players, though. Very rarely you'll see a great player or somebody who could be great move teams when he's a restricted free agent. And that's Matthew Knies. Matthew Knies, 29 goals, 29 assists this season. He scored a goal the other night. He's tough. He's 6'3", 227. He's exactly what this team needs. Young, but he's a restricted free agent. And there's debates right now in Toronto. They can't come to a deal because he wants a short-term deal, like 3-4 years, so he'd be a free agent again at like age 27. So and the Maple Leafs smartly want to lock him up for 8 or 9 years.
8's the most you could do, yes.
Yes. So if you're the Red Wings, even if you know he won't agree, Toronto will match it because they can match it.
Yeah.
Don't you try to offer like a major poison pill, something that would be so hard for your divisional opponent to swallow. And if they don't swallow you know what? We're getting them. We're getting him because he's 23. He's 22 years old right now. You could have had him in the second round of the draft, but you took Shea Boehm instead.
Hey, Yzerman's been a great drafter. How dare you? How dare you?
First round, he's been really good.
How dare you?
But, yes. To me, it makes all the sense in the world, and I still think Toronto would find a way to match it or whatever.
Yeah, but the point is...
Go for it!
Yeah, so you said, it's Yzerman's birthday. Gift him a set of fangs, some bite to this free agency, a set of dice, roll the dice a little bit. Look, I don't know how it would play out, and Yzerman has said publicly that he's never even considered this whole offer sheet game because the problem is you end up tying up money in a player that you never actually get. But Toronto's going to be fighting some cap games when their season ends.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Marner's the obvious one.
Right.
If they keep Marner and all of a sudden the dollars get real lean and Steve throws an offer on the table that's maybe a little outside his own comfort zone but causes Toronto to sweat,
yes,
you end up landing a guy with postseason experience on Toronto's top line who makes you better. Now, Stoney, you're familiar, you know how this works, though. You will have to give up draft pick compensation as well.
Who cares?
I know. I wanted to make sure people understand.
Yes.
If you were to sign, and I have it in front of me what last year's breakdown was. Let's say, how much money do you think he's going to get?
He would probably get...
North of 6?
No, I think he'll get they're talking 4 to 5.
Okay, 4 to 5 million. You got to give up a first and a third if the team doesn't match. I think we're at the point now where I don't need these first round picks.
No, your first round picks are your collateral to get better players.
Correct. If you're willing to how about this? Steve Yzerman has said, and he's right, they are in a position where they are willing to give up first round picks, but not for rentals.
Right.
Well, this wouldn't be a rental. You'd be getting a guy who's in the window, 20-something years old, locked up in his 20s for a first and a third.
Right. Now,
done.
Now,
And they have a lot of cap space where they can set $5-6 million over here and still do some stuff in the background.
The downside is he probably still only wants a 4-year contract or whatever.
Get him in the building.
I'll take it.
Get him in the building.
Yes.
This is if you don't believe you're getting Marner, and this is your number one guy.
Yes.
Okay.
He's my number one guy.
Well, there's means to do it. It doesn't have to be this impossibility. I know you say this is never going to happen.
I know.
It's not impossible if Steve's got some fangs and is willing to, ruffle some feathers and make some noise.
I'd actually do something I haven't done in a long, long time.
What'd you do?
I'd buy a jersey. I'd buy a Matthew Nyes jersey.
You love this guy.
I do.
You call him your crush.
Yeah.
Hockey fans, let us know. 248-539-9797.
And I'm sure there's a lot of Leaf fans out there who say, Stoney, you're crazy. There's no way he's ever getting out of Toronto, which I'd say he's probably 95% accurate.
Make him.
Yeah.
Let's say he's going to go for 5. Offer 6-5.
Yeah.
Offer 7. The cap's going up. You've locked all your guys up to cost-controlled deals.
Yeah.
But Steve would have to get outside his comfort zone. We are getting to the point where he has to, though, right?
Yes. Absolutely.
He doesn't want to take unnecessary risks. He's been very much, hey, we're gonna draft, we're gonna build this, we're gonna have a dynasty.
Something tells me something. I don't know. I guess it would. Something big's gonna happen this summer. I don't know if it's us signing a free agent, if it's trading somebody like Larkin. I just have a feel. It's a hunch. I'm not, predicting. Well, I guess I am kind of, but I just have this weird feeling that something big's gonna happen.
Look, I think some people are used to radio show demands big move.
No.
With the Wings, though, it feels necessary. Like the Tigers, we're going to ask for them to add at the deadline. With the Lions, hey, can you go add that pass rusher? For the Red Wings, they are stalling out. They are in desperate need to do something to shake this up.
Right.
Otherwise, what are we going to do? We are going to be in playoff contention again next year, and golly gee, I sure hope we make it. Without a big move, that's going to be the narrative next year. It's going to be, we'll get Pelika up before the end of the season, and these young guys are still getting their feet under them. Kosa's not here yet. The timeline hasn't even started, Stoney.
I know.
I'd like to see the timeline start.
By the way, I'm just curious. Have you gotten your half-season ticket price stuff yet? We
had to renew way back. You'll love the timing of this. I think it was basically flat. I mean, it wasn't significant. It wasn't like what Lions fans are going through where you notice it. It was like, oh, okay, this is about what we paid last season.
Okay.
But no, that was back in March, conveniently.
Yeah.
They didn't know they were going to collapse.
Right.
I'm not trying to take a shot, but of course it was in March before everything fell apart. But I imagine a lot of season ticket holders would be looking at it the same way I am, which is sooner rather than later, please. I'm not going to keep sending you donations.
No.
I want to see wins.
Yes, exactly.
All right, you threw out Matthew Nice. 248-539-9797. First ticket text. No and no. Signed Steve. Stoney, can you repeat the name? I was daydreaming. Signed Steve. Stoney, stop trying to push the envelope. I said 10 years. That's signed Ken in British Columbia.
Ken from British Columbia might be Ken in Long Island, by the way. He's like the leading candidate to take over for Lou Lamoriello.
By the way, Quinville hired.
I know.
And everybody,
he was
that
toxic.
was a name I threw out when they were looking potentially.
You know what it is
And,
Anaheim fired their coach and said, we will make the playoffs. Well,
and who's their GM?
Pat Verbeek.
former Red Wing assistant, general manager.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Not to say McClellan's not the guy.
No.
But
No, that's not what.
you know Quinville can coach.
Yes.
A lot of baggage, though.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 248-539-9797. That's out there for the hockey fans. We're going to get into the summer that may be with the Tigers. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Swept the Rockies. Fixing that road record. Best record in all of baseball. Stoney, you want to know what people had to say about your...
Matthew Nyes, they think I'm on drugs.
Your hockey crush for the Red Wings this offseason? I'll have to look into Stoney's plan, but there's no way I'm giving him term. Signed, Steve. Stoney, everything sounds great except you're forgetting one thing. Stevie has zero aggression and zero urgency, and they won't spend. Sorry.
Well, I think they spend.
Yeah, they spend.
They spend.
Poorly.
They don't spend wisely.
Guys, I have a very important question. Do you think it's possible that the new Pope is aware of Javi Baez's career and his resurgence? He's from Chicago and a baseball fan. Signed, Andrew.
Maybe.
He's not a Cubs fan, though.
No, he's a White Sox
fan.
Yeah, he's not doing the White Sox any good.
Which proves, that cares about the less fortunate.
That's right. Exactly.
As a Toronto fan, you can take Mitch Marner. He'll never have the production he did in Toronto. You leave Matthew Nyes alone.
Yeah,
Jeff in a truck.
That might be part of the decision Toronto's going to have to make. I'd rather have Nyes than Marner because it's a little cheaper and he's a lot younger. But Marner's great.
I would rather have Marner. They have all this cap space. They have north of $20 million in cap space. So I'm not really sweating the difference there.
I think
the difference maker is Marner. He's the bigger difference maker.
I think Nyes is a better all-around. He's more of a complete player.
Disagree. Marner kills penalties, plays a power play. He's a better passer. He's played with Dylan Larkin at an All-Star game.
Believe me.
It's why he's going to make more money. I mean, I realize I'm arguing the obvious.
I know, yeah.
Stoney, is your theory here kind of like trying to pluck a Braden Point off the Lightning like 5-6 years ago?
Maybe.
Roughly?
Yeah.
Well, he's not. Nyes isn't. You're saying before they break out.
Yeah. Sort of like, yeah.
I mean, he's 22 years old. He had 29 and 29 this year.
It's encouraging.
And he's tough.
From a Leafs fan.
So his point.
From a Leafs fan, keep your hands off our players, Bill and Waterford. You knew you were going to poke the bear a little there.
That's okay. I mean, I'm not. They have good players.
They do. We need to take some.
And they're really, you know what?
Stop collecting them all.
They're good, and they're so much different than they have been in the past because they're tough. Their back end's good, and they're gritty, and they get the right coach for that team.
Yeah, they made that change. Maybe this is, I hate saying it, this could be their year.
I know.
The NHL should love an Edmonton-Toronto final if it gets there. And both teams are up 2-0.
The problem is that it's not a problem. I'll still watch it. So it really doesn't affect me. The ratings for in the United States for two Canadian teams, even with McDavid, even with being Toronto, would not be really good. Now, would it? I mean, is Dallas, Carolina, would that be rating? No.
No, and I think a good litmus test is the non-hockey guy. So, I think of Evan Jenkins in The Office. He is classic non-hockey guy. He's a basketball guy. You typically pick. A lot of people are one or the other.
Right. He knows McDavid. That's about it.
Yeah, because we're like, hey, Mikko Rantanen had a big... He goes, who?
Yeah.
Like, Mikko Rantanen, it's this great story, and he's this star, and he took down his former... Evan's eyes are glazing over, so we're not going to bore people with stuff they don't care about. But I think this wing stuff is interesting because even this texter says Steve is backed into a corner whether he realizes it or not. He gambled with the existing roster, banked on young guys to perform, and they didn't. He has to make a move, and if he doesn't, it's malpractice and he needs to leave.
I don't disagree with that at all.
The thing that, I don't know if we've talked about it on air, you and I, the Yzerman press conference. He did the I'm responsible, I'm the general manager. But when it comes to the bad signings, he would just deflect to, well, guys didn't perform. Well, maybe you guys misidentified.
Right.
Why is that never the explanation?
And what's crazy to me is that, and I know he actually played better this year and his injury really affected him, but Kopp and Comfer, I mean.
It's kind of redundant to have two of them.
But number one, but he always talks about term, but you gave them like 5 and 6 year, 4 and 5 year contracts.
Yeah, they were long-term deals.
Yes. So when maybe he just doesn't want to be burnt again.
And they said, well, the short-term deals have been better, but then I would argue Tarasenko was a short-term 2-year deal.
Right.
Not good.
Look, we know he wanted to keep Gostisbehere and didn't because Gostisbehere wanted to go to a better team. And probably the money was similar.
Great goal last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not mad at Gostisbehere. He wanted to go to a team that could win the Stanley Cup. We haven't built that team here.
No, not at all.
Guys, there's an unwritten rule between NHL teams not to sign each other's unrestricted players to offer sheets. The Blues did it last year.
Right.
The Oilers, and they were criticized big time in the hockey world, Glenn and Celine.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of the good old boys club.
It's ridiculous.
Hey, you're allowed to, you do it.
Yes. It's nuts. Good for St. Louis.
I'm happy they did it because
Damn
hopefully
right.
it kicks some other teams in the pants to actually do it.
Right. I mean, I remember Back in the old, remember, like Scott Stevens, I remember he signed an offer sheet, so the Devils got him. The Blues had to lose him. I remember that. I mean,
Sakic, remember?
yes.
That was a whole thing.
Oh, the Rangers signed him to an offer sheet, and it was a poison pill, and Colorado.
They took it.
Yeah.
They dealt with it. How about Fedorov? Was it the offer sheet from Carolina?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Carmanos did that.
Yes, he did. And you know what? You want to know why number 91's not up at Little Caesars Arena? It's because of that offer sheet. That's the reason.
Stupid stubbornness.
Yes.
Nyes is a great player. Problem is, Stevie only goes after Swedes.
He does have that reputation, especially in the draft, but he did draft Danielson 2 years ago.
I think the preference is guys who have played against grown men,
Yeah.
which tend to be Swedes who've played in the Swedish leagues over there.
Right.
We've had off-air conversations about the Red Wings not having enough Canadians. I think this is something to watch. I think it's too soon because too many of these guys are too young.
What do I tell you every time you bring
You
this
think
up?
I'm Don Cherry, and I think that's stupid. That's stupid. I'm not saying that. I'm not playing the soft Euro card. I do think Canadians care a little more, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, we'll get you some colorful suits, and we'll let you do it up later this
That's not a
offseason.
softness thing. It's a care factor. Stoney, I put something in Stoney said, guess what? When we looked this up during the season,
Right.
they have 3 Canadians.
You're saying the Rings only had 3 Canadians. One of them was Michael Rasmussen, right?
Yeah.
One of them was Talbot
Sherratt.
and Sherratt.
Sherratt's tough.
Yeah, he's tough.
I've just planted a seed in people's brains. It's going to be bad.
The Pope rooting for the White Sox proves there is no God. The Pope stuff is pretty great, right?
Yes.
The social media fun that people had with it yesterday.
Even Adam Schefter did a really funny thing.
What did he do?
He said they broke breaking news that the Cardinals have selected
They did.
with the first round. Yes, exactly.
The number 1 pick.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
American. I saw red, white, and blue smoke
Yeah.
billowing out from the Sistine Chapel. The Bears. They're celebrating that now. Caleb Williams has a guardian angel.
Now, does the Pope fly home and throw out the first ball at what do they even call that place anymore? Guaranteed Rate Field? I don't even know.
I think he will, right? At some point.
You would hope so.
I mean, the Pope does that's part of the Pope's job is to go around and be like an ambassador.
Yeah.
We'll get more papal sightings in the U.S.
Nice.
I've seen people say because he's a Midwest Pope, you just drop the P. Ope. He's the Ope.
He's the Pope.
Ope. Just squeeze right past you.
Or if he's from here, you'd put an S on everything. He's the Pope's.
Popes.
Yeah.
A lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, we're going to have a lot of fun with the Tigers this summer. It sure feels that way. It's 97-1. Gov is Don Cherry. Canadians care more? Really? Okay. We got to move on. I know. It's one of the first texts I saw. We're talking about the Tigers. Stoney, they're coming home. This is not the summer, but this feels like the start of summer in our brains. This could be sold out ballpark vibes. This could be the start of one of the great summers we have in Detroit, because it's great when your baseball team excites a fan base. And it's only happened a handful of times really in the last 30 years.
Right.
Like I would compare, I mean, clearly 84 is what everybody points to.
Right, but that's past, that's 30. We'll forget it.
Whatever.
Since post 84.
Yeah. What do we have? 06
was unbelievable.
The suddenness.
Because it came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And that whole run from 06, even though you had a bad year in 08, but the anticipation of that team, with when they got Miggy in 08 and they just didn't have a good year. Verlander, I think, was hurt. He had a bad season. 07, if I'm not mistaken, they were doing really well. Then I believe Sheffield got hurt with a fly ball and something.
He was the big offseason move.
Yeah, and then they went downhill there. But yes, 11, 12, 13, those years were unbelievable. 14 but after Leland left was good.
But it's interesting. So we say 30 years. I'm 32. So like the early part of my life,
right,
the Tigers were terrible. Like the late 90s and early 2000s. Yeah. We have a baseball team? Oh, I mean, I knew we had a baseball team, but they were not even on my radar as a sports fan.
Imagine Summers, okay, because the Lions really weren't good, but still, the Lions were still relevant. Doing sports talk radio in its infancy, and you had nothing. Nobody would talk about the Tigers. They were so bad. I mean, then you had the strike and all that stuff in '96, and it was just. But you lost a whole generation of baseball fans.
Oh, you did, and the thing that hooked people was 2006. Yes. I can speak for myself because at the time I'm 13 years old, and that's still catching you in your childhood a little bit, and I'm swept up in all of it. Gum Time and Pudge and all this fun Maglio with the big home run. Those are the moments that make you a fan, and that summer you couldn't get enough of that team.
Right.
You couldn't get enough of them. They raced out in May and June and July and were hammering people. At the end of July, that team was 70-35. That team was fun. It was sudden. It was surprising. There's a surprise element to this year, but they made the playoffs the year before, so it's not quite the same.
And we knew their pitching was going to be really good, if not elite anyway, the starting pitching per se. What we didn't expect is the contributions they're getting offensively, even if they don't statistically all match up, some of the players, but a lot of them are. It seems like it's a different guy every game. And, guys like Sweeney's been unbelievable right now. And that's what you need. You need a few guys. You get hot for like a month, and that's with their pitching. They're not going to do what they did this week against Colorado, but they're good enough. They have enough players where it's not far-fetched for them. They get 4 or 5 runs most games.
They have a top 5 offense, and they are top 5 in runs allowed.
Right.
So offense, defense, top 5. I mean, that's how you have the number 1 run differential in the game.
And the defense, which we all were lamenting going into the season, has not been great, but it's been better than we thought. I mean, even Chase Young, who we thought, he can hit, but he can't field.
It's kind of the opposite.
It's the opposite.
Yeah. John has been highlighting his defense, and if you're getting some good play at the hot corner, shortstop's been fine. Javi's given them a huge jolt in center field defensively.
Yes.
And their catcher position, you lose Jake Rogers, who's one of the better framers, strong throwing arm, getting runners out when they try to steal. To lose him, I would have thought, boy, they're going to take a hit defensively. Dingler's got a hose, and he's hitting. So they actually upgraded, even though Jake Rogers got hurt. Like that's the hallmark of a team that you end up really falling in love with is you wake up every day and there's a new storyline. So Sweeney's the flavor of today.
Right.
I mean, I appreciate Javi even more after seeing this Devers stuff in Boston. For people who missed it, they've moved him off third base to DH, and now with an injury at first base, they want him to play first, and he's refusing.
Yeah.
We aren't dealing with that. We got guys who go, Colt Keith, you brought in someone for a 1-year Band-Aid, I'm going to have to move positions? I don't care. I just want to play. I don't have a position because Torque's delivering? Cool. Just get me in the lineup. I want to play.
What's crazy about the Devers thing is that most players, when you talk to them, they'd rather field than be a DH. I don't understand. Is he just still so butthurt that he had to leave third base?
I think some of it is he feels like it's unfair to now throw something at him where he may struggle. It's not going to be easy.
Right, because he's never played it in the major leagues before.
But first is the spot you do that, right?
Yes.
I just appreciate so many things about this team and the little things, and they add up. And I think we have a great crowd this weekend at the ballpark.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if people are planning on coming down, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. How does this compare to the other summers, though? You have like the 11s, the 12s, the 13s. To me, those were very different. Those had like a pressure cooker quality to them.
Correct. They were expected a lot of
big payrolls, all-stars,
a lot of season
superstars.
tickets before the season.
And speaking of through the lens of sports radio, one blown save by Papa Grande would send people into a frenzy. This team's not going to do it. They're going to screw it up. They're not going to win the World Series.
Right.
There was certainly much more animosity and pressure around that team. This team doesn't feel like it has any of that.
I remember every afternoon when the lineup would come out or whatever, people would be criticizing Leland or, why are you sitting this guy out this game and all that. That's exciting.
I could still remember when Rieger would nudge Leland and they'd get the audio and they'd play it in the afternoon. Yeah. Like, here's what Leland said. He blew up in the clubhouse before the game.
I remember once we had Leland on the show and he was basically he was ripping Brandon Idge publicly.
Different times.
Yeah.
So how would you guys gauge your feelings about this baseball team going into the summer? Because I think it's the perfect medium of the two from 06 to 2012. Yeah. We're kind of in the sweet spot here.
Yes.
Where you're good, you're good, you don't have the weight of the world crashing down on you. They made the playoffs last year, but people didn't come into this year demanding World Series or bust. It feels like they're in a position where they will only continue to get better, too, as they get healthier and make some moves at the deadline.
Right. It's and the city itself, we're coming off the high of the Lions regular season, the low of the playoff game, and the Pistons coming out of nowhere to make an interesting playoff run. And how fun they were to watch. To this team, although, as we said, they were, 6 outs away or 7 outs away from getting to the ALCS, if I remember correctly. But they are fun to watch, and nobody thought that they would be this good, this fun, and playing this type of baseball.
Or basketball, for that matter. Whatever they do seems like they'll succeed at. Texter wants to know if they have any Canadians on their roster. If not, they're doomed. Tecumseh Tom with the Don Cherry take, typical. That's from Charlie. And on the Tigers, I haven't seen a team do this since the Jeter Yankees. We're so much better than everyone we play, signed Aaron.
Aaron Judge, Aaron Boone, or just Aaron?
No, we're not the Jeter Yankees. That's a different.
No.
I think this guy's getting a little carried away.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yesterday felt like a statement. This team is special. Yeah, the Lions finally won a playoff game, but the Tigers are our best shot at a title. I don't agree with that. I like the optimism. I don't agree with that. I don't think you do either because you just paused.
I'm thinking about it, who they'd have to get through. You know what? It's pretty damn close.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, because if the Dodgers can get tripped up, which historically they have done before they even get to the World Series, then I think the Tigers are as good as anybody right now.
But I think there's some fair – I hate even doing this because we're all having a great time with the Tigers. 7-game playoff series is a little different, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, 5 the first one, right?
Well, but they haven't been to a 7-game series. This lineup, who we're all excited about, couldn't get it done in last year's postseason, and maybe Gleyber Torres is the only addition, though, right? I mean, Sweeney was on this team, Torque was on this team.
But we're also
Keith was on this team.
Keeping with our conversation from earlier, we're also assuming they're going to add at the deadline if they're in that position.
That's fair.
And they didn't have Javier Baez last year. And their pitching wasn't as stout.
They were not as deep. You didn't have this Mize. You didn't have Flaherty.
Right.
Okay, better equipped for a 7-game series.
I think they're much better equipped for a 7-game series, actually, than they were last
year. Well, there's no doubt they're better equipped, but it's still a completely different animal for this team.
I know.
And we can't ignore who the Dodgers are. I mean, they are a behemoth. The Lions are considered to be in the tier with the other contenders, right? The Dodgers are in a tier of their own in baseball. And I know the Stars aren't the whole argument, but the Lions do have, the best players in the sport on their team, right? St. Brown's an all-pro, and Sewell's an all-pro, and
Hutch, if he's back to
Kirby was an all-pro, and Hutch. Yeah, I mean, the Tigers are scrapping and clawing, and they're fun, and, hey, get me in that 7-game World Series and see what happens. But I think the Tigers are second to the Lions.
Yeah. I know it's different because you play multiple games, but who do you trust more, Skubal or Goff?
Oh, I know who I trust.
Yeah, I know.
I know what the answer
do that
is.
a different day.
Yeah.
I guess the thing right now with what this team is, and do you think they'll actually get it done before the Lions. We got to let more baseball be played this season. But they're showing trends of dominance. Like, seriously, I know that's crazy to sound, but best run differential. First in batting average in all of baseball. One of 2 teams hitting above 260. And they are also, at the same time, third in baseball in ERA, which is one of 3 teams under a 3 ERA.
Right. The Lions were just offense.
When you put that together, that's dominant. It's kind of like in football, having one of the top 3 defenses and having the best offense. That's what they've done so far.
So are you agreeing with the texter that you think the Tigers are our best shot to win a championship?
I need more baseball.
Okay.
I think it's too early to say that.
That's fair to say.
We're getting close to that mark, that 40-game mark that everybody says 25% of the season. I mean, this should be what they are. But we also saw that Brad Osmus 2014 Tigers start 27-13 with what would be perceived to be
a better team.
It had Hall of Famers on it. And that nose dived, and they won the division, right? But lost in the wild card.
Yeah, lost to the Orioles.
Yeah, lost to the Orioles.
You know who had the last at bat?
After getting David Price.
Oh yeah.
Hernan Perez.
Yes. Boy, that era of Tiger baseball came to a crashing halt, and the final at bat was Hernan Perez.
When we talk about returning players, they do have a Perez on their team.
Well, there you go.
Wenzel.
He's on the 6
it's
spots.
funny. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Everybody forgets about him. And he was pretty damn important for them during the playoffs and during the stretch, right? Very interesting.
But does he have a spot on this team?
I don't know. Probably not.
No, he probably doesn't.
Well,
It's when he comes back.
Sorry, Jayhen.
Well, he might not have a spot on this
That's what I'm
team.
saying.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
He has to be the odd man out because he doesn't play defense.
Right.
Yeah, well, he'll be the first of several odd men out because you're going to get more guys back.
Well, I think a tough decision down the road is like a guy that they love and he contributes and he's part of this team is Andy Ibanez.
Yeah, he's not having the Andy Ibanez.
I know, but I think that's going to be a hard tie to sever because of what he did against lefties last year.
And had the big postseason home run against Hader, right?
Yeah.
That'd be a real tough decision. Like if that would be a type of move that AJ Hinch, it would bother him big time, I think. Because I think those are the guys that started all this.
Well, they're also the guys that make him look really smart.
Right.
Right? When you're able to take Andy Ibanez, who's a journeyman in his 30s, who has no home, and you go, you know what? He can hit lefties, and I'm going to use him perfectly. And
you'd rather have, because of his versatility, you'd rather have Veerling than Ibanez.
Yeah, you'd probably rather have McKinstry than Ibanez.
Yeah.
It ends up being tough calls. It's 97-1. We got the cookie jar coming up at 9:35. Wrapping up the week. Got a poll question about pass rushers because we're always fixated on pass rush. Jadeveon Clowney was released. You can vote in the poll. 4 players available. Who do you want most? We'll update that at the end of the hour as well. Stoney's in for John. We're talking a lot of Tiger baseball today. Best record in the sport, best run differential in the sport, and they're led by some unlikely dudes.
Yes.
They have 3 guys in the running for comeback player of the year. So what I'd like to do is play a stock market game. Buy, sell, and hold. The odds for these 3 guys. Javi Baez at plus 850. Casey Mize at plus 420. And Spencer Torkelson, your favorite to be AL Comeback Player of the Year, at 2-1. All right, Stoney, buy, sell, hold.
All right, the markets are open. I'm buying Casey Mize. He looks borderline dominant right now in many of the games. He's been really, really good. And I think he's the one who's most sustainable. Now, deciding on whether to hold or sell between Spencer Torkelson and Jav Baez is a tough one because history suggests that Jav Baez is going to go in the tank, but Spencer Torkelson's average is starting to plummet as well, although he's in the top 10 in doubles and
extra base hits.
Base hits. So I'm leaning towards, I'm going to hold on Jav Baez because of his defense and his versatility.
Okay.
He's made a lot of really good plays in center field. And if you need him to go back to shortstop, he could. Yes, the Tigers are missing that sweep tag that he's so good at. But and Torque, I got to say goodbye to him, but I don't want to. But in this game, it's this game I have to because I see him turning into Rob Deere, which is not the worst thing in the world if he can hit 30 to 35 bombs and hit 230.
He's pacing for north of 40.
Yeah.
Here's how I do it. I'd buy Mize. The track record this team has with pitching is undeniable. He's a former number 1 pick, and he doesn't look like a back end of the rotation guy who's relying on ground balls.
Right.
That splitter's a strikeout pitch. He's added the velo to it. He's throwing 97. He's got the velo. He's got the swing and miss. That's a number 2 starter. So I'll go Casey Mize for buy. I will hold Torkelson. I do see some regression here, but I think the power has sustained even when the batting average has dipped.
Yep.
I think he's an everyday player. I don't know if that's the case for Javi Baez. So I'd sell Javi. His on-base percentage right now is .355. It would be the best of his career. I'm going to sell high on Javi. His BABIP, for the nerds out there, batting average balls in play, is nearly 400. He's going to come back down to earth. I don't know that he's an everyday player when everybody's healthy. I'm appreciative of what we're getting, but I'd sell high on Javi.
I get it. It's the tough decisions. But you know what? Good teams have tough decisions to make.
Buy, sell, hold. Javi, Torque, and Mize. We'll collect those on the ticket text. Cookie jar coming up. Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, a man is in custody and awaiting charges after allegedly robbing an animal rescuer at gunpoint in Detroit. So this animal rescuer was helping a family with their dogs when she was approached by a man pointing a gun at her, demanding her keys. So she says she's lucky to be alive, gave over the keys, right? And after taking her keys, the guy loaded his bike into her car, drove away with several $100s worth of supplies, pet food inside this car. A canine unit spotted the woman's vehicle, led to a police pursuit. There was a woman inside the SUV. She was arrested immediately. The guy suspect fled on foot, but in what the victim is now describing as poetic justice, a Michigan State Police canine named Abe tracked down this guy, detained the suspect. So he's caught by the dog. The dog also located 2 firearms and that the suspect, I guess, tossed while he was fleeing police. So anyway, this guy is in custody, and so is the girl that was in the car. Possible charges of armed robbery and fleeing and eluding police. So, yikes. A person of interest has been arrested after a missing Roseville teen was discovered in North Carolina. So this 17-year-old who was reported missing on Easter Sunday was just discovered this week. Still not a ton of details
Sketchy.
about what went down, but investigators believe that this person of interest came from North Carolina to Michigan to pick up this teen. The suspect was arrested at a motel in Raleigh, is being charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor. So more and more details will continue to come out. This year's NFL Week 1 game in Brazil will, like last year, be available to stream. But unlike last year, it will reportedly stream for free.
Oh.
Yeah, so the game is expected to be available worldwide on YouTube without a subscription.
Good for you,
Yeah.
too.
There
Good
you
for
go.
the NFL.
Good for the fans.
Should be good there. This is an interesting story. A Kansas man tried to settle a drug debt with an 800-pound cannon, but he is now facing charges. So this guy decided to steal a rare 800-pound Spanish-American war cannon from this park. And he actually owed his drug dealer $20,000, but didn't have the money, was worried that this guy was going to kill him if he didn't pay. So he decided to start looking around for copper statues that he could use to pay the guy back.
Right.
And he decided this cannon, this huge cannon, looks perfect. So he got a homeless man to help him pull out this cannon. They used a truck and a big chain. And anyway, then they got some tools and they broke it into pieces.
Okay.
Went to the drug dealer and said, "Here you go. This should cover some of my debt," right? The
good
drug
now.
dealer said, "This is stupid." A friend turned him in, and he was charged with theft of property, aggravated criminal damage, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
How did he steal it, man? I mean,
She just told you with the
he
cannon.
connected
I
a
know,
big
I know.
chain,
Yeah.
pulled it out of the ground, used some chainsaw, and said the pieces of this statue, this cannon, will.
It sounds like he would have got away with it if he had just
kept his mouth shut, right?
sold the copper for the cash and
Exactly.
then took the cash to the drug
Exactly.
dealer.
Maybe the drug dealer didn't want the actual
He didn't want
cannon.
it to work.
Right. He wants the money. Hey, here's some good news. Oh, Tom's not here. There's some new data that says women are more attracted to bald men. According to this new study commissioned by this website, Illicit Encounters, which is actually a place where married people go when they want to have an affair. Anyway, they did this big survey, and apparently women like the bald look.
Really?
Yeah. A bald head was the second most desired feature in men, beating out dark, curly, and blonde hair. So apparently baldness is associated with positive traits like maturity, intelligence, honesty, education, as well as a non-threatening form of social dominance.
Really?
Apparently so. The only other trait that topped a bald head was a muscular physique.
Well, keep going. I'm down. I'm 0 for 2 on that list.
I was hoping for beard.
Beard didn't make the list.
Okay.
Beard was on there. Let's see what else. There was blue eyes and beard were next after the muscular physique and the shiny head.
Because
then dark
beard
hair.
helps frame your face. You can hide a double chin.
I love facial hair. I think most men look better with a beard. Not all, but most do.
I used to look like a terrorist.
Oh, God, Stoney.
I mean, but what if you kept it trimmed, not let it grow unkempt, but just you trim it.
That's the
When did you have a
scraggly
beard?
part.
When did you try this?
Every once in a while.
Okay. It's Heather with the news. Cookie jars next, 97.1.
All right. The one thing, I don't have a beard, but I do like to work out. I have no idea what the segue is there, but I love my Planet Fitness. I go to the one in West Bloomfield, and as a cardio guy, as opposed to a spicy garlic bald guy, I work out. I feel great about myself, whether it's on the elliptical, the treadmill, all that stuff. It's great for me, and it's great for my mind. You relax, and I got to tell you something. I do listen to this station when I'm on there, or the podcast that we have, Cash the Ticket, Restore the Floor with me and Evan, 5 stars, all our podcasts, Bustin' Balls, Ken Collects, them all. That's what's great about being a cardio guy. Anyway, Planet Fitness, it's a judgment-free zone. It's a great place. They got new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat, supine benches. Great deals going right now through the middle of the month. With only $1 down, $15 a month. And if you want more than that, the Black Card membership, just $24.99 a month. You get access to all the amenities like the hydro massage. You can bring a guest free anytime. Also, access to over 2,600 clubs worldwide. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Hey, you guys, if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Yeah, but the Rockies are no good. Can you just leave it for a day, people?
Yes, I can.
They didn't win 3-2. They thumped them. 21-3 for the 2 games in the doubleheader. Last time the Tigers won both games in a doubleheader by 8 or more runs, 1953. But the Rockies are bad. Yeah, and the Tigers are good.
Yes.
Ticket texters are loving this team. Want to read some of these. Texter points out that this does have 2006 vibes to them.
Yeah.
You'd agree with that, Stoney?
Yes, absolutely. Different. It's both surprising. This one's less a surprise because they made the playoffs last year and they had great pitching, but the offensive contributions from the American League Player of the Month of May so far, Trey Sweeney, who's got an OPS of 1.267.
Yeah, I mean,
batting 500 in May. I know it's May 9th.
It doesn't matter. I think there's too many people trying to downplay what we're watching right now.
Right.
Guys, they didn't win the World Series on May 9th. We get it, but they have the best record in baseball. They have the best run differential in baseball. So that speaks to not only winning, but how they're winning and how dominantly they're winning. And yes, they played the Rockies. You know who's going to play the Rockies? The Dodgers.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yes.
And the Padres will play them a lot. And that's going to be a huge edge for those teams. But the Tigers have people feeling good.
They should. I'm looking on one of the secondary market sites for tonight's game. Upper deck seats, cheapest is like $30. And you can get good seats behind the Tiger dugout, like about 20 rows up, for $85. That's the cheapest for tonight. Tomorrow, I hear, is even more in demand.
Hey, Stoney, your flashlight's on.
I know. I'm just
okay.
doing it right now.
You didn't
Just
have
checking, didn't know.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks very much.
So Ticket Texter says...
All those people on YouTube and Twitch that were watching, wondering
they're
why.
very concerned.
Yes.
Says, feels like 06. Javi's humbled himself. We have a lot of heart out there. That's what's beautiful about this team. Ticket Texter says the idea of who the favorite to win a championship in the city is Super Bowl and World Series in the same year. Kevin. Tigers are 5th in odds to win the World Series, and they are trending up, not down. We're going to be there. Put me down. That's from Aaron. Says, I like that the Tigers didn't play at the Rockies level. They went in there and absolutely plastered them. Sign of a really good team.
You're right.
In terms of the cookie jar, you're a complete lazy loser if you wear pajamas in public. Didn't mince words there.
Mm-hmm.
Athletes you grew up idolizing. I idolized Hulk Hogan. Watched him wrestling every Saturday morning. Nothing beats the body slam of Andre the Giant. I did a speech on him in college. Quote, the hero America needed.
Okay.
His image has changed a little since then.
For some people, yes.
I don't even mean the politics.
But some people it has. I don't know.
Yeah, I will remember when the Lions had him out. It was a whole fiasco.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when the Lions had Hulk Hogan out the training camp last year.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Turned into a
You know what?
huge thing.
You can separate.
No, but it's not the politics. It's the racist stuff.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I mean, the politics divide people to begin with,
Right.
but I think it was more
that's
than that.
That's all I was thinking.
Yeah. People that grew up idolizing Pavel Datsyuk, Tom Brookins, Bill McCreary because he laid out Gretzky.
Bill McCreary.
I don't know what he's referring to. I looked at you confidently like you were going to know.
Bill McCreary, he plays. I don't remember. I remember him as a player, but.
Who could forget about Rusty Kuntz?
Oh, yeah.
Brian at work. Apparently a fan favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Konstantinov, another name that came up.
By the way, I'm just checking MajorLeagueBaseball.com, MLB.com, most people call it, and they have 6 bold predictions for the rest of the season that came out today.
Has anyone involved the Tigers?
Yes. Somebody says this guy's name is Anthony Crastavince or Vince, I don't know, whatever. Riley Green will win the AL MVP award.
That is bold.
Yes.
He's not one of the 3 best hitters on the team right now.
I know. It doesn't make sense considering he even lists. Right now, the ballot would look like Judge's newborn baby daughter, Judge, and Bobby Witt Jr.
I would agree with that ballot. I don't know how talented his daughter is at baseball, but he is a monster. He's having a great season.
Mm-hmm.
We had a poll question up for people. You brought this up because, just in passing,
Yes.
this was like a headline for the show, but the fact that Jadeveon Clowney had been released, he plays pass rusher. It's a fixation we all have with the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Of the 4 available edge rushers, who would you prefer? Clowney, Judon, Von Miller or Zadarius Smith? Your answer was?
My answer was Von Miller.
Von Miller had the fewest votes.
That figures.
11% of the ballot. Tied with Clowney, who also had 11%. By far, and you know what the answer is. It's what I said. It's obvious. Zadarius Smith.
Now, he's younger, and he had more sacks last year.
And he was here.
Yeah, and he goes out with, what's her name, Cash Doll?
Cash Doll, yeah. I know she's doing the work for us, trying to get him to stay here. Do we think there's an offer out for him? Well, what is going on here? It makes sense for both parties. He wants to play football. He's not on a team. The Lions really did reap some benefit of him on the roster.
Yes. It'd be interesting definitely to see him play with Hutch.
You got $41 million or $42 million in available cap space.
Yeah.
I get it. You're saving some for a rainy day. You're going to use some on your draft picks. You're going to roll some money over. You peel off a couple, dollars for Zadarius Smith.
Yeah, they should. But maybe
I wonder if it's a vet that wants to take the summer, not off, he'll train, but not have the team responsibilities.
Well, now the mandatory mini camps aren't mandatory anymore. They canceled it.
So
right?
what's the holdup?
I know. I'm not worried. I'm not fretting about it right now.
Fretting.
It's May 9th.
No. It irks me a little bit that they have $40 million they're not using this season on this football team.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Wait till they announce the Hutchinson contract and another that stuff.
There's puzzle pieces, but like Kirby, they pushed all the money for 5 years out. Really, most of the money and the cap is several years down the line. I think 4 or even 5 years into that deal. And with Goff, we anticipate they're going to restructure some money in 26. It's just the way the deal sits. Hutch would be an obvious place you're going to funnel that money into.
Well, I think you may have hit it on the head earlier there when you're talking about veterans that don't want to go through training camp and stuff like that, or go through the mini camps. With the Lions, their schedule is different now because of the Hall of Fame game, so some of that's already eliminated. So when they report, they're just – I think they cancel a mandatory mini camp?
They did move some stuff around.
Yeah, so I wouldn't – that could be part of it. I just think the other part is just going to – let things flesh out for a while and before they sign anybody. But I do think they're going to sign somebody, whether it's Zadarius Smith or Von Miller or
Clowney's the reason we brought it up. But
I hope not Clowney, but somebody who can still play.
Yeah, we weren't gung ho about Clowney.
No, it was the other one was Judon that we put up on the poll.
Yeah, I'd rather have Judon than Clowney. But
did you know that Clowney's nickname, Pro Football Reference, he has a nickname? I've never heard anybody call him this before.
Doo-doo.
Doo-doo?
Doo-doo.
Doo-doo.
Yeah.
Like Draymond Green is Day-Day?
I guess.
Yes. But this is doo-doo.
Doo-doo.
And we know Dan Campbell has a no turds policy, so I don't know if that's going to happen.
Can't have it.
What are you guys talking about today?
Flush that one out.
You got the Trey Sweeney for MVP.
Look, dude's on an 18
player of the month
streak. Yeah. He's hitting almost 500 during that time. He's got multiple hits in like his last 4 games.
His OPS for the month of May is 1.267. It's incredible.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a revelation. He looks awesome against right-handed pitching, and I love it. I think it's great.
They are. The question is no longer are they good. The question is how good are they?
Yeah.
Yep. It's a great conversation to have today, especially ahead of what should be a packed ballpark this weekend.
I think it's going to be amazing all 3 nights. Like you got the bobblehead giveaway tomorrow, so everybody's going to show up for that. Tonight you got a Scoople start
on a Friday night with the weather's nice and the team's good.
And then Sunday you've got Mother's Day. So I think it's going to be one of these weekends. Maybe do they get 100,000 people to come through the turnstiles over the weekend?
Oh, I think it's in play.
I think it's definitely in play.
All right, lot to discuss for you guys next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
A Friday indeed. Hey, yes.
Was that 1 minute? Is that update 1 minute long?
It's quick. Let's go, Otto. Pad.
Nowhere near ready.
Pad. Doug, it feels like it was just 48 hours ago that the Tigers were plus 63 in the run differential. And now they're plus 83 in the run differential. This team is just scoring runs like that's their job.
What they've done is incredible. What the Detroit Tigers have done is incredible. And what a fun weekend for them to come home and get greeted by the fans. Mother's Day weekend. They got special stuff going on down there at Comerica Park. There's a buzz in the air about a baseball team that, quite frankly, 8 months ago was completely off the radar. You talk about terrible timing. If you are like in the Comcast, and I guess it was Bally's, remember that plug got pulled last year and you had to pay to watch Tiger baseball? And who was going to pay to watch that team? If the plug got pulled now, people are like, I have to pay to watch this team.
There'd be so much pressure.
Oh my God.
On Chris Ilitch to get something done, and on Comcast / Diamond or whatever the hell it was at the time, and to get stuff done. Let's go. Make it happen.
And now, a year later, they got one of the hottest teams in the sport. They got a fan base that is jumped on board with both feet. We talk about we mentioned before the break, the debate of how good are they? They sweep the Rockies. The Rockies are a mess. Great job by the pitching. Casey Mize, 6 innings. And who's going to pitch the second game? Well, you know what you do, Gator?
What do you do, Doug?
You call up Fetter Industries.
Is that what you do?
And see what's rolling off the assembly line. Right? And yesterday
we had this model last year that worked really well against Colorado. Let's try it out again today.
Cater Montero.
Boom.
8 innings.
I couldn't believe that. As well as Casey Mize pitched in the first game, Montero goes, hold my beer, and goes 2 more innings.
And 5 hits, 3 walks, 1 earned run. Last August, okay, the Tigers were 55-63. They'd lost 2 in a row to San Francisco. And you know who started that day for that last game of that San Francisco series?
Who?
Cater Montero. And he beat the Giants in a game the Tigers won 5-4. And in that game, the Tigers led 5-4 in the 6th inning. Giants put a runner in scoring position. Bullpen slammed the door. 7th inning, Giants put a runner on scoring position. Bullpen slammed the door. I think it was the 8th inning, they had a leadoff triple, and he didn't score. And the Tigers hung on and won 5-4. Since that time, the Tigers are 58-26, a .690 winning percentage. A quick scan, the last team that went a whole season with a .690 winning percentage or better was the 2001 Seattle Mariners, which won 116 games. The Tigers are acting like one of the best teams in the sport. They are acting like one of the best teams in the sport. Is this authentically who they are? I don't know that we can say that, but I don't know if you heard this little gem that Benetti dropped yesterday. The Tigers' remaining strength of schedule?
I did hear this.
27th in the majors, meaning they've done much of the heavy lifting already. Now, that doesn't look. A lot of that has to do with the fact they got a whole bunch of games with the White Sox. And
but that's one team.
It is one team. It takes up some games, but they have the best record in the American League with one of the easiest schedules in the American League. Now, schedules are based upon winning percentage, and winning percentages over 40 games can be misleading. They're the first team since, I think the stat was the first team since the 50s to win both games of a doubleheader by 8 or more runs.
I think it was the 40s.
Was it?
Yeah, I thought that's what I saw. But either way, it's ridiculous. This has been a fun start to the season. We thought the pitching was going to be good. It has been. It's been probably better than good. 4 of the 5 starters seem to be pitching just lights out. And the 5th one is Jackson Jobe, and he's a rookie, and he's got stuff to learn. But at times, you see the potential, and you get excited about what he's going to be like 3 years from now, how good he can be in 3 years. Mm-hmm. But you want it now. But sometimes it takes a little bit of time. But Casey Mize is
just picked up where he left off in spring training, and he's, knock on wood, he's healthy and he looks great. You've got the reigning Cy Young, a defending Cy Young champion, or winner, not champion, but Tarek Skubal, and his last 5 outings, he's given up 3 runs or something. He's been incredible during this little stretch here after a couple of shaky starts, but now he's back to being Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal. Reese Olson has been one of the unsung heroes. You know, we did a little bit of a topic yesterday. We had the template of all the things with the Tigers, and I don't think you and I offered up ours, but Reese Olson was going to be mine.
Your unsung hero?
Yeah. The guy, because he's just stuck there in the middle of the rotation. You forget about him. You got Skubal, you got Flaherty, and Flaherty's been up and down a little bit.
And old Rosy Cheeks just goes out there and dominates.
Here comes the kid who looks like he's still in high school that just goes out there and kills you. He's been awesome. There have been so many really nice parts to this season. You know, when guys weren't, like when Riley Green was in this horrific slump, it's okay. The other guys picked him up. Now Riley Green is back to, contributing, and he had a mini Torkelson slump. Okay, he gets out of it. And now you expect a big hit every game from Torque, whether it's a base hit or, a double or a bomb. He's going to deliver, and he has. Javi Baez is still hitting. This is crazy. But Trey Sweeney, what he has done in the last 8 games cannot be ignored. He has been spectacular during this time, hitting right around 5. I think it's just below 500 during this stretch. But in that 8 games, I think he's got a couple of home runs and 8 RBIs, and he's scored 9 runs. I mean, this guy is all over the place. He's been just a demon towards the bottom part of the lineup, and a guy that looks so confident in the batter's box against right-handed pitching. I love it. And there's a story with every player, it seems, on this team.
Yep. The stats are misleading sometimes, and their net per game run differential is plus 2.81. Okay? That's their, over the course of the season, they're averaging outscoring opponents by 2.8 runs per game. It's the best in baseball. Apparently, teams that have that translates to an 819 expected winning percentage or 133 wins. They're playing out of their mind right now. So the question is, look, I don't think they're the best team in baseball. But how good are they? How good are they? Is getting to the World Series becoming an expectation?
I don't know if it becomes an expectation, but I think if you don't think it's a possibility, then you're not watching baseball.
Yeah, it's
expectation's tough.
Expectation is tough. It might not be a great wording for the question. The question might be, it's no, like, will you be stunned if the Tigers win the American League?
No, I won't be. Not the way, because the way they played, and this isn't just, as you point out, it's not just what they've done through the first 37, 38, whatever it is, games this year. It goes back to the last, 50 games or whatever it was last year. This team has played dominant baseball. They've been the best in baseball. And what they did last year is a little bit different than what they've done this year, particularly with the pitching. But the other difference is this team right now, through the first under 40 games, is hitting like nobody's business. And they're still without some key pieces. And I think one of them should probably return this weekend.
How good are they? Tigers sweep a doubleheader yesterday. Come home. Big weekend ahead. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Happy Skubal Day to all the Tiger fans out there. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you are ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy, online or at a branch. And their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, the same great rate applies to both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. It's a limited time offer. Become a member by visiting umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. How good are they? Okay, like they're acting like one of the best teams in baseball. They got the best record in the American League. They're coming home. They like you look at like key metrics here, okay? What was that stat the other day? They led baseball in getting from first to third, things that help you win.
Yep.
We've talked about the bullpen ERA. Their team ERA is top 3 in baseball. There's 3 teams in the majors with an ERA under 3. Their batting average is first in baseball. They're one of 2 teams in baseball with a batting average above 260. They seem to have guys for every situation. Bullpen's been lights out. Manager makes the right calls. Fetter Industries just churns out elite pitchers off the assembly line. They take, Fetter Industries takes in used pitchers and makes them come out smelling brand new. And the matchups, like AJ Hinch plays the matchup card as well as anybody. And you get into like these specialists. Andy Ibanez.
Right.
Specialist.
Yeah, and Ibanez just seems to come up with a big hit when they need it. And I think that's the big difference between this year and last year is that they're not going 1 for 10 in games with runners in scoring position. Instead, they're going like 3 for 7. And a lot of these hits have come with the bases loaded. I mean, they had 2 bases loaded doubles in yesterday's games, I should say, between the two, the doubleheader. And the addition, even it's just this Midas touch that Hinch has. They bring up Brewer Hicklin, send Chase Lee down, the relief pitcher, bring up Brewer Hicklin, and he gets makes his Tigers debut. First time he's played in the majors in 3 years or whatever it is. Didn't have a major league hit in 9 plate appearances. Comes up, hits one up the middle off the glove of the pitcher and has his first hit. Doesn't look pretty, but you'll take it. You don't care. And then all he does is score from first base, I think, twice on doubles in the gap. And that's impressive because when you watch him run, he's got wheels, man. That kid can fly. And he's not a kid anymore. He's 29 years old. And then has another base hit. And then getting a couple hits in his debut, steals a base, takes third on a throwing error, and it's every little thing is working.
It's crazy.
It's just nuts right now, and I don't expect this is going to continue at this torrid pace. You keep waiting for water will find its level at some point, but when it does, I'm not sure we're going to see too far off of this pace. But I think there will be times that bases loaded, 1 out, and it'll be a ground ball double play instead of a double to right field. We're going to see stretches like that. We're going to see stretches where some of the big players in this team go through slumps.
It's funny because we were talking to the office the other day before the show about how, Tom was Milliken for the morning show concerned about, they still need a closer. And I'm like, I'm not really sure they do or they don't because
we haven't seen the need.
They haven't had a need because they're winning games 11-1 and 10-2. They come home with a fresh bullpen after having a double header the day before.
That's why it was so great to see Montero go 8 innings.
Yeah.
Like, what? He went 8 innings? Yeah, he went 8 innings. And they only had to get 3 outs from Brisky in the 9th. Well, okay.
Here's a great question somebody sends us over a ticket text from an unnamed texter. Would you take the Yankees or the Tigers in a 7-game series right now?
Take the Tigers.
I'd take the Tigers right now.
Pitching is better?
The problem is that the playoffs don't start
that's a problem.
for 5 months. And a lot can happen between now and then.
Plus, it's a golden rule. You always take the Tigers over the Yankees in the playoffs, right?
Oddly, yes.
Yeah. That's the way we do things around here.
Said tongue-in-cheek, but also a fact.
Backed by facts.
Yeah. Is that the Tigers have taken care of the Yankees of late. Guys, center fielder Javi Baez is so much fun to watch. You can tell he's having fun and his confidence is sky high. I'm very happy for him. I hope it continues. Before the show, got a feedback from some listener that asked, does Baez get a standing O tonight? And what a feel-good moment that would be. An unexpected feel-good moment. And I don't know, man. These things happen organically. You don't. We could sit here and say, give Javi Baez a standing ovation. We probably,
I think he does.
Do you think he does?
I think he does. I said yesterday that really think that's going to be the case. Yesterday, the day before, I mentioned it. I think he's going to get that ovation. He's hitting .317. He's got an .835 OPS. Hit his first 3 home runs of the season last week, and into the weekend or whatever it was. He's been fantastic for this team during this stretch, playing a really good center field. And, yeah, I would expect that when he gets announced that he will be given a standing ovation. And it'll be an amazing turnaround from the fans to go ahead and do that. And it's not like the fans are saying, my bad. It's the fans are just appreciating what you've done.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if you're going to get the fans. You get some fans that go, my bad.
You don't have to say my bad.
You don't have to.
You don't have to say my bad. You just say, hey, way to go. Way to go, Javi.
This is what we wanted to see out of you. And you're hitting really well, and you look so much more competent at the plate.
When you have a guy that was an all-star at one position and is a well-established veteran who struggles so much that you basically say, look, you're going to have to play another position, and he does, and seems to have like embraced it. And maybe he should have embraced any opportunity. Yeah, got it. But a veteran player embracing a new position because they have to try and help the ball club is a little bit of selflessness that should be applauded. But it's also, for some reason, maybe it's just the hip surgery. You've talked about it a lot. It's brought out the best in Jav Baez. It is remarkable. Lean into it, Tiger fans. Have fun with it. This team is effing good.
What I'm really enjoying right now is you go through this lineup, and there really aren't any weak links. You know, there's not that one like, great, well, this guy's coming up. No, McKinstry's hitting .282, and his OPS is .787. Oh, great, here comes Trey Sweeney. Well, Trey Sweeney, again, OPS .732, and look what he's done. He's got an 8-game hitting streak right now, and he's killing right-handed pitching. Great, here comes. There's nothing you can say. Dylan Dingler's killing it. Gleyber Torres has been fantastic for the Tigers. Another kind of guy that goes under the radar a little bit. You forget that was an acquisition in the offseason. And when people say, they're not spending money. Well, they actually did, and they found guys that are starting. That trade last year, the Flaherty trade, gets them Trey Sweeney, gets them a prospect, and Trey Sweeney has started since then. He hasn't given up that starting job. That's his job.
And then they did lose Flaherty, but they went out and replaced him with Flaherty
right
in the offseason. Back-to-back texts here, both from unnamed texters. What happens when Veerling and Meadows are healthy again? Next text. Dingler's batting .290. This is wild. So many players to talk about. And what happens with Jake Rogers? Again, Veerling, Meadows, Jake Rogers. Alex Cobb, who was signed to be a pitcher on this team, will be healthy and ready to go soon. And I just laugh every time I hear the name, but they keep talking about the Tigers. Greenberg brought him up the other day. I think his name came up in the broadcast the other day. They refuse. Yes, Jeff Greenberg, when he was on the morning show. They refuse to stop talking about Sawyer Gibson-Long.
He pitched yesterday.
And I would never pay any mind to this, except Sawyer Gibson-Long will get in. He'll go to Fetter Industries.
And isn't he on the 40-man, I think?
Yeah, and so we shouldn't dismiss anything or anybody.
No, he pitched a shutout inning last night, so that was good for him. But no, they'll have nice problems. Some of them will be easier than others. And Jake Rogers comes back. Tomas Nido, I'm guessing, is gonna step down. And yet, Tomas Nido's all he's done is hit .345 in limited action, only 29 at bats. But that seems like it's an obvious one to do, bringing back the veteran Jake Rogers. With Veerling, I expect to see an announcement this afternoon. Matt Veerling has been activated, and the Tigers have sent, is it Justin Henry Malloy to get sent down, or is it Jace Young? It's going to be one of the two, but Young turns in a couple of phenomenal plays at third base in this series against Colorado, and Glove's looking really good now, and just can't get the bat going. He's had a couple of hits there, but still not hitting for power. It's 4 for 34 on the season. It's 118. I'm not sure if they want to keep him over Malloy. Malloy comes in a pinch hit situation last night and hits the double for clearing the bases. So I would imagine that's what the moves would be. But then when you do get Meadows back, then it becomes a little more interesting.
There's always that guy out there. Feedback here coming in on main text. Fetter Industries didn't go so well with Kenta Maeda, though, Doug.
No, there's one.
Yeah, and okay. What do you want us to say? He sucks? Fetter's overrated? What do you want us to say? Like got it, yeah.
Yeah, Maeda, not good.
Not good.
And what'd they do?
Yeah.
They ate the $10 million he was owed.
Yeah, and
said, thank you very much.
Fetter Industries, I'll put my faith in them more often than not.
I'm okay with it.
Yep. Send them to the Fetter factory. Yeah. And if Kent, you know what that means? That means there was nothing left with Kenta Maeda. Like, if he couldn't get it out of him, it's probably gone.
Well, they cleared waivers.
I don't think Fetter Industries would do very well with me either.
Probably not.
No. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming out. How good are they? Tigers, man. Sweep yesterday. They blast Colorado twice, as they should. Best record in the American League. And come home for a series with the Texas Rangers starting tonight. What could be a packed weekend at Comerica Park. Hey, we made it to the weekend, and the best way to kick it off is at your favorite Twin Peaks. Gather up the squad and head to your local lodge to start the party off right. They have got an action-packed weekend of sports in store for you with baseball and hockey playoffs, of course, Detroit baseball, and UFC 315. Why go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. They boast the best game day atmosphere outside of being at the actual game. The draft beer system pours your favorite draft at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for at least 6 hours and is only used once a day. Couldn't imagine a better way to enjoy your beer of the month. Leinenkugel Summer Shandy. Love it. They boast an extensive bar with all your favorite bourbons and tequilas, as well as handcrafted cocktails that rival any speakeasy. Now pair that with a scratch kitchen serving up dishes like hand-cut New York strips, hand-breaded and fried to order boneless wings and tenders, salmon, trout, smash burgers, seared burgers. They got it all. I love the Chipotle chicken. The food there is great. And what takes it to the next level, of course, is the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Talk about the ultimate man cave. Check it out for yourself. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Casey Mize. This guy.
Is he any good?
He's acted like it as if they are. I mean, look, the fact that they finished last season on such a tear and opened this season on such a tear just lends to the authenticity of what they have done. Their winning percentage is off the charts in that stretch of baseball, which is more than half a season now, a .690 winning percentage. They have some of the best numbers in the games, and stats don't mean everything, but that was the second most. I think that was the stat they had late in the game yesterday. They'd scored the second most runs that any Tiger team had scored on a road trip ever. Wow. Yeah.
It was the first time. Yeah, you mentioned earlier the doubleheader is scoring 10 runs or more.
Yeah.
In 70 years or whatever. It's crazy.
Yep. Schoolboy Row era.
Casey Mize is 6-1, and he's started 7 games. He's got decisions in all 7.
Yep.
His ERA is 2.53. His WHIP is 1.01. He has a 1.3 WAR already. Schoolboy has a 1.5 WAR. And is 3-2 in his 7 starts, but has a lower ERA and a slightly lower WHIP.
Yep.
It's and then Reese Olson, a 3.03 ERA, 1.22 WHIP, and then there's Jack Flaherty with a 3.79 ERA. Come on, Jack.
Pick it up
facetiously, but and I suspect he will. But the WHIP is low at 1.18. It's really been nice. And then that 5th starter, whether it's Jackson Jobe or Cater Montero, between them they have 10 starts. And the ERA is elevated with those two guys. They're both in the 4s. And Jobe is up to 4.88 at this point and a 1.48 WHIP, which is the same WHIP for Cater Montero. Now, Montero may just be the Rocky whisperer, or it may just to help that you go against a terrible team, the worst team in baseball, to help boost that. But I'll take the 8 strong innings that he gave this team. But you ask about what happens when Alex Cobb comes back.
I don't know.
I mean, he's going to have to show that he's healthy enough to come back, and if he is, I mean, does this?
That's point 1, getting healthy. Point 2 is, are you good?
Yeah, exactly. And what does that mean for Jackson Jobe?
It probably means more. I don't know. I mean, this is one of those things that these are questions that don't need to get answered in the next 30 minutes. Like we can.
Right.
They can let it just play out and see.
Well, it's flexibility.
Yep.
And it's because you've got a rookie who's starting, you can skip starts, you can send him down for a stretch or whatever it is that you want to do. It's obvious the Tigers are trying to manage Jackson Jobe's innings. And when you see Cater Montero do what he did last night, that's a nice thing to do every once in a while. We're going to bring up Cater Montero and we're going to skip a start from Jobe or whatever, or give everybody else an extra day. And Alex Cobb is going to afford them some more options as well.
Meadows, Veerling, Cobb, Jake Rogers, some of these guys that are going to be reintroduced to the lineup can play roles if other players fade. And if other players don't fade, you kind of get into the situation. Those guys coming back means you don't have to trade Max Clark or Kevin McGonigal or Bryce Rayner, even if those guys are untouchable, whatever it is. You don't have to trade anybody from your organization to get, because you're going to get an invigorated lineup and new parts introduced that maybe you don't have to make a trade deadline trade. But
this feels to me like the way the Tigers have gone for the first 38 games off this great start, 25-13. It's like a treadmill that's going at a pretty good pace. And if you're one of these guys like Parker Meadows or Matt Veerling and you're getting ready to rejoin this team, you don't get to start with the treadmill at 1. You got to jump on this thing with your legs churning because it's already at a 6,
God, the Tiger leg humping coming out of us is pretty
been a while, man.
Yeah. It's a lot of pent up.
Yeah, exactly. But, we get through this month of April, and before the season started, we talked about, it's a tough schedule to start off.
Yep.
It's really tough to start off. Oh, they went 0-3 to start the season. It's going to be tough. It's going to be. Yeah, they've come back since the 0-3 start, and they're 25-10. Wow.
Yep. Let's go to Bobby on 97 on a ticket. Hey, Bob.
Hey, I'm driving on I-40 towards Nashville.
All right.
And I'm listening to you on Odyssey.
Awesome.
It's great.
Great.
Yeah, it is
Love
awesome. Really good.
Cool.
But anyway, I'm from Shelby Township. But here's the thing. about Baez, at least the feeling I had and a lot of my friends, we got very frustrated because we knew he had this big contract, and the way he was playing before, swinging at ridiculous pitches, we just felt like he just didn't care because he was getting paid. Didn't matter one way or another to him. He didn't care about helping the team. But it seems like he's displayed a new work ethic. A new thing where he wants to contribute. He wants to be a better player. And it's not about the money. It's like he wants self-respect, and he wants to contribute, and his work ethic is totally turned around. And that's very exciting to me because whether it's sports or whether it's business or whatever, you've got to be a self-respected person, you have to have a work ethic.
Okay, so work ethic is something that happens behind the scenes.
Right.
Do you have inside information that he wasn't doing the job behind the scenes?
I don't know. I don't have inside information, but I tell you the truth. What made me feel that way is because he's been a professional baseball player for a long time, and for other teams where he was successful. He got into bad habits, and rather than display an effort to correct those bad habits, he kept doing the same crappy things over and over again.
Oh, he did. He did.
Ridiculous pitches.
I guess I tapped the brakes a little bit at the conclusion that it was his work ethic. I would not put my name behind that accusation. Was he stubborn? Could be. What is his work ethic? I mean, I guess it could have been. You know what? Here's the thing. If it was his work ethic, I don't think he'd still be here. I don't know if there's a works accusation you can make to a professional athlete that he literally stopped trying and he's just cashing the check.
No, that's the worst thing.
So why was he that bad? I don't know why he was that bad and why he's this good. And, you might be right. I think we would have heard something about that. I think that word would have got out that it came down to work ethic.
Sure doesn't seem like it. I mean, because that's not if that was it. If it was a work ethic thing,
mm-hmm.
he wouldn't get any time to play. Like AJ Hinch wouldn't put up with that. What have they said throughout the entire time? What a great temmate he is.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that.
They love the guy.
Yeah,
prior to him figuring out his swing again, they loved the guy even when he was at 500 OPS.
I mean, trying to draw logical conclusions about this remarkable turnaround and what's led to it. There might have been some stubbornness on his part. I mean, we cannot dismiss that he had a major surgery. Now, that major surgery, I don't know if you can draw a straight line between that and suddenly not swinging as nearly many pitches outside the strike zone. Maybe it's writing's on the wall. My career's almost over. I'm going to miss out on this team. Had him go back to the drawing board and change some things. There's a deep dive there, but it's great to see. It's great to see him contribute. We got some feedback here. This is interesting, and I don't. From an unnamed texter, everyone wanted Javi out of here. If I were him, I wouldn't acknowledge any praise from the crowd. Okay, right now when everything's going great, do you think a good idea, because you said if you were him, you think a good idea would be to not acknowledge the crowd? I'm sorry, but when there's harmony in the clubhouse, teams winning, a feel-good story, if the fans give him a standing ovation tonight, which they may or may not do, you wouldn't acknowledge the crowd. That sounds really unhealthy in the midst of like the healthiest the Tigers organization has been at the big league level for a long time. I would not advise Javi.
I would not either.
To do that.
That would be like spiteful. And I think what could happen tonight, if he's in the starting lineup and when he comes to the plate, if he's given the standing go that I think he will,
yeah,
I think it could be a really awesome moment where maybe he gets emotional,
yeah,
and takes a step back and recognizes the crowd and then is able to get back. That to me would be the better story.
Let me make this about
would be him
me.
Just get up there and just grit his teeth and start swearing under his breath about these damn fans are fickle. Where were they? For the last 3 years, where were they? Why?
I don't know that accomplishes anything other than start some unnecessary drama.
Although I do largely agree with you guys. You've been known to be a spiteful person, Gator, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's human emotions here. Everyone's different, right?
Yeah.
Like, does that not creep into, would you understood if it creeped into his mind, like, dude, these people hated me. Like, they didn't want me here. Or is this part of being a professional athlete? Like, hey, I know how it is. This is going to happen. When you play poorly, you get booed. You play well, they cheer.
He didn't just play poorly.
I know. He was
That's the
literally
thing.
the worst.
If he was below average, below his standards, let's say he was playing like Prince Fielder played with the Tigers, right? Prince Fielder wasn't great with the Tigers. He had like one really good season, and after that wasn't much. If he was like that, and then I might be able to understand it a little bit more. But no, he was god awful. He was god awful on the field. What saves him with this team is that apparently he wasn't that way in the clubhouse. That the team loves the guy, and now that he's off to this great start with the Tigers this year, it's an amazing story, and there's part of me can understand it and compartmentalize it that, hey, look why are they all of a sudden not, they weren't with me for 3 years and now they're with me? Yeah, maybe for half a second, and then you check yourself and like, wait a minute, let me look at my stats again. Oh yeah, I was terrible. That's true. I was worse than terrible. I'm going to be appreciative for every cheer that I get, and I'm going to treat every at bat like it's a treasure here.
I think when things are going well, you lean into it, and you don't want to rock the boat.
No.
I mean, even if you wanted to, it wouldn't make sense. I wouldn't want to, but you don't want to get in the way now. You don't want to create unnecessary drama.
I want him to make a spectacular catch in center field and see how the crowd reacts.
Oh, they're going nuts.
Yeah.
Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many firms, they specialize in all kinds of stuff. They don't focus on one area, and that's what separates Michigan Auto Law. They take on fewer cases than other law firms as well. They do that on purpose. It means they have more time for your case, and that formula has led to faster and larger settlements for their clients. And many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm, which is why I recommend our guy Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law. Give them a call if you are in need of an attorney for an auto or truck accident. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. Hey, we're going to introduce some instant feedback fun. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to do that today at 10:55. Got a good one. Looking forward to it. Instant feedback fun. We'll give a category, and we'll read all the best answers today at 1:40 when we open up the Busch Light in a can inbox.
Wow. Do you want to make it the Busch Light apple?
No, let's just leave it regular old Busch Light. Yep.
Thought maybe you wanted a different sponsor.
Yeah, well. And we have a taste test, by the way. I brought something in for you to taste test today.
Beer?
No, unfortunately not beer. I'm going to just say it is Doug's favorite chip.
Uh-oh. All right.
I want you guys, you, King, and Kenny, to all try Doug's favorite chip.
All right.
Have faith, my friend. We'll do it at lunchtime. We'll do it at lunchtime.
Okay. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
Do it live.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Marcus in East Point. Hello, Marcus.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Or actually, good morning, right?
Yep.
It's just so sunny. But I generally won't call and dispute what another caller said, but the last guy was about as far off about Javi as he could be.
Which one? Work ethic guy?
Yeah, work ethic guy. The guy who said that he had a bad attitude and a bad work ethic. This dude is probably, I mean, I go to a lot of baseball games. I go early and sit there and watch them work out and throw the ball around. His teammates love him.
Yeah.
And you could tell by the way they celebrate him as well as he's playing now. And even the fans. I mean, he laughs and jokes with the fans. And he's never had a bad attitude. And the reason why he's successful, obviously, is because of his approach. I mean, I don't know nothing about baseball, but, you know, he's a foot farther up in the batter's box than he was last year. I mean, his back foot was always on the line for the 3 seasons he was here before. Now he's almost on the plate. So he can reach that outside pitch that he probably couldn't see very well. But yeah, to say the dude has a bad attitude, I think that's kind of something that a regular person like me or you should never say about a player.
I would have to know it, okay? And
unless it's
the fact is, I'm not mad at the caller for thinking that might be the thing, that he must have a work ethic problem. Why is he struggling so much? And that's fine if a caller feels that way. I would not. We have to be a little bit more responsible, and just in terms of, I wouldn't put my name behind that unless I knew it to be the case. Yeah. And I don't have any indication that he has a work ethic problem or had a work ethic problem.
But I mean, he even in the interviews, he owned up to how poorly he was playing and said several times he was working his butt off to try to figure it out.
And Gator's right. Gator's right, Marcus. Last year when the team started playing well and people were literally correlating it with, it's because Javi got hurt and he's not playing anymore. That's why they're playing well.
I mean,
the word out of there.
It did correlate. It absolutely did.
The word out of the Tigers, though, was, no, he's a beloved teammate. So Gator's right on that one. Marcus, thank you. 248-539-9797. Paul's in Chesterfield. Hi, Paul.
Guys, long time no talk to you. Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Hey, I wanted to bring up a point that you had said something earlier, Doug, about the fact that you're not sure if they can sustain this kind of winning the way they're doing. Mm-hmm. But if you break the team down and you look at it, I mean, as far as good timing or good hitting and timely, or the good pitching and timely hitting, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Those, they correlate. And when that happens, even as you go further into the year, obviously they're not going to be on this kind of a pace. They may lose their share of games, but I think they're good enough to sustain winnability, I guess would be a good way to put it. And what I mean by that is that your teammates are always going to pick you up. If somebody has an off day or an off game, you've got somebody else in the lineup that's going to pick you up. Okay, and I know that you guys were just talking about Jav Baez. Mm-hmm. That was an important thing that he came around and started hitting the way he is, because he plays a key position in the field. So you have to have him at his best when he's hitting, and he's doing that now. So I don't think he's going to, if he does slump, he might slump a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be like I mean, I've watched a lot of baseball over the years, and I'm telling you, these guys are really, really good.
Yeah, no, I think that's why our debate. I don't want it to be misrepresented. Our debate is simply how good are they?
Right. Well, I think that remains to be seen yet, but I think they're really good, and I think that they're on top of the American League for a reason. Okay.
They've earned
and
it.
It's because, and there are no weak spots in their lineup right now. But again, that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. But their teammates are going to pick each other up, and I think that that's the bottom line. And I guess that's the reason why I called. I think they're going to be fine. Okay. Even later on, in July and August, we all know that other teams come around after the All-Star break. You got that break, and if they come back, they might have a little bit of a slump. But I don't see that with them. I think they're going to pick up right where they left off because I think AJ is going to have them playing.
So let me just be clear here, because I love it, and you're obviously chesty about them. They're on a pace to win 106 games.
Right.
You think they will win 106 games?
I think they may win more than that.
Look at this guy.
I'm serious. I think they're that good. I think they're good. I think they may win more than that.
So
they do, I'll be very sorry. Even if it's one game more.
Paul, I love this. The question is, how good are they? And your response is better than this.
Yeah. Historically good, is what he's saying. Which, look, they're playing great right now.
They are playing great.
It's a lot of fun to watch, and it's not like they're doing it with Murderer's Row.
No.
I mean, but they're also doing it with more power than you thought.
But the pitching, you could say, is living up to an expectation and is probably, in the end, the strength of this team. In the end. All right, you ready for some instant feedback fun?
Yes.
All right. We haven't done this in a while. We want you to text in your best answers. As you know, yesterday we selected our 267th Pope, and he's from Chicago. So it got us to thinking what to expect from a Chicago Pope. What to expect from a Chicago Pope. Like, for instance, Nike will come out with a Jordan brand Air Popes. There will be some Air Popes.
The Air Popes.
Yep.
What to expect from a Pope from Chicago? The mustache and sunglasses is going to make a glorious debut at the Vatican.
What to expect from a Chicago Pope? Bishop Ditka.
Oh, yeah, sure. Frankincense and myrrh have been replaced with sausage and peppers.
What to expect from a Chicago Pope? Popra.
What to expect from a Pope from Chicago? Traffic reports will talk about the construction on the Da Vinci. Backup slowing things down on the Marconi. There's an accident on the eastbound Ghirardelli. And don't forget to avoid the Fittipaldi as it's shut down in both directions.
There you go. Get your best answers in. What to expect from a Chicago Pope? We will get the best ones, sift through them, or open up the Busch Light in a can inbox today at 1:40 because why not? What to expect from a Chicago Pope? Gator, trouble in paradise.
What?
Trouble in paradise. I'm not sure these kids are going to make it.
Oh, no.
The latest on Belichick and Hudson at 11:08. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It's been a full-on Detroit Tiger love fest the first hour of the show. And yeah, we're excited for a variety of reasons, but what a great weekend it should be down at Comerica Park. Scuba pitches tonight. Scuba bobblehead day tomorrow's almost sold out. Sunday, Mother's Day. It's going to be great weather, and we got a first-place team, best team in the American League record-wise, and that is one of the good ways to measure a team's quality is their wins and losses. But they are now 2.5 games ahead of the Guardians and the Royals. And what a day yesterday as they just exploded all over the Rockies. Robert in Southfield, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Robert.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's
How
up?
you guys doing?
Doing well.
Man, let me pile on to this Tiger narrative, okay? I'm going to pile on hard.
Okay.
This team is legit, period. And see, this is what really disturbs me about this. The best acquisition they made this offseason was Gleyber Torres. He brought a winning attitude from the Yankees and patience at the plate. He really did.
Mm-hmm.
And what really disturbs me is this. Why is anybody even talking trade? Talk about trade deadline. What do they need? You know what they need? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, I think that there's a lot of merit to what you have to say. Right now, there is no glaring holes. I mean, you can always find ways to improve a bullpen, I guess, but this is a pitching staff as a whole that has an earned run average below 3. These guys are doing great, and I wouldn't be looking to blow anything up or I mean, you might want to tweak something. Maybe there's a great player that comes along that you can't resist, but I don't think you have to be looking at the next big
But if
thing.
you're talking about a
But
great player that comes
2
along,
months away.
there's a price to be paid for that.
Yeah, but it's also
You're
2
talking
months.
about a great.
But Robert, it's 2 months away for the trade deadline. And the other thing is, and knocking on wood here, let's hope that they don't have to replace somebody because there's an injury.
Health. I got that part.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to talk real crazy now. This team reminds me, I'm talking about the pitching staff of the 1971 Baltimore Orioles.
Me too.
With the 4 starters that won
Think
20
about it.
games.
Hello, Jim Palmer, Mike Cuellar, Dave McNally, and ex-Tiger Pat Dobson. Yeah, you know what? I'm telling my age. I'm seasoned. I know what I'm talking about. I'm an umpire, man, for the Michigan High School Athletic Association.
All right.
I know what I'm talking about.
Fair enough.
Real talk.
Fair enough. But I wouldn't compare eras. When you're talking about, that'll never be seen again where 4 starters win 20 games because those guys all
How about we just go back to recent Tiger staff with Verlander and Scherzer and Sanchez and Porcello and Price. I mean, they had a dominant pitching staff.
Pfister.
I mean, we can go back.
Yeah, I
You
think
remember
that's a more
Deacon Phillip in the 1901 Pittsburgh Pirates? We don't have to go that far back to think of it. We got a modern day version of it here in Detroit.
Well, they got a long way to go, but I like how it started. You certainly feel strongly about the Cy Young winner.
Yep.
I love how Casey Mize is pitching. And, Flaherty, we've seen Flaherty the last couple seasons be very, very good. And he's off to a decent start. Not a great start, but a decent start. And Reese Olson has been fantastic.
Okay. Tweet this morning from Yahoo Sports. Breaking. Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, is reportedly banned from the North Carolina football facility.
Oh, no. What happened?
One Belichick family source adds, there is a deep worry for how detrimental Jordan can be for not just North Carolina, but Bill's legacy, reputation, everything he has built and worked for over the decades.
Well,
Yep.
I don't think that Bill's going to have a difficult time shutting things down from her standpoint. Like if he has to distance himself or her from the football program, I don't think he'll have an issue with that. He's Bill Belichick.
What do you mean?
I just think that Bill's been around the block. This isn't his first rodeo. Oh, I'm sure he's enjoying this rodeo. I would think when you decide to take on the job of going back to coaching and to go to college in the college ranks and try something different like that, that you've got a plan involved in what you're going to do. And if you've got this distraction, disruption, is it going to surprise me if we find out in 3, 2, 1 that those kids aren't going to make it? Wouldn't surprise me in a bit.
What, that the relationship's not going to make it?
That he'll focus on football, or who knows what is said behind closed doors.
You think Bill might break up with her? This is none of our business.
It's
it really is
absolutely
none of our business.
business. All right, but here's what I think. I don't think he's going to allow that to be a distraction for him. I think when he's locked into football, he's locked into football.
Well, I suppose we're going to find out how locked into football he is, or locked into other things. I mean, he might have a decision to make: her or the game he loves. It's tough, man. It's the age-old story.
It is. Boy meets girl.
Professional life, personal life. No, it's boy grows up, boy turns to old man, then boy meets girl.
Yeah. Man meets
girl. Grandpa meets girl.
Well, no, she's a grown-ass woman, but yes.
Right. But
just 50 years difference, but it's okay.
Just
maybe 45, whatever the number is.
It's
a big number. It's a couple generations.
I think in retrospect, as an advisor to Bill Belichick, perhaps the book tour was a bad idea.
Yeah.
Perhaps allowing her to be there during the book tour.
That might be the bad idea.
Was a bad idea. Seems like there's a number of bad ideas here.
Can't Bill just have some fun?
Yes.
Can he just enjoy this?
Sure. Absolutely. He can do whatever he wants. And it has a detrimental effect on North Carolina football that whatever. But I think secretly, coaches would tell you through the years, guys' problems with women have had detrimental impacts on football teams. And we just don't hear about it. They're just not on 60 Minutes.
No. I think something else that happens with coaches are workaholics.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're with a coach like that, you have to understand that going into it.
If you're dating a coach?
Yeah. So I'm guessing that he's just going to, when he's locked into football, it's football 24/7 with him.
Right.
And, if you've got free time, okay, we can do things, but I got to worry about the team. I'm doing this and that. I mean, maybe it's her that's going to see what she does with the relationship. I don't know. To speculate on, I feel weird speculating on anything.
Like that. It's none of our business.
It is none of our business.
But it's out there that she is banned from the UNC football program.
Which is an interesting start to all of this. I find the Bill Belichick going back to college thing extraordinarily interesting.
I do too.
And that he's going to Carolina, that he's at Carolina, that he's already done some amazing recruiting there in the portal to get this team ready to go from moment one, that he is this legendary coach. I can't wait to see what North Carolina looks like in the fall.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you are ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They got auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy, online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, the same great rate applies for both new and used vehicles. We're taking a look. We may take advantage of this. I'll keep you updated. Don't wait. This is a limited time offer. Becoming a member is easy. Visit umcu.org to get started, insured by NCUA. The drama continues. What might be a story hard to avoid.
By the minute, it changes.
Yep.
Now, this just came out a few minutes ago. Chris Vanini
of The Athletic.
Yep. He posted, "Well, Jordan Hudson is not an employee at the university or Carolina Athletics. She is welcome to the Carolina football facilities. Jordan will continue to manage all activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his responsibilities for Carolina football and the university." This was a statement from North Carolina. Now, what's interesting to me about this is it's okay. Perhaps this is, got some pushback maybe from Bill. But the other thing I think it's clear is that Carolina wants it known she has nothing to do with Carolina football. She's there to manage all the activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his responsibilities for Carolina football and the university. So she is. They've distanced themselves from her. Like, yeah, I can't stop you from coming, you're Bill's girlfriend and all that. Yeah. But I want everybody to know it's young lady, have nothing to do with Carolina Blue.
That statement, you're right, it establishes two things. One, she is welcome in the building, and two, she don't work for us.
Right.
That's sort of the underlying message, the covert message in this whole deal. She don't work for us.
Yeah, but it also lets me know that if Bill wants her there or if she wants to be there, she can be there.
Yeah.
That's clear, right? I feel like this is like a Rod Wood situation where, like, hey, you're around the football, but you're not making any football decisions, right? Like, you're just there for, like, hey, what's going to be the giveaway day or whatever.
Well, funny.
What's in the suite this year, Rod?
Well, funny, Kang. I bet Rob Wood doesn't like this.
Wait, he doesn't want to be compared to a 24-year-old young lady? Attractive young lady? No, but this is going to be very interesting how this whole thing plays out.
Yep. So don't expect her with a headset during games?
No, but she'll just tell him what kind of headset he can wear for his brand.
That's actually a good point. That's the kind of decision she's making.
Right.
You need more sparkle.
Yep. More flair.
Bling.
More
flair. So less flair.
I'm telling you.
I gotta tell you, a 24-year-old girl trying to flare up Bill Belichick and make him more drippy is hysterical. Please. Oh, I'm trying to think. Oh, let him get the hair. Let him get the messy hair.
Oh, if he comes out in that, it's over. It's over.
The bird's nest.
If it looks
hair
like Jackson
that
Jones,
that my boys have.
I'm looking at, there's a picture that's associated with a story on this from On 3 Sports, and it's a picture of Belichick and Jordan Hudson standing next to each other at some NFL event, and she's wearing this dynamite dress and looking in one direction very seductively, and Bill's looking in the other direction, and his hair is already disheveled, but it can't do the bird's nest because there's not enough volume to it. But it is a little bit all over the place.
Dude, you know the answer to that. Turkey. He'll go to Turkey and get more density for the hair so he can do the bird's nest. Okay. So.
Sorry, we just had sex in the car. Hair's a little messed up. We're on to Cincinnati. Coach, you don't play Cincinnati this year. Fair enough.
We got instant feedback fun today. What to expect from a Chicago Pope? Get your best answers in. They are coming in, and they are funny. And we will read a whole bunch today at 1:40. What to expect from a Chicago Pope? A NFL writer came out with their wish list for the schedule. The schedule release will dominate the news cycle next week. There's something fascinating about this to me. This schedule release will be televised. And as they say in the business, it'll get a number.
Yeah.
Meaning people will watch. It's considered a big item in the news cycle of sports. In fact, I mean, next week, maybe not here in Detroit, but across the board, it might be the biggest single thing that will happen in sports. Probably that or the PGA Championship. Headlining next week's sports. NFL schedule release. But here's why I'm fascinated. We already know who everyone is playing.
This is true.
Which you would think would be the most enticing thing about the schedule release. At Christmas, when we open up gifts, the schedule release, the Christmas comparison is, you know what's in every box. The schedule release is announcing what order you will open the boxes in. I know what all my gifts
Right.
are.
You just don't know which box it's in.
I just don't know which box I'm going to open first. So
Funny you say Christmas with 3 games on Christmas this year.
the box with the PlayStation wrapped up, I know there's a PlayStation in there. I just find out if I get to open this
hopefully it's
at the beginning
in
or
September.
the end.
I want to play with it now.
So the schedule release, you would think that the opponents would be the draw, but this is literally, no, we already know the opponents. We're just telling you what order you're going to play them in. But a writer for Fox Sports named David Hellman put together his schedule release wish list. These are the games that he wants. Do you think the Lions get some mention here?
Yeah.
We'll start at the top. NFL kickoff game. Lions at Eagles is the game he wants. We have talked about this for a long time. The Eagles, typically the Super Bowl champion, host the playoff or the opening game. The Lions are on the schedule, and they're the biggest TV draw in the league during the regular season last year. We have mentioned Lions-Eagles as the opener, which will be a Thursday or a Wednesday night the first week. That's what he wants. He wants Lions at Eagles. So, something to look out for. Fox opener, he thinks it'll be Washington versus Dallas. Monday night opener, he's going for Vikings at Seattle. Thanksgiving game. Here's who he predicts for the Thanksgiving game. Bears at Lions. He writes, this feels inevitable. It was a bonkers sequence on Thanksgiving in Detroit that cost Matt Eberflus his job last season that led to Ben Johnson becoming the Bears' new head coach. Of course, Johnson's return to Ford Field, where he was the Lions' OC for 3 years, would come on Thanksgiving Day. If I'm setting the matchups, I want these holiday games to have as much intrigue as possible, and this would certainly qualify. Ben Johnson's return. Packers and Cowboys, Ravens, Bengals are his other games. His Black Friday game, he wants Patriots and Titans. But the Lions, he wants Lions in the opener, Lions, Bears on Thanksgiving.
That Thanksgiving schedule is pretty good.
Packers, Cowboys,
and Ravens and Bengals.
Yep. This is, again, a wish list.
Yeah, it's a wish
list.
list.
Just a wish list. But it's interesting nonetheless. And I'm hanging on to it. We called that early. Lions, Eagles, Thursday night affair to open up the season. Lions already got the Hall of Fame game. So they'll get to play an extra meaningless preseason game,
Right.
which means the starters will sit out another preseason game.
This means more opportunities for Hendon Hooker.
That's exactly what it means. And wouldn't be a stunner to see him on opening night in the league. In the meantime, rookie minicamp starts today. We got a question for you, okay? Because this is the day, so you got your 7 draft picks, your 10 undrafted free agents, and then you've got, Kang, was it 17 tryout players?
I think it was 19, actually.
19, okay. And you want to have enough that you can field an offense and a defense. You want to have enough that you can run special teams drills. You want to have enough that, even though these are unpadded, so it's hard to get a sense for how good or bad people or players might be. Rookie minicamp starts now. Since the rookies are taking the field, here's a question we have for you. Since the draft, which draft pick did you start to say, okay, I get it now? Like when they drafted him, you were like, wait, what? Why? And now that we're here, which rookie falls into the category at the top of the list of, okay, I get it now? 248-539-9797. Got a question about rookie minicamp that we'll get to as well. But which rookie, as you did your research, you started to understand a little bit, you're now on board with the pick? We'll get to some of your answers coming up. Also, Tigers discussion. Tigers discussion is hot today. It's fun. as they come home after a very successful road trip. Do you remember how that road trip started? Do you remember the first game?
Was that in Houston?
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a tough trip for Trey Sweeney.
Oh, yeah. He had like 2 errors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it a tough trip for Trey Sweeney?
Ended up being a fantastic trip for Trey Sweeney.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Some of these Pope answers are hysterical. What to expect from a Chicago Pope? We'll read a bunch at noon, straight up. Then we'll read them all today at 1:40. Then make it through the judges. Best answers, what to expect from a Chicago Pope.
Could just be a new TV show called Chicago Pope.
See, that's an answer right there. 248-539-9797. I do want to encourage people on Twitch and YouTube on the streaming chat. You can submit your answers there, too. Is what to expect from a Chicago Pulp. Again, we'll read a whole bunch at noon. 248-539-9797. Talking about the Lions and rookie minicamp. Is there a draft pick that when they first made it, you were like, what? And now you're more like, okay, I understand now. I get it. Is there one that falls in that category?
Maybe a little bit. Just I've become way more accepting of Tyleik Williams.
Yeah.
I really wanted an edge rusher there, but as time goes on, obviously they have their evaluations, and I think that the selection of Williams over an Ezeraku or Mike Green or whomever just says that they had him way higher on the list. And there is also a need for a defensive tackle on this team because of the uncertainty with the future of a couple of these players. Whether it's Ali McNeil coming back from the knee injury, or looking past this season, DJ Reader's towards the end of his career and his contract's up after the season, and we don't even know if Broderick Martin can play at this level consistently. So that's the one I've become more. I'm warming up to it a lot more.
I'll tell you what I really want. I really want by Monday us to have some semblance of a clue as to why they waited to the 6th round to take the edge rusher. Like that's the one that I'm hoping that I will say, oh my God, they got a boy. He creates the buzz. And we talked about this yesterday, that the assassin, the edge rusher out of Boise State, I want that probably more than anything, is to understand that. And I feel like I've done more deep dive and research on him than any other player in this draft because of being a position of need. It is one of the more curious things that Brad Holmes has done. His defense of it, to me, makes sense. The salary cap issues can be used as an excuse for why you didn't do anything if it's excuse worthy, or it can be a reason. Look, the player of the caliber that people want can't be afforded. That doesn't mean it has to be Trey Hendrickson, but the player that people wanted that just has to be, a pro that they think on the other side. They're still hoping to get that. They're just still hoping to get it at a cheaper price. But, that I think like this question is useless for you, Kang, because you predicted like damn near the whole draft.
Yeah, right. No, so even though I called my shot with Tesla, it is still surprising that they did take him. I was surprised. Even, you know what I mean? We're all surprised. I thought there was a chance they would reach in the 3rd round for him, and they actually did it, and I was still surprised. But with that being said, now that I look back at it, besides all the stuff that I thought they might look at him, I think when you look at 3rd round picks now and 4th round picks, guys, they're not the same as they were 5, 6, 7 years ago. And what I mean by that is you're going to have more reaches in these rounds now, I feel like, because NIL. And I think Ray Agnew mentioned it today, his presser this morning, how that has affected the mid-round picks, where guys that would have normally came out, right, and been 3rd, 4th round picks that are good players, they're staying in school and making better money, and they're trying to, improve their draft stock for the following year. So you're going to see guys like Tesla and maybe a Sione Vaki or whatever more in the 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds, because that's where we're at now with that type of player, and they're willing to take a chance on a developmental player like that. Then back in the day, you could get a 4-year guy, right?
Yeah, well, if that's the case, if NIL has impacted the Lions draft strategy, I feel like they're ahead of the curve, really. So for a lot of these guys, today's kind of like the first official day at work, even though I'm sure they've been in the facility lifting. It's something that I think everyone can relate to. First day at work. First day at work. And first day at work in a job. And I feel like almost everybody remembers their first day at work in a job. Do you remember your first day at work when you got an on-air position? I have distinct memories from every step of the way.
I guess I do. Yeah. Not the day itself. No, the position. Yes. As I go back and think, and I got to think which one happened first. I can't, because it was for doing pregame stuff. Well, it would have been with the Lions more before. I was going to say when when all sports, but it was before we're all sports. It would have been with the Lions broadcast.
Yeah.
So it was hosting a pregame show in 1998, I think. Yeah, that would be the first year. But I don't remember the first day of doing it.
Okay, so one of the first things that I did on the air was an emergency break glass fill-in for the sports anchor at Channel 25 at WEYI on television. And I was on the desk with Shaul Turner and Terry Stanton. They were the anchors, did the news. And I was doing sports. I stared into the camera and did two things for 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I did not blink, nor did I breathe. And looking back at it, there's a tape of it somewhere, but we laughed so hard. Zero emotion, terrified, stared into the camera, expressionless, read the teleprompter that I wrote everything, and barely took a breath. In the middle, I think you could hear me go, and then start talking again. That was TV. I'll never forget in radio at 1050. So this would have been 92 or 93, something like that. My first job, there was a guy there named Dave Harbison, and he left. And I'd been an intern, and I had filled in on occasion. And I had been they did a roundtable thing. I got to be a guest. I was kind of a part-timer, and Dave Harbison left. Took a job with Sporting News Radio or 101 Sports Network or whatever it was. And the job opened up, and a lot of people applied for it, and they hired me, okay? Now, I'd been there for a while, and I answered phones. I'd been a fill-in, and I kind of gotten to know the regulars. Smaller station, you kind of get to know the regulars a little bit more. And there was a guy named Thurman that called. And Thurman called up on my first day on the air as the new host. He said, yeah, look, I'm excited for you and everything, but I just want to express my displeasure. I heard who some of the people were up for this job, and I got to express my displeasure with this station for not hiring them. Nothing against you, but there are some really good people up for this job, and I cannot believe that they passed on them and hired you. No disrespect. And I'm like, no, how would I?
And you remembered him by name.
I remember Thurman. Yeah, Thurman called and said that on the air, my first day on the air. But I also remember before I even hit the air, I was so terrified that I had convinced myself, okay, I'm going to do this today, and then I'm going to search for a real job. I'm just going to do what all my friends did, and I'm just going to get a real job. This is terrifying. I don't want to do this every day. I won't be able to. I can't sustain this. This is awful. So I had convinced myself before I even hit the air the first time, this is a one and done. I'm going to do the show today, and I'll turn in my resignation and go find a job.
With the Lions broadcast, it wasn't so. It worked out well for me, I thought, at the time, because I'd worked behind the scenes of that broadcast for 2 years prior to that.
Right.
So I was kind of prepared to get into it. But the first broadcast I did to host a Red Wings postgame show.
Yeah.
I could not have been less prepared because we had just gotten the Red Wings broadcast rights, and this was going to be like one of our first games that we were doing. And I literally only had to do like a 15-minute show. And I'd taken notes and everything like that, and I had to do the show live from Hockeytown. And this was back before they had redone Hockeytown. So it was incredibly dark, and I was in some corner, the darkest corner ever, and I'm trying to read my notes, and I can't read my notes because it's so damn dark, and I've got to do this.
Why don't you use a light on your cell phone?
Uh-huh. It was before the cell phones. So I was like screwed. I thought I was screwed, and it was probably the worst broadcast I've ever done, and it was only like a 2 or 3 segment show.
Yeah.
And I had no idea what I was doing. Well, because we hadn't done a broadcast, so I didn't see what it was like to do it. I was just thrown into that situation, and it was just a horrible, horrible mess.
Here, my first air shift here was a Sunday afternoon of the Daytona 500, and Dale Earnhardt died in a crash while I was on the air. I was watching the race. It was on the TVs while I was in studio, and who knows what the hell we were talking about. That was when I was coming off a stint in radio where I had to do 3 races a year out at MIS. I was as prepared for a NASCAR topic as I had ever been in my career. And then I did that stint on ESPN radio, and there's a guy named Dave Zaslowski because I had a regular show. Then I got bumped to nights, and they said, sure, go see if ESPN works out. And they, there was a guy named Dave Zaslowski who was in charge. And right before I went in studio, about to go on for the first time, he looks me dead in the eye and he goes, hey, look, we'll learn everything we need to know about you in the first 5 minutes. Good luck. And I'm like, I stared back at him like with my mouth agape, and he goes, just kidding. Go have fun. And I'm like, that's not a funny joke, man.
Yeah.
First day on the job for some Lions. It's rookie minicamp. What do you remember about your first day at the job, whatever it was, and how did it go? How did it go? I'm sure there was some stuff that stood out. 248-539-9797. We'll reset the instant feedback fund today at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, beautiful weather is here, and it's going to be here for a while. So don't you want your lawn to look beautiful too? Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. Go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase that full lawn program and you get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. You don't want to see dandelions. I know they look pretty and, they have some value when it comes to pollination and all that, but otherwise they're a weed. Weeds are no good. They're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. They're going to choke out that lawn. You got to stop the dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, it's not too late to treat for crabgrass. If you see crabgrass in the summertime, it's too late. Call right now. You get the beautiful weed-free lawn this summer. And what I love about Natural Way is they treat for what they say they're going to treat. They come out to your lawn, and every few weeks, they evaluate it. They got these the experts out there that will specifically tailor solutions for your yard and your home. When they look at the lawn, they evaluate it, and then they leave you a little note and say, this is what has to be done. It's awesome. There's no ambiguity about it whatsoever. It's a locally owned company for over 35 years. It's a company I've trusted for nearly a dozen years with my lawn, and I am completely satisfied. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, so we're talking about first day on the job, amongst other things, because today's the first day of rookie minicamp. We got some feedback coming in on the rookies and which one you now understand a little bit more than you did when the draft pick was made. Like you're warming up to it as they'll make their debut out there. They got the 7 draft picks, the 10 undrafted free agents, and then like 19 walk-ons, tryout guys that help them round out. Basically, these guys are brought into practice. And, it's their one chance, so you don't say no to that. You never know what may happen. 248-539-9797. Jimmy in Birmingham, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Jimmy.
How you doing?
Good, Jimmy.
My first day on the job, that indicated was U.S. Marine Corps, and the transition from civilian life to military life is immediate and brutal. That's the best way I can put it.
I bet.
Yeah. Well, give me an example. So, what happened?
Drill instructors yelling in your face. Basically, the first shower you get, your haircut, all your hair's gone, and the constant yelling and the constant moving from point A to point B with direction and purpose.
So there's no slow orientation, huh?
No, it's quick and immediate.
How much of a shock to the system was that?
The first time I felt water on my scalp in my life.
I can see how that would be a shock to the system.
You can't exactly say, I'll be there in a minute.
No. You were there when they said it would be there and right now.
Yeah, I get it. What do you remember about the first day on the job? Today is the first day on the job for a bunch of Lions rookies. All right, feedback coming in. Which draft picks do you totally get now that you've done a little research and taking it in? Dan in New Haven says, I saw Tesla highlights, and that dude is an alien. Interesting description. Dan Jackson, the safety from Georgia, was a pick I questioned, not because of the player, but safety. Was that a need? I thought they would have addressed it sooner in the draft. Sooner as the draft went on, and they didn't draft a safety until later. I thought maybe they could have added a running back, so I questioned the pick. But now I actually love it. I think he's going to make a big impact this season. That's from Marlon and Walled Lake.
Special teams.
He's probably a special teams guy, but he is his highlight tape of his hits. Like these are standard, regular beheadings.
Yes, but he's also prone to missing the tackle.
There's a reason he went when he went where he went in the draft.
Exactly. But they love his attitude. Another guy who would play with his hair on fire, so to speak, runs downhill the whole time.
Yep.
That screams to a special teams performer.
Hassanine, totally get it. He's a Holmes Campbell hustle kind of guy, hardworking, athletic guy that they can use in some capacity. That's from Bruno in Dearborn. 248-539-9797. We got a bunch of feedback fun we want to get to. Brad in Dearborn Heights says this of Javi Baez. We all gave up on Javi, and we all need to give him all the credit. He's a tremendous teammate, and he's proving to be a tremendous athlete and asset to an extremely good team that's just been a blast to watch. Yeah, tonight can be interesting. He could get a standing ovation the way he's playing. And what he's come from, like, it's his own doing, right? I mean, it's not like, I don't want to say what he's been through because, he's responsible for his own performance.
Yeah.
Last year during the playoff, Javi was there with his teammates on the bench enjoying the ride. If he was a bad apple, AJ would have got rid of him. There was the one call that came earlier that said they thought it was work ethic.
I think it's a great opportunity for the fans to show appreciation to Javi.
Yep.
And I'm looking forward to Javi perhaps tipping his helmet in return to the fans.
Let me be clear, too. It was a caller called up, said, I think he just got his work ethic back. And we're like, well, we were a little hesitant to say, maybe tap the brakes. That implies he wasn't working hard. And I don't know I've never heard that accusation on or off the record. We hear stuff, not always for on-air consumption. It might lead to some reading between the lines on the listener's part, but
that's something we never heard.
Mark in Redford, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey, what's
nice
up?
to talk to you.
Thank you for calling.
It wasn't my first job ever, but I was working for a temp agency, so I was getting placed. And one of the jobs I was at, I was having lunch the first day, talking to this girl, and a guy walks in, and we're chatting. And the guy goes, "Oh, I'm the vice president's son." And I was like, "Oh, that must be cool. So even if you were like totally useless, you wouldn't get fired." And the room got quiet, like real quiet. And they called me a few hours later and were like, your services are no longer needed. Turns out I stepped right in it on day one.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Yep. First and last day.
First day, you made a joke about nepotism and got canned.
So turns out he had run his car into the moving arm of the garage a couple of times. Not only was he bad at work, he was bad at everything else. I could not have nailed it any harder, and boy, did I pick my moment.
And it cost you the job. That's funny, Mark. Yep. First day on the job for the Lions rookie minicamp. Don and Frazier, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, first day on the job as new office manager. Things were going well throughout the day. In the afternoon, I went into the John, do my business, and I'm zipping back up, and my zipper broke. So I said, what the heck am I going to do now? Went back out, and thankfully, one of the ladies that I had gotten close to already during the day, I asked her if she might have a safety pin, and she did, and I was able to cover it up. But
wow.
Worst thing that could have happened.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, Don.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe not the way you want to debut.
Probably not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don, thank you.
It turned out everything was. It kind of broke the ice.
I would hope so. Turn it into a positive. Wendell and Inkster. What's up, Wendell?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Hi, yeah. But first day, actually, I just graduated from college, and I came back to the Detroit area, got a management training job, which I couldn't stand. So what it was, like I said, it was a recession. It was kind of tough to find another one. So I still had to call a recruiter I saw in high school. He said, oh, yeah, we can line something up for you. About a few weeks later, I got a call. They said, yeah, we can ship you off to Texas for training. So I agreed, may as well give it a shot. So I got there. They said, oh, yeah, how you doing? We read all your information. You really look good potential. So we'll start the program tomorrow. I said, and they said, you want anything extra to eat? Real polite. 5 a.m. the next morning. To the room and started yelling because we were in the flight. And they just said, get up. And then it was just the military, after being used to being in college and in the dorm and all this stuff.
It's night and day.
So sergeants and drill sergeants and all that. So anyway, I got through it. The people around me, they was freaking out. This one guy woke up in the middle of the night. He would just salute the mirror. He was sound asleep. And anyway, it got so bad. So I went through it and then went through technical school, completed that. And then they said, well, you're the last one we have an assignment for. They said, we don't really know where you're going. And then they went to the commander and they said, well, if you don't want this position, you could turn down the first one, but you got to take the second one. He said, you sure? I said, yeah. It was Hawaii, Honolulu. 2 years.
Beautiful. That worked out well for you. 248-539-9797. One more on this. Rod in West Bloomfield. Hi, Rod. First day on the job. What do you remember?
Well, first day on the job at Detroit City Airport, air traffic control tower. We're sitting down in orientation with the tower chief, and guy comes down from the tower. He says, "Hey, Chief, I think we just had a mid-air collision." And he says, "What do you mean?" He says, "I was talking to this aircraft over Windsor. Windsor was in our airspace, aircraft over Windsor, and Metro was talking to another airplane, and they were supposed to hand it off to us. They never got to us. And sure enough, they collided, and that was back in 1979, I believe."
That was your first day? Your first day.
It was my first day at the Detroit City Airport, but I had been an air traffic controller in the military before and whatever. But anyhow, it was kind of interesting, to say the least.
That's terrible. You had nothing to do with it. It wasn't your fault, right?
No, as a matter of fact, if there was any blame, it was blamed on, always blaming on somebody, but they blamed on the pilots first, but it was blamed on the Metro Detroit guy who, when we said we couldn't find him, he said, well, he was over the river. If he's not in the airport, he's in the river. Well, he was close. They ended up on the street, but
wow.
Ron, how long were you an air traffic controller for?
6 years.
6 years. Why did you get out of it? Was it so much pressure, or did you just find something else you had more passion for?
Well, first of all, I loved it, and but I'll tell you a little bit of history. The President of the United States fired 12,000 of us back in 1981, and I was one of them.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that's. They might be hiring again soon. I hope they are. 248-539-9797. Interesting stuff. Lions first day on the job for a bunch of these rookies. We'll continue with some Lions talk. We got the Mother's Day question we'll get to. Lots to talk about with our Tigers. Man, it's no longer are they good. The question is, how good are they? We'll get into that next hour. Plus, we'll reset the instant feedback fun. I got a taste test for you guys. It is my favorite chip. You can scoff all you want. We'll see. We'll see if I have a crossover food here.
A little nervous.
You probably should be given my history. We'll get to that in the noon hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome to all of you listening out there on this Friday, of course, over terrestrial radio at 97.1 FM. Over the Odyssey app, download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. And then you can stream the show anywhere. We've already had somebody calling. It was streaming while driving to Nashville, I believe he was, through our website, 971theticket.com. You can stream with video. Go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket. A whole bunch of you there today in the chat on the right side of the page. Thank you, everybody there. And the same thing for Twitch, twitch.tv. That's another way you could take it in and participate in the streaming chat there. We've got instant feedback fun, Gator. Instant feedback fun today. What to expect from a Chicago Pope. What did we come up with? Well, what to expect from a Chicago Pope. Jordan Brand will come out with a Nike Air Pope. It'll be an Air Pope shoe.
What to expect from a Pope from Chicago? The mustache and sunglasses are going to make a glorious debut at the Vatican.
What to expect from a Chicago Pope? Bishop Ditka.
Sure. Frankincense and mirth have been replaced with sausage and peppers.
What to expect from a Chicago Pope? Popra.
And Doug, what to expect from a Chicago Pope? Traffic reports that'll talk about construction on the Da Vinci, backup slowing things down on the Marconi. There's an accident on the eastbound Garibaldi, and don't forget to avoid the Fittipaldi as it's shut down in both directions.
Okay, so some of the better answers we've gotten so far. What to expect from a Chicago Pope from Mike on the road. How about a losing record?
Oh, no.
From I Hate Usernames on YouTube. I'm guessing he'll walk around the Vatican yelling Southside. And from Scotty Popin.
Oh, no. No. I do love that we're finding out that there's controversy about his loyalty to which baseball team in Chicago.
Yeah.
That he is apparently a Sox fan and not a Cubs fan.
Mm-hmm.
But the Cubs fans don't want to let that go.
Well, that's their issue. We will, just a reminder, read a whole bunch of these. You can get them in via ticket text at 248-539-9797. You can tweet us at Doug and Gator 971. You can enter them on the streaming chat on YouTube and Twitch, and we'll read the best ones that come across at 1:40 when we open up the Busch Light in a Can inbox and read a whole bunch. What to expect from a Chicago Pope. 248-539-9797. Are you ready for a taste test?
I am.
Yes. I think this is the best chip out there. Okay? And like, dare I say, it's my personal favorite. So for me, it's the best chip out there. That doesn't mean it's for everybody. But I decided, as we do here on the show, to let you guys sample it. Most of what I brought in, you have not been a huge fan of.
No, Dulce is what comes to mind. Years ago, you brought in some Dulce, and Dulce was it's a seaweed product. And if this is anything like that, then I'm really not going to be happy. All right, I turned my head so as not to see it. And now I'm looking at it. I'm very curious about this. Very curious. Because it appears to be some sort of...
Why? Because of the shape?
Well, it looks like it's a Frito of some kind. Like a Frito.
It looks more like bigger onion petals.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's a Frito with some kind of special seasoning on it. I'm going to take a whiff.
I'm sorry, I probably should have told you I was going to do that. I distributed it to Kenny and Kang behind the glass.
It's definitely a corn chip.
Oh, yeah.
All right, go ahead
We
and try
think
them.
it's corn, at least.
All right.
Right?
Go ahead and try them. Doug's favorite chip being sampled
All right,
by
we're trying it.
Gator, Kang, and Kenny right now. And... I don't think Gator likes them.
I'm not sure what to think.
I don't know what the flavor is.
I don't know what the flavor is either. It's like I got hit with like a ton of. There's spice to it. It's spicy.
Yeah, there's a little kick.
I
don't hate it, though.
I can get this is like a spicy elote corn chip or something.
Yeah, you know what? I think you're onto something there. The more it sits on the palate here, kind of like an elote type corn chip is what I'm going with a little kick here.
Yeah. It's not as dense as a typical Frito. It's almost
it's
like
more
a
airy.
lighter. Yeah,
More airy. Yeah. No, I mean you can't really go wrong with chips. I feel.
No, I like it.
Yeah, it's actually it's not bad, Doug.
All right.
Is
You
this,
could also just be really hungry.
yeah. This has got to be healthy if Doug's eating it though.
Well, it's organic. So there's that. I'm holding the bag up to the camera for those watching on Twitch and YouTube. It is from Trader Joe's. It is the organic elote corn dippers with a Mexican-style street corn flavored seasoning.
Nailed it, Gator. Good job.
Yep.
It's good.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good. It'll be with some sort of sour cream type dip. Be really good.
I've never dipped. I've never dipped them in anything. I just think they're good all by themselves. But
they are. But I mean, everything's better with
scale of 1 to 12.
Hey, Kenny just said it says dippers on the bag. Is that true right there?
Yes, it does say dippers on the bag. I know it says dippers on the bag, but scale 1 to 12.
I go 8.5.
8.5.
I was gonna say 8.
Kenny, what do you think of them?
I'll give it a 7.5. It's up there.
Okay. None of these are what because to me it's a 12 out of 12. This is the best chip out there. Personally,
It's really good.
My
I
favorite.
mean, it's growing on me.
Yeah.
It is spicy.
Yeah. Well, would you buy these on your own?
Yeah, I think I would if I were at Trader Joe's. I don't really go shopping there, but
Kang, would you try these?
Yeah, they're fine. Like if someone offered them, would I buy them?
Would you buy them on your own?
I mean, it's not top 5 for me. I know it's your number 1,
Yep,
but
sure.
I'd buy them. It's top
I really want to try this with like a French onion dip.
French onion.
Yeah, well, French
What
onion
about-
dip's great with everything, but some
What
kind
about
of
guac? Doesn't on the bag it has
guac
guac?
would be good.
Right? Yeah.
Well, they do have the picture on the front. Yes, in a sticking out of a
I just need some
cup full of guac.
I need something to cool it down a little bit.
You need a drink. Oh, you want something dairy.
Yeah.
Too spicy for you?
It's not too spicy. It's just I think it would complement the dairy would complement it very well.
All right, well there you go.
Do you have a margarita though?
I do not have a margarita. There it is. Doug's favorite chip gets a thumbs up. Kind of a lukewarm grade, but you like them. You like them. You don't love them.
I said it's grow. I mean, if you ask me 5 minutes from now, I might get up to a 9.
So you want more?
Oh.
Is that what this is about? Are you lobbying for more?
I'm not lobbying for more. That wasn't my intention. But I mean, if you're going to part with some more, I'm not going to turn it down. But that was not my
Out
intention.
of all the foods that I have brought in and had you try, is this the best?
I think you've brought in some kind of dessert thing one time that may have been better. But this is pretty good.
This is definitely better than the fake Reese's, also known
Oh
as
my God,
feces
that
that you
was
try
the
to give
worst.
us. Yeah.
The Quest cups?
Yeah, those are terrible.
Those are good.
No,
Nothing
they're
good about
terrible. Not good.
Kenny, scale 1 to 12. You said 7? You had the lowest ranking out of everybody?
It's a 7.5. I think.
7.5?
Half.
Why is that?
Because first of all, I'm not a huge corn chip guy. I like them, don't love them, so
Okay.
that's already like going to lower the scale. And also, I think you're onto something with a dip. A dip would make this into a 10, 11, maybe even a 12.
I mean, even
Get a
if
good
it's
dip
just
paired with it, perfect.
even if it's just straight up sour cream, I think that'd be great.
Absolutely.
I love these. I just think they're the best there is.
You love them because now tell us the health benefits.
Well,
Because
it's
you don't
just-
just
I don't
love.
know, no.
He sees the word organic.
Okay,
and
yeah.
that's
Oh,
gonna-
it's a word.
that gives them a pass.
They are. They are.
okay.
You're
technically-
shopping at Trader Joe's.
You're
It's
right.
already Then he sees just it fortifies it because it says organic. Oh, but it's organic. And then he sees elote corn or Mexican street corn, and we know how Doug is a big fan. Inevitably, he was going to try it, and it is flavorful.
Here's the thing.
I'm going to go 9.
Really?
Yeah, I'll give it a 9.
Oh, it's getting higher.
Would you look at the bag though, and is the moment you see the word organic, would you be like, I'm out?
Not at all. No,
Okay.
I buy organic stuff all the time.
We thought about making you leave the studio, and I tell the audience what it was, but Kang didn't think you'd have it as adverse reaction to the word organic, as I thought you might. But
No, not at all.
all right, well there you go.
And Gator's all grown up now, man.
Doug's favorite chip, the Trader Joe's organic elote corn dippers. They are
So
spicy.
these are going away in about a month or what? What are we thinking?
Probably, yeah. Shelf life.
We're selling corn chips on the market.
Shelf life, July.
No, you know what? Maybe this. I'm not saying this is the sole reason I'd go to Trader Joe's, But because there are other things I like that are Trader Joe's exclusive.
Yeah.
This, I could see, picking up, like they have like lemon snaps, like ginger snaps, but they're lemon flavored.
Yep.
That are delicious.
They also have great ginger snaps.
I know they do. Yes, they do. So I could see, picking up a box of each of those, and then why not pick up a bag of these?
All right, Doug brought a food in that didn't suck. Let's talk some Tigers.
Is that the biggest size they have?
This bag?
Yeah.
Yeah, they also have one that's spicier than this, just for the record.
Good God.
Let's talk some Tigers. Team's white hot and back at home. Probably playing in front of you. You said they might have 100,000 people come in.
I think they might.
Yeah, well, big weekend for the Tigers ahead. We'll get to that today at 12:18 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Memorial Day deals going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount and Chevy Lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Thanks for everybody being with us on this Friday. All right, so, Tigers.
Spicy, man.
You going to be all right?
I'll be all right.
Yeah. They are spicy.
Yeah. Well, you gave me more during the break.
I did, and I offered him. It's funny, you enthusiastically said yes. I went into the control room and I said, Kang, you want some more? And he's like, no.
No, they're fine. They're good, but the spice does continue though.
Yeah, it
gets stronger. I think as just as the longer it stays in your mouth or your body.
Yep.
It's not expecting that.
I did bring in the elote corn almonds from Blue Diamond Almonds.
Yeah, those were good.
Yeah, and which here's a bad sign. However, John just sent us the following tweet. Hey, by the way, the Speedway on West Allen and Woodhaven has those elote almonds. They're on clearance for $1. I'll wait till they go down to 50 cents and then I'll try them. Being put on clearance, everything Doug likes disappears. Although Busch Light Apple came back.
There it is.
Yep. All right, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Let's get into this Tiger team because they sweep the Rockies yesterday. 10-2 and 11-1. Great job by the pitchers. Baez gave him 6 innings in the opener. And then, what are they going to do in game 2? Well, as is done with this organization, you go to Feder Industries and see what rolls off the assembly line. And yesterday it was Cater Montero. New and improved Cater Montero. Actually, it's been pretty good for them. But what a job by Cater, who goes 8 innings, 5 hits, 3 walks, 1 earned run. And it's interesting because you look at the way this team is playing. They're acting like one of the best teams in baseball. They're acting like it. Now, certainly it has more to do than sweeping the worst team in baseball. It's 2 or 3 from the Yankees, 2 or 3 from the Padres. These are probably offensive data points that could be thrown out when you're going up against a bad team in a hitter's ballpark where the ball flies. Although they didn't hit a lot of home runs in this series, did they?
Only one, but it's still traveling.
Yeah.
Colt Keith hit that ball 450 feet, and I thought for sure he was going to get plunked if he came up to the plate again. He stood there and watched that ball and watched it and then took a couple steps, did a pretty significant bat flip, and rounded the bases. Now, I suppose if you're going to hit the ball 450 feet, go ahead and look at it for a while, but not as long as he did. The catcher, when he crossed home plate, it looked like the catcher wasn't so thrilled with it.
Yeah.
That was the only home run they hit in the 3 games.
Well, look, this team, the way that they are playing right now, somebody asked us earlier in the show, 7-game series. Right now, would you take the Tigers or Yankees? Well, you take the Tigers right now. They are playing out of their mind. But here's the thing about it is there's a lot of baseball to be played. You don't start the playoffs for 5 months. And a lot can happen between now and then, and it's something that we acknowledge. Let's start with how far they've come. 1 year ago, I would say baseball interest in Detroit, it wasn't a full year ago, 8 months ago, 9 months ago, baseball interest in Detroit perhaps was at an all-time low. We have had worse teams, but we've never had teams that bad or that average or below average that also pretty much weren't even on television. How we made it through the summer doing these jobs, I'm not really sure because the team wasn't winning enough and there was no the people didn't even have the games to watch. Some of you did. Got it. You got the app. They've gone from that to playing at an insane pace. When they started to get hot, it all started with a getaway day win over the San Francisco Giants. I believe it was in San Francisco. And it was Cater Montero who got the start, by the way, on that day. And the Tigers were 55 and 63. And they had a 5-4 lead over the Giants in the 6th. The Giants had a runner in scoring position. Bullpen got out of it. Giants put a runner in scoring position in the 7th. Bullpen got out of it. Giants had a leadoff triple in the 8th. Bullpen got out of it. In the 9th, they had a base runner. He didn't make it to scoring position. Bullpen got out of it. The Tigers, since that day, have been playing insanely good baseball. They are 58-26, a .690 winning percentage. The last team that had a winning percentage that good was the 2001 Seattle Mariners, which won 116 games. Now, this is why I'm comfortable saying it. We don't have to debate whether or not they're good. We can debate how good are they. Because although we have one guy saying this isn't even as good as they can be, who called earlier in the show, because they're on a pace right now to win 106 games, and he thinks they're going to win more. I'm not comfortable going there. When they settle into something less than this, I mean, unless they really truly are this good, in which case they will have pulled off this magic trick of putting together a roster of players with such elite versatility and strengths that on any given day, A.J. Hinch can put out a lineup against your pitcher that's going to be more effective than their lineup against his pitcher. It's been a remarkable turnaround. It's been fun to watch. It's been platoon players. The one thing that was predicted was that they could have a great staff, and so far they do. And the bullpen is really, really good. What the lineup is doing was the unpredictable part. How good are they, Scott Anderson?
I think they're really good. I think it's a sustainable winning team. Probably not a 690 clip, but I don't know how much lower it would have to be. This is a very, very good baseball team that the pitching staff has been phenomenal. A team ERA of under 3. The only guys that have high ERAs on the team are Cater Montero and the recently released Kenta Maeda, and also Jackson Jobe. Those guys have the high ERAs. Only one bullpen arm has a high ERA, and that's Bo Brisky. The way he pitched the 9th inning last night, he looks like he's ready to start dealing again. The rest of the pitching staff has been phenomenal. And even the guys with the high ERAs, they've had their moments, like last night with Cater Montero. We've seen Jackson Jobe have some really good starts. But it's the hitting to me that's been more impressive. I expected the pitching to be good.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect this team to be hitting as well as they have. And it's guys coming up in big moments and delivering in those big moments. Like, they're not. Last year the problem was you'd have runners on first and third and one out, you wouldn't get the run in. You'd ground into a double play, or you'd pop up, or you'd strike out, and then the next out was just, it didn't matter, and the runner would stay at third base. You'd go 1 for 10 in a game, or 3 for 25 in a series of runners in scoring position. Not this team. This team is hitting with runners in scoring position. Yesterday alone, they had 2 at-bats with the bases loaded, where they cleared the bases with a double. And a lot of that is because of having a guy at first base was Brewer Hicklin, who just flat out runs, and he was able to score easily from first base on a ball that was hit not to the wall, but in the gap between center and right. It's they've just come up with hits like that time and time again. They're pushing runs across the plate. They can manufacture runs, and this year's team has actually hit some homers. Not a ton of them, but 48 home runs. I think that still ranks in the top 10 in baseball, which is not what you would have expected with this team. But guys like Torkelson have come out swinging. You know, Spencer Torkelson has 10 home runs this year and 32 RBIs. Kerry Carpenter off to a good start with 8 home runs. Riley Green has 8 home runs. And the rest of these guys, it's a righty-lefty matchup that they're a matchup nightmare so far for the opposition. Things will correct. They even said in the broadcast yesterday, all right, be ready for teams to adjust to Trey Sweeney and this hot streak he's on here. You know, why is he getting multiple hit games, 4 games in a row or whatever it is? They're going to look and see what he was hitting, and they'll make that adjustment. Now, the Rangers come into town, and the Tigers avoid their best pitcher, but their second best pitcher is awfully good, and that's Eovaldi. He'll pitch on Sunday against Reese Olson in a great Mother's Day showdown. But the Tigers, I just love how they're getting it done. It's every aspect of the game, going from first to third, hitting sacrifice flies. You know, just taking that extra base is so important for this team, and they played sound defense. When you start the season, the defense, when you lined it up on paper, didn't look like it was going to be very good, and yet it has been. It's been better than average.
248-539-9797. How good are they, Tigers come home following a very successful road trip that saw them score the second most runs by a Tiger team ever on a road trip. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Looking for some place to go this weekend to check out the games and have a great atmosphere? Look no further than 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's the best place for great food and great atmosphere and great specials and the best wings in town. Tomorrow night, UFC 315, they've got it. Muhammad and Madalena will take place, as well as Shevchenko and Furo. There's no cover. Spring and the warm air and the warm weather, it's here. And you know what that means? The rooftop deck is open for business. For all Detroit baseball games at 24, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. Also have great specials going on right now in the basketball and hockey playoffs. And they've got trivia on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock. And 24 Seconds is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. They got a cheesesteak that I'm dying to try. Looking forward to it. And if you need any event catered, or how about just a host, 24 Seconds has you covered for work parties, celebrations, graduation parties, any kind of event. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 is hiring. They're hiring cooks right now, and they will train you. Every seat in the place is a great seat. They got the flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. They pipe in the sound for all the big events. And let me tell you something, the service is top notch. The food's awesome. I gotta love the drink specials, but it's the bar itself. You gotta love it. Check it out and check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com. Grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers, how good are they? How good are they? We approach the 40-game mark, and they have been outstanding coming home from this road trip. A road trip that started auspiciously. Did I use that word correctly?
Sure.
With the loss to Houston. Actually lost the first 2 games to Houston. And the first one, I remember us doing the show afterwards, and I said, didn't this feel like the first game that the Tigers kind of gave away? Because they had a number of errors. Starting pitching didn't do the job. Bullpen didn't do the job. Like it was all, and it's going to happen. But the errors were they both throwing errors on Sweeney? One was to first and the other was to second, if I recall correctly.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, and it had that game that it felt like they gave it away, and they lost the first 2 in Houston. Then they finished out with a win over Houston. Then they took 3 of 4 in L.A. Now they swept Colorado. It's been a really good. Well, it was Anaheim, not L.A. Excuse me. It was a really good road trip.
Well, I like how players have responded too. You know, we've seen slumps from different players, and they've gotten out of it. Look at Colt Keith.
Mm-hmm.
That was a guy we mentioned a couple weeks ago and said, "Listen, he's off to a bad start. Did they have to think about? I mean, he lost his starting position because Torkelson was hitting." And Gleyber Torres, he hasn't played the whole season because he was hurt for a little bit, but Gleyber Torres is playing great for the Tigers. Does this leave Colt Keith out of a position? If he's not hitting, it's trouble. Well, he's picked it up. In the 21 at-bats he's had in May, he's had 7 hits, including 3 home runs, and he's driven in 6. He's also drawn a few walks during that time. So he has responded. It's a small sample size, but it looks good. And when I saw the home run last night, I'm like, this is the kind of Colt Keith that I expect to see. Not that he's hit 450-foot blasts all the time, but he's got that frame that you're like, you've got to be able to hit for power, right? Well, he did. His 3rd home run last night, and we'll see if he can get close to 20 on the season.
Let's go to John in Southfield. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John. John?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, sir.
Hey, I wanted to make a comment on the Tigers. They play a really, really great ball, but you got some unsung heroes, and they're not players. They're the hitting coaches. But giving them players the right mindset and the right frame of mind to take pitches and look for certain pitches. That's what I think turns Spencer Torkelson around. And as far as Javi Baez, he's a great player, a tremendous athlete. I don't know what it was for them years that he was here. Maybe he didn't want to be here. I don't know. But I'm glad he woke up.
I think we're all glad, and this warrants a deep dive into what has happened this year with Javi Baez. It's just the turnaround's been remarkable, and
yes, it has.
He has been there. His timing is spectacular, given that Veerling and Parker Meadows were out, and he was versatile enough. He stepped into center field, and he's playing more than an adequate center field. And, oh, my God, he's hitting too.
It's more than that. It's not only Veerling and Meadows out, but Akil Baddoo and Wencel Perez. All 4 of these guys outfielders that you're counting on for the depth, and they're all gone.
Yeah.
And, they don't want to use Riley Green in center field for elongated periods of time. So it has come out at a wonderful time for him. But, keep this in mind, too. Javi's healthy now.
Yeah.
He was going through a hip issue last year. Obviously, I don't know if it plagued him the year prior. I don't really, care to go back that far, but he had the surgery and he looks like a different player.
I agree. I totally agree with that. But I just wanted to give a lot of credit to our coaching staff, the third base coach, Alex Cora, for going from first to third, being aggressive on the base pads. But like I said, putting the players in the right position and the right mindset to take certain pitches and look for certain pitches that they can handle.
I
really applaud them.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up Cora's name because there was a play yesterday, and that's game 2, I guess you can say last night. Brewer Hicklin steals second base. The throw gets past the shortstop and goes into shallow center field. Hicklin doesn't really know what's going on, but he makes eye contact with Cora, and Cora is saying run. And he never looked back into the out. He just made a beeline to get to third base and trusted the base coach. And it was a close play, but he beat it. And it's those little things that get it done. It's this team just gets from first to third because they know how successful they can be if they get that run in the
Numbers
third base.
change every day, but recently they were tied for first in the majors at doing that by a wide margin, by the way, over the team that was number 2. There's 2 of them that had been at 30 times going from first to third. And yeah, they add up. The extra 90 adds up when you do it consistently. The Javi thing is fascinating because I think the Javi appreciation might not get any higher than this, and I certainly hope he sustains it for a variety of reasons. One, it's way more fun to talk about somebody's resurrection than why they stink so much. 2 is this team could really use it. And I just wonder what the fan reaction is going to be like tonight. Is it the standing ovation? Does it go that far? I always find that these things sort of happen organically in the moment. Will people stand up and applaud Javi Baez? Because it's been a rough go here. It's been a rough go. And, I'm not mad at him. I don't think there's anything wrong with being disappointed in a highly played player that is not producing. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with saying he's done. I don't blame fans for feeling that way. Well, I don't blame you for feeling that way. I mean, I guess I'm a little bit hesitant. If I feel like if I'm going to say he's done, it's not just going to be what I'm hearing and not the obvious, right? It's going to be what I'm hearing about. Yeah, he's lost a step. His swing is unfixable. Like Kenta Maeda or somebody like that pretty clearly is done because if Federer can't fix you, you're not getting fixed. But we had a guy call earlier about the work ethic thing, which I thought was an unfair. There's no indication that work ethic was an issue. But if you hear work ethic done, like there are players that we hear stuff like that about, you might not hear us talk about them in future tense. It might only be past tense.
Well, getting back to the hitting instructors and what they've done, and you credit them to putting these guys in the right direction, and then you credit the players for making the adjustments and actually doing it physically. Last year, this team hit 234 as a whole. They're hitting 262 this year. Last year as a team, this on-base percentage was 300. This year is 335. Last year, the OPS of this team was 685. This year, it's 759. The league average last year was around 715, and they're at 759 this year alone. They have made remarkable changes.
248-539-9797. Phil is next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, guys.
Phil!
No, actually, it's Bill, but that's all right.
Bill!
A few years ago, there was a coach standing at the podium taking questions, and I'm not entirely sure which sport, but I think it was football, and I'm not entirely sure which coach, but I think it might have been Dick Vermeil. And somebody asked him a question, and his answer was, "You are what your record says you are." Therefore, if their record says they are the best team in baseball, then damn it, that's who they are.
Well, our question is how good are they? So you're just going to go the best. You think they're the best? They're the best team in the American League.
Yes, and do you remember that quote?
Yeah, it was a Bill Parcells quote actually. But yes,
okay.
yeah, you are what your record says you are, as a way of basically saying we don't need to debate it. I think that there is a chance that indeed they are the best team in the American League. There's some stuff here that doesn't feel sustainable, but there's also guys that are about to step up, like Cole Keith has stepped up. When he was down, Javi, your timing couldn't have been better. When Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling and Wenzel Perez and Akil Baddoo were all hurt, Javi Baez, your timing couldn't be better. You didn't land Alex Bregman. Spencer Torkelson, your timing could not be better. I guess that's a sign of a real team.
Yes, and they may not end up at the end of the season being the best team in baseball, but how good are they right now? They are what their record says they are.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797.
Well, offensively, they're top 5 in a bunch of different categories, whether it's batting average, OPS. I think they're 6th in home runs. I think they're 2nd in runs scored. They're they just had a tremendous start to this season, and nobody's really taking off and having a ridiculous year.
No.
When you look at it, they don't have anybody that's in. I think they're the best hitter is Zach McKinstry when it comes to qualified at bats. I think he's like in the top 30.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to go down quite a bit to find that hitter from the Tigers that's there. Torkelson's the one that kind of turns the heads because he's got the power numbers. He's got 10 home runs. League leader has 12. He's got 32 RBI, and I think he's in the top 5 and runs batted in this year. So those numbers stand out, but aside from that, nobody really does stand out. Everybody's just doing their job, man, and they're doing it well.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality service and unbeatable value, that is the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're talking about the Tigers and mostly Javi Baez and what's going on here. It's a fascinating story. And look, we talked about Jared Goff. When a player makes you a believer, when a player turns your opinion of them around, there was very few people, a limited, small subset of Detroiters that was interested in what Jared Goff would be to the Detroit Lions as a quarterback, other than a placeholder. Very small subset. I will give credit to my radio partner, Scott Anderson, who was one of them. So, I'm intrigued at what Goff can do. But it was such a given that, hey, these draft picks are going to be used to draft the next great quarterback. And what did Jared Goff do? He turned people's opinions around of him, and the change has been pretty great. And I believe that when a player does that, he can become your favorite. He can become one of your favorites when they completely change your opinion of them. And Javi Baez has been doing that, and it just keeps up. And look, I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I don't know if he's going to get a standing O. Maybe it'll just be a polite applause. These things just kind of happen. Hubris of the moment. But, he really has helped this team at a critical time. And it's fun to watch. And maybe people have theories as to what's happened. Yours is that he just got healthy. And I'm not sure that explains everything, but whatever.
I think it's a big part of it. I'm sure that they've looked at his swing a million times and tried to tweak things, to have him work on some things. And but there were two issues with Javi. He was just getting fooled at the plate, whether it was the slider or the sweeping pitch that goes way outside the zone that he would chase, or and then he's looking for that. Next thing you know, somebody's blowing a fastball and it's going right past him because he's looking for something else. He just looked outmatched and ill-prepared, and that's not to say that he wasn't preparing. It just that's how it looked.
He looked outmatched for 3 full seasons.
Yeah. And this season, again, it's a small sample size, but boy, is he changed. He's picked it up. He's not chasing that pitch nearly as often as he was. He's not striking out as often as he was. And last week we saw that the power stroke started to come back with extra bases, with home runs and a couple of doubles as well. So that's all very encouraging. I don't know if he's changed his stance or where he is standing in the batter's box. Somebody else said, yeah, he's no longer at the back line. He's moved up and much more closer. I don't know. But all those little things, it takes time because it's all good. And any tweak you make to a swing is going to be uncomfortable. It's going to take time to get used to the new swing. Now that he's had the hip replacement surgery, not replacement surgery, but he's had the hip surgery last year, it seems like the pain went away. And if he's pain-free, that should open up a lot of things. And maybe maybe it's just that simple, or it's probably much more than just that. It's work that he does behind the scenes.
Katie's in Brighton and on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Katie.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
I was at the San Diego series. I think was one of the last series when they went on the road. The Kerry Carpenter Bobble Nights. I think it was Saturday, and he didn't get booed at all. And he might have had 1 or 2 hits, and so there was nothing there. Where last year he got booed there. Last year when there was pressure, and people were talking about what are we going to do with him, and
yeah. I wonder when that started. That's a great question, Katie. Is when did the boos turn into silence, which will probably now turn into cheers, right? Because the first thing the first thing that happens is people stop booing, right? And then beyond that doesn't mean you cheer them necessarily. And probably
we weren't like, whoa, he's up. I mean, if he got a hit, yeah, but it wasn't like Javi Baez is up, like we didn't.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. But I didn't hear anything where the guy behind me was booing.
Yeah, it was about a month into the season. By then, I think people had gotten off his back because he started to.
He's actually producing.
Yeah, he's starting to produce. I think you're right.
or when my dad stopped complaining about them, which was for a couple of years.
Often cited in the community as a measurement is when do Katie's dad stop booing Javi Baez, and now we know.
And Dad and Maeda, that was legit.
Yeah, well, we don't have him to kick around anymore, do we?
Yeah,
Yep.
that ship sailed. So
Yes, thank you for the phone call, Katie. Otis, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Otis?
Doug, I've been saying this for 2 years on Torkelson and Baez, is that their batting was terrible because their front foot stepped in the bucket every time, which means your hip goes in the bucket, your shoulders go in the bucket, you can't reach anything. You will notice them next time you see them is they're closed. They've now closed their hips, closed their shoulders, closed their feet, and when they step, they're stepping at the pitcher finally. And that's why they can pull the inside pitch and go get the outside pitch.
Otis, I'm assuming you're a coach?
I'm not, but I played a lot of baseball.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I'm sure you guys have played, but when you keep your front side closed, when you step toward the pitcher, you can get to every pitch. And you can see pitches better because they're in the strike zone longer. So that's when you pull off of it like they were the last couple of years, they couldn't do anything. They lost their power and everything. Now Torque and Javi have closed up their stance and are stepping toward the pitcher now.
See what a good night's sleep and free breakfast at Holiday Express can do for you.
I can't believe you didn't say that after you asked him, Doug. Are you a coach? No, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Free continental breakfast does clear the mind.
It really does. And if they got like a waffle machine there, waffle
I know.
maker.
We know how much you love it. Remember you were stealing breakfast at the hotel?
I didn't steal.
Well, you weren't invited.
You weren't invited. That was a team specific. What hotel was it?
Tell the story.
What hotel was it?
I just didn't know.
What hotel was it?
I whatever the one down the street here.
Extended stay or something?
No, it wasn't an extended stay, but I mean, I had lost power in my house in the middle of winter, the coldest time. It was 5 degrees outside, playoff time for the Lions against the Rams, and I stayed at this hotel. And one of the reasons that I booked the room there, you get the breakfast in the morning. Great, sounds great. I went down there for breakfast in the morning, and had a little buffet set up. Got some eggs. It was
in a room, right?
Yeah, the buffet was outside in the hallway, and then you take your food into the ballroom, which I did, and sat at a table, and then realized that people kind of looking at me a little strange because I was there by myself, and everybody else was there with the family, and specifically,
and the kids.
Specifically, every family had little girls with them, and didn't think anything about it. Went back the next day, did the same thing. Okay, fuel up and then fuel up on the food. Sit down at the table, same thing. People kind of looking, and
families and you.
Everybody had left, and I was there by myself. And a woman who worked at the hotel came up and said, "Are you with the group?" I said, "Oh no." She said, "So you're not here with the girls 10 and under hockey tournament?" I said that I am not. No, I'm staying at the hotel. And she's, because this was a breakfast for them. Like, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that. When I checked in, I made sure I had the shoes. No, that's on the other side of the hotel. Oh, I'm really sorry. I'm more than happy.
Private breakfast for a girls' soccer team.
10 and under.
It was hockey.
Hockey team, sorry.
What do I owe? How much do I need to pay? No, you're fine. You're fine. Are you sure? Yes.
I wonder why the place cleared out.
Yeah. Why they had to get there? It was getting on the bus to go to the hockey tournament. And I'm like, oh, great. I get to eat alone here. Awesome.
He's back.
Who's that strange man? Don't stare at him.
So anyway, foot in the bucket. 248-539-9797.
My foot was always in the bucket when I played.
97 won the ticket.
The Tigers return home from a 3-city road trip tied with the Dodgers for the best record in baseball at 25-13. Now they start a new homestand against the Rangers at Comerica Park tonight. The Ace Tarek Schoolball's on the mound, and near sellout crowds expected for all 3 days this weekend downtown. Manager A.J. Hinch says that ending the long road trip with a doubleheader in Denver yesterday was tough, but Detroit still managing to sweep the Rockies shows the character of this team. The veteran Patrick Corbin takes the mound tonight for Texas. They've struggled so far. They're off to an 18-20 start. They fired the hitting coach last week. That first pitch at 6:40, pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. In the NBA playoffs tonight, the Cavs-Pacers series moves to Indy. Cleveland looking to avoid going down 3-0 in that one. And the Thunder and Nuggets also have a Game 3. That series is tied up at 1 game apiece. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well. Tigers, how good are they? How good are they? They're first in batting average in Major League Baseball, one of 2 teams with a batting average of 260 or above. They're third in team ERA, one of 3 teams with a team ERA under 3. They've got the best record in the American League. Their remaining strength of schedule, by the numbers, 27th in the majors, meaning they've done much of their heavy lifting already. It's early in the year. These things are a little bit misleading, but they don't, as it stands right now, they have an easier schedule. Things will change. Stat that they, second most runs that they had scored on a road trip. They had that last night during the broadcast. Saw on social media, they were the first team since like the 40s or 50s to win both games of a doubleheader by 8 or more runs. And, the run they're on right now, they're better than most. They're better than most, but how good are they? And this is a way more fun debate than are they good? It's just how good are they?
I mean, when you start off and you say that they're the top hitting team in baseball batting average-wise, and they are, and they're, number 2, did you say, or 2 or 3 in ERA in baseball?
They are number 3, I believe,
all right.
Team ERA.
So those are 2 pretty good metrics to take care of the offense and the pitching.
Yep.
If you do that, you should be one of the better teams in baseball. Add to that they are 11th in the majors in fielding percentage, which is they're fielding at 987. The top team is at 990. It's that close. I mean, that's a recipe for how to be a top team in baseball, and they're doing it in all facets of the game.
Yep, third in ERA, 2.95. Their walks and hits per innings pitched, 1.14. Also third in Major League Baseball. Starters, relievers, they're all getting it done. And since August 10th of last year, they're 58-26, 690 winning percentage.
Wow.
It's just incredible.
Really
248-539-9797. All right, we were toying with the idea of doing a Mother's Day version of the Wide Night Omaha 4-Down Around the League Blitz thingy, but we opted not to. Although we we've kind of got a smaller version, like a mini version of the Blitz thingy. So we got 3 Mother's Day questions. Are you ready?
Okay.
Yep. 1, is Mother's Day an all-day thing? Sun up to sundown. Are you celebrating your mom or the mother of your children all day long?
I celebrate my mother every day.
Correct answer, Scott Anderson.
You're welcome.
Correct answer. However, are you going to be at her house first at the crack of dawn and hanging out with her until sun sets?
No.
Okay.
No.
I mean, that's an easy answer when it's your mom, if you don't live with her, right?
Yeah.
Now,
you guys is different. You got the mother of your children is totally different.
Yeah, so you live with this woman, Doug. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And so let's say you do whatever you do. She's still there. She hasn't gone home. Wait, she is home.
Right.
Do you continue with festivities, or is it like, hey, that was a nice Mother's Day. It's over. Now it's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, do you have to do
you know
brunch
what I mean?
and dinner?
I don't know. Is it an all-day thing? with your wife, the mother of your children.
What do you want to do today? And she says what she wants to do, and then she's like, oh, I also, and then it like goes into night. You got to do other. I hear you.
It's a day you don't want to screw up. I think dads are far less demanding. One of the things for Father's Day, one of the things.
Whoa, shots fired.
That's just truth.
It is truth.
I just want to be left alone.
Kinda.
How demanding is your wife?
However demanding she wants to be on that day. I mean, that's the thing. I know that it's not going to be a sun up to sundown thing with my wife. With my mom, she has a small window of time she can even hang out with. It's like she's.
Oh, you're not number one on her social calendar.
No,
huh?
they've got other stuff going on this weekend. So, I don't think it's a sun up to sundown thing, unless they kind of want it to be. In which case, it's in your best interest just to comply. Comply. That's what Mother's Day is all about. Complying.
It's like being arrested by a police officer. I'm complying, sir. I'm complying. I'm not resisting.
All right, question 2. And you've already mentioned it. Brunch. Brunch. Overrated, underrated, properly rated.
Okay, so I love brunch. I love everything about it, whether it's if you get the buffet brunch, I think it's the best. So good. Get a Sunday buffet brunch is amazing. Nowadays, it seems like more places that offer brunch, it's just different items that kind of blur the line between lunch and breakfast, which I'm still here for because that's probably my favorite type of food is breakfast going into that whole thing. So in my opinion, it's underrated because it just continues to get better and better. I love it.
Okay, I must be doing brunch wrong because to me, the only thing that brunch is a late breakfast. I don't know that the food is any different than breakfast. It's just we're having it around lunchtime. And so I must be screwing brunch up. I have no idea what a real brunch is. To me, it's a fancy name for late breakfast.
I more agree with you than not, Doug.
Okay.
So you're not on an island. I think brunch is overrated. I think it's a way to charge us more for eggs.
Could be.
Like, let's dress up this egg dish.
Yep.
Put some sliced strawberries next to it.
Oh, there you go.
Give you a mimosa and charge you $19.95.
Sounds great.
I think you're right.
Take my money.
I think you're right.
You know, Kenny's a huge every weekend he goes to brunch. Every weekend.
Nice.
Okay, Kenny, what do you have at brunch?
I vary between. There's like a breakfast quesadilla that I have. There's a breakfast sandwich that I have. There's
a quesadilla.
There's some chorizo dish that I have with eggs. It's fantastic. By the way, brunch properly rated, and the only reason, and I don't think anybody in this room will argue, closer to.
Yeah, kind of creepy. It's a Mother's Day topic, but anyway, everything
with the girlfriend, damn it.
Everything you described was breakfast food, right? It's a later breakfast.
Well, like it doesn't have to be that. If the brunches I've gone to with the buffets, they also offer up like this. This is why Doug doesn't, because you get like a sliced ham or sliced roast beef, or there's chicken involved. You'd be about the chicken. Then you can do like the chicken waffles combo. That's awesome, right? Who doesn't love chicken waffles?
All right, final thing here as we want to wrap up our final Blitz Thingy Mother's Day question. We found out a Google search the best Mother's Day gifts, and one of them was a garden tool set, handheld gardening tools. It was 11 pieces. Is this a good gift? A garden tool set.
No, I don't think it's a good gift idea. Anything that's going to force her to do manual labor, I don't think that's a good choice.
Mother's Day is the holiday that is specifically earmarked for the most impractical gifts ever. That foot massager that probably doesn't work real well, yup. That collage of pictures that's way over expensive, yup. That overpriced smelling candle, sure.
Yeah.
It is.
Is it a 3-wick candle?
This is, exactly. Practicality is not involved with Mother's Day whatsoever. I've made the practical mistake before.
Oh, you have.
Never make it again.
Frying pan, not a good idea.
Not a good idea. Even if she asked for it.
Even if she asked for it.
She wanted a frying pan. She
Yeah.
didn't say for Mother's Day.
No, she wanted it on a Tuesday.
That's
what she
different.
wanted.
I
Hey,
don't
picked
ever-
up this frying pan. What do you
don't
think?
ever
that's
do
great.
that. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, it's your Mother's Day gift.
The more
Wham!
the more impractical, the better.
But like, what if she's into gardening? You're not getting her a lawnmower
Can't
and an
do- not
edger.
Not on that day. That's a Tuesday gift. It's a Tuesday gift.
It's like she really likes planting flowers.
That's
Still
great.
can't do it.
Tuesday gift.
Speaking of which,
bring flowers home any day of the week.
well, bonus question: are flowers mandatory for Mother's
Kinda,
Day?
yeah.
Are they mandatory?
Yes.
I've never looked at him that way, but now I'm scared. Because that day's about survival. Look, mom isn't too demanding. It's the mother of your children that's the one you don't want to F up.
Massage, dude. Just get a.
Well, now's not the time for us to get massages, Gator. We're thinking of gifts for their mothers and our wives.
Good
all
call.
right?
Good
God.
call. Good call. Gift certificate for a massage for your significant other. That works.
Yeah. At a massage parlor.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not giving her a coupon. Sweet massage from your husband.
From these hands.
Whenever you want.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Don't coupons.
That one expires. You might want to use that one soon.
Yeah.
That ends up being a gift for you too. So that's a problem. So yeah, if you some sort of massage spa. How about a spa? You said massage parlor.
Spa. Spa.
Yeah,
you're right.
Spa sounds better than
Spa's
parlor.
better than, you're
Yeah.
right. Good call. You nailed that. All right, there you go. It's Carson Anderson. Hey, the Lions are out there at camp right now. It's rookie introduction mini camp. Some of them are meeting with the media, which is awesome. As we're on to the 2025 season, 2025-2026 season. Tigers are home. People are excited about that. Lots going on, including one of our own has done very well for himself. We'll get to that today at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Well, it's finally happened. The weather went from cold and dark to hot and sunny in just a blink of an eye, as it always does here in Michigan. And I love the heat as much as the rest of you guys do, but that doesn't mean that I want it taking over my house. So do what I do. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today to make sure that your AC is running cold. And if you got a pool in the backyard, make sure that's going to run warm this summer. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Talk our Scott Anderson, 97.1 and ticket. Jill's in Plymouth and on 97.1. Hello, Jill.
Hey there. How are you guys doing?
We're great, Jill.
All right. Listen, we got to talk about Mother's Day.
Yeah, okay. Do we need help?
Yeah, go. Yes, you need some help. Listen, I adore you guys. You're like my favorite show. 97.1 is on in my car all the time. I don't get to listen to you guys often enough because I'm typically at work at this point. But no, do not throw all practicality out the window. We do not want the foot massager that only works once every 10 times we turn it on. No. Like, don't even think that. Like, Come on now. We don't want the collage of photos that hangs on the wall, and then 2 years later, our kids don't look anything like the pictures on the wall. No. We want to not think. We want to not do. We want you to think and you to do the doing for us for the day.
Do.
Right. So don't ask for your permission about what restaurant to go to. Just make the decision. You're on our own.
Oh, my gosh, yes. Or, like, for those of us who are sports lovers, just buy the tickets to the Tigers game and say, hey, we're going to go to the Tigers game, and we're going to go out to eat beforehand, and all you got to do is show up. I'm going to have the kids in the car ready to go, and let's just go.
What do you think?
Or there's some moms who would say, guess what? I'm taking the kids to the Tigers game, and you're going to go get a massage.
Wow. Oh, that'd be awesome. Let me ask you a question, though, Jill.
Yes.
If you at some point in the weeks leading up to Mother's Day said, I really need to get a new frying pan. and
go buy it in the weeks leading up to Mother's Day.
But don't do it for Mother's Day.
Don't do it for Mother's Day.
Don't do that.
There are practical things. Like I told my husband one year, I want nothing more than my van detailed. Like I want it detailed. I don't want to see a goldfish. I don't want to see a French fry.
No.
I don't want to see a wrapper. Like, detail my van, please. And it was an amazing Mother's Day present.
Okay.
I loved it. That's practical.
Yeah, we've done that too.
But I
We've
loved
cleaned
it.
out our car. No, I like that. I like that a lot. Cleaning out the car is a good one.
Yeah,
Especially with kids. Goldfish and French fry. You just nailed it.
Clean it out. Wash it.
Straw wrappers in the cup holder.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Ugh.
The Wendy's toy that's under the seat that they so much wanted, and then it never went anywhere but under the seat of the car.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cheerios in the back seat.
That's it.
Yep. No,
yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
That's definitely good. Detailing the car is a good one.
Yeah, I need Joe to call my wife.
That's a good one. Your wife is very particular about her car.
She's not. I'm the one who does it, Doug. I don't want to ruin it for you. But...
Oh, I thought it was her.
No. She's terrible. I got her all-season weather floor mats, remember? I like Jill's train of thought here.
For Mother's Day, you got our all-season weather
That
floor
was for
mats?
Christmas. It was
All
for
right.
Christmas. Winter.
One of many gifts.
So wait, you're the
Yeah, I
car.
keep it clean. Yeah.
I thought you told me it was her.
No, you asked me whose car is this. That's why you kept thinking it was her.
And you just let it go.
Yeah, I just she was in the car, so I didn't want to be like, no, she's a slob, Doug. She's sitting right there. Remember?
Wait till May 9th before you say that.
Yeah, I got in the back seat of your car.
yes.
It was not new, and I'm like, this is the cleanest car I've ever
Yes.
been. Now that you've had kids, though, that was pre-kids.
Yeah, it was pre-kids.
Now, what's your car look like?
Not as clean.
Yeah. It's a rolling trash receptacle for kids.
Still clean, though. How often do you clean that car out?
I try to. I mean, I'm the one who does it. The wife doesn't even care, honestly.
That's hysterical. All these years I had this.
Yeah, because you asked, hey, whose car is this? And it was my wife's. That's why. That's why you
really
thought,
funny.
yeah.
She take you for granted with that?
Every day, Gator.
Yeah.
Every day.
We mentioned this yesterday. Congratulations to Donnie Kelly, who is now the manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Donnie Kelly, baby.
Yes. Since Donnie Kelly left, Donnie Kelly was a revered cult hero, a role player that people loved. And in some people's eyes, when he left 11 years ago, in some people's eyes, maybe Detroit's favorite role player in any sport at the time. Maybe not. He'd be in the conversation. Since Donnie Kelly left, who do you think is Detroit's favorite role player in sports? Now, what's a role player? It's typically somebody that's not your leading scorer. It's typically somebody that does the dirty work.
Yep.
It's typically somebody that doesn't have the ball in his hands.
A part-time player.
Typically somebody who's, when it just comes through when called upon.
Particular set of skills.
Particular set of skills.
Like, I think it used to be easier years ago. you would look at the Red Wings roster and well, who fights?
Right.
And it would be that guy. But since fighting's pretty much been legislated out of hockey, it's not easy to do that anymore. Interesting. Who's the new Donnie Kelly baby?
Yeah. And I mean, maybe it's somebody that's gone but replaced Donnie Kelly for a good period of time. But he was revered.
Yes.
I don't know if I want to overplay it or underplay it, or if I am overplaying it or underplaying it. But like, I'll give you an example of a role player that that people like. Brock Wright is a role player, blocking tight end, who every once in a while makes a big catch. That's a role player. Khalif Raymond. I guess these are guys that do have the ball in their hands, but they're way down the totem pole.
Well, I also include like maybe underappreciated. I think when I look at the Lions, the first thing I think of are the kicker and the punter. That we take, and we love what Jake Bates and the leg he's got, the 58-yard field goal he kicked last year. All this is awesome, right? But Jack Fox has just been the man. Been the man ever since he got in the league. Yep. He's awesome.
What's his career passing stats too? That's taking it to another level.
That is taking it to another level. Let me see if I can find. I do have them in front of me. In his career, he is 4 out of 5 for 61 yards. And I think those are 3 first downs.
That's pretty good.
3 or 4 first downs, yeah.
Kang, what about you? Give me a role player.
All right, so he may not be the best in the last 10 years or so, but I think he's entered the conversation as almost cult-like, and this may be recency bias, but Dennis Schroeder, would he count? This guy came out of nowhere. I don't even think even a lot of basketball fans thought of Dennis Schroeder. He comes in here, plays what? I don't even know how many games, 20 games plus a playoffs or something.
Yeah.
And he made himself known. I think people who just tuned in for those 6 basketball games were like, who's this guy?
Probably. And there's, as we found out, the subset is larger than we realized when we brought it up earlier this week. Who watched 6 Piston games this year? Is Zach McKinstry gotten too good to be considered a role player anymore? Is he no longer a role player? McKinstry? They've played, 38 games? He's played in 34 of them.
I mean, he's got 117 at bats. It's no longer that guy.
Now,
Andy Ibanez would qualify for that.
McKinstry's played 5 positions this year and is in the lineup more often than not. I think he's probably graduated from role player status. 248-539-9797.
Congratulations to Brock Wright, by the way. He got engaged to Carly Johnston about a week ago.
Help me out, Carly Johnson?
She used to work with the Red Wings, one of the studio hosts, or not in arena
building,
hosts.
in building. Gotcha.
She played on the softball team we had a couple years ago.
All right.
Really nice.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Who do you got? We got a lot of brunch texts coming in here.
Let's hear them.
Brunch is all about mimosas, tequila shots, and upscale breakfast food. That's
You're welcome.
Hold on. Okay. Again, setting up boundaries for what brunch is. Tequila shots is bachelor party, not brunch.
What?
When you go to brunch, you're expecting tequila shots?
I don't know if I'd say shots. I would have a tequila drink. I wouldn't do. I don't do shots anymore. But I mean,
well, there seems to be a theme. Brunch is just breakfast where drinking is acceptable.
Yes.
Brunch with no booze is a sad breakfast. That's from Nick.
Well, I remember in college, a few times a year we would save up money so we could go on a Sunday brunch in Lansing at a place called Clara's.
Yep.
And it was like a nice Sunday brunch place, and it cost you at the time. It was like, $20, but all you can eat, and it was fantastic. Made to order omelets, all the breakfast meats and stuff like that, and then they had like luncheon meats and different all types of potatoes, everything you can imagine, and it was amazing. And we would stuff ourselves a couple times a year. We would look forward to that. It was incredible, and we weren't drinking at the time because it was. I'm not sure if we were 21, but even then, it was a Sunday. We just went for the food. It wasn't until years later I realized that brunch had become a thing, and it was a thing to drink mimosas and whatnot.
Gotcha.
So for me, it was always about the food first. But now that you're going to throw alcohol in the mix, I'm here for it.
It's Carson Anderson. I look at the first 2 we're going to go to on the role player, Kyle and Nathan. 2 great ones, huh? Two great ones. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel's the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently? Or maybe they're just flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine your live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't have FanDuel, now's a good time to join because they got that $5 to $200 deal. If your first $5 bet wins, you get $200 in bonus bets. So go find a prop bet. You can come up with alternative spreads where you'll lessen your odds in terms of winning. It won't be as big a payday on the $5 bet, but you get the $200 in bonus bets. That's what I do. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Donnie Kelly named the manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates since he left town 11 years ago. Who has been your all-time or current favorite role player in Detroit sports? Some great names out there. Kyle is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how's it going?
We're great.
So I thought, honestly, you guys were going to say it when you started talking about Lions, but the first name that comes to mind for me is Dan Skipper. I feel like he's gotten national attention as a role player for this team.
He has.
Yeah.
And for the wrong reason at first, but he got his touchdown last year, so, and he is a big body, just role player in there for the run game and, obviously for the trick play on the pass game.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what Dan Skipper's done with this team. If you go back and say, here's what your NFL career is going to look like, and he's probably thinking, I'd love to be a starter and all that. He's turned into a bit of a cult hero, and he's just shy of being an offensive weapon.
Right.
But he has made an impact.
Big target.
Oh, yeah.
Dan Skipper, role player.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Nathan and Warren, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Nathan.
What's happening, boys?
How you doing, sir?
Good, man. I want to throw a few darts at your dartboard. Number one, brunch is completely overrated unless you're a booze hound. I think literally that's one of the big things about brunch, right, is that you're going to eat breakfast/lunch and you're going to have mimosas with it or something.
I got to tell you, I hadn't even really considered how big of a part of the brunch experience alcohol is until we brought this up as a topic.
Sure. And the overrated guy, I think, would be Matt Vierling. I think, as soon as we found out as fans.
Overrated?
According to everyone that's overrated, I think everyone that's called the station.
We weren't asking
during
about
that time. Well, not overrated, but I mean the guy that's your favorite. I think everyone was saying it had to be Matt Vierling because according to the fans, he was, the reason why we couldn't win a World Series.
What?
Vierling's the reason why we couldn't win a World Series?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, everyone made such a big deal about the fact that he was out. Like, we can't win without Matt Vierling.
Oh, okay. I was confused there. I don't know if he's understanding the topic.
Who's your favorite role player? I don't think I'd consider Matt Vierling to be a role player. He played 144 games with the team last year.
Yeah.
And was outside of Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter, probably the most consistent player.
Craig Reynolds, dude's a stud. And not just because we have the same name. That's from Craig and Howell. Interesting. Craig Reynolds is exactly what Craig Reynolds is. He's the third running back, emergency break glass guy. And when he's in there, I'm comfortable. Eladio in Wyandotte says Tim Patrick. Got a couple of these. Kevin Agalianas and Stan in his car said Malcolm Rodriguez. Extra linebacker. When asked to do something, he does.
Yeah, fans loved him right from the get-go with the Hard Knocks features on the Lions, and then he was kind of featured in the first episode or whatever it was, and he's fun to watch. He just goes out there and plays on a tilted field, likes to make the big hit.
All right, Gator, I want to bring this up. It's kind of a bit of it's not really a breaking story, but did you see that the rookies have met with the media out there at rookie minicamp?
Yep, starting to.
Yep. They're no pads today, and they're just got the jerseys on and all that.
Getting acclimated to the friendly confines out in Allen Park.
You see Tate Ratledge's number?
Yes.
Between the mullet and the number, will this jersey sell? The number is 69. And he's got the epic mullet. Will this jersey sell?
I think not only will the jersey sell, I think someone's going to market a fake mullet hat. You know how I can't stand the
visor fake hair guy?
Visor fake hair guy? Yeah. I think someone's going to market a fake mullet hat or fake mullet Lions visor and take advantage of this. But yeah, I could see the jersey selling. Sure.
Yep.
Because of the number. Yes.
Yeah. This seems like it's we're at the early stages of what could be the Tate Ratledge experience. The mullet is epic. Immediately makes him a fan favorite. That video of him running the 40 at the combine in super slow motion with the mullet flowing in the air behind him.
Got good flow.
Yep. Now he's wearing number 69. This could be the beginning of something.
Well, I think people need to grow up. Frankly.
Yes.
When it comes to chuckling at things like that, just grow up. But I number aside, I'm curious to see how advanced he is. Being a 4-year starter at Georgia, there's a lot to like with that. There's definitely competition for the starting guard positions with the Lions, with the opening clearly on one of the sides, and frankly, you have a chance to compete for the other starting job too. Nothing's handed to anybody.
Nope.
So the Lions did draft 2 pretty good guards this year. Mahogany got some starts last year at guard, including in the playoffs.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's a guy who's thinking he's got a shot too. So there's a lot of competition for these spots. And all at the same time, you got a veteran who's trying to hang on to it as well.
Did you see the Ahmed Hassanein quote about the best part about the Lions facility?
Yeah.
This is from the Birchie Kid on Twitter, reporter from our station. Quote, the food, the nutrition, the snack bar. It's just like, you can grab a snack whenever you want. You can get nutrition whenever you want. There's lobster mac and cheese they have in there. And I'm like, wow, this is awesome.
Lobster mac and cheese is pretty solid. Pretty solid.
That's a strong.
Is that a good idea?
For the players?
I mean, It seems a little heavy, right?
Yeah, right. I love lobster mac and cheese.
Maybe after the workouts and everything are done,
Yep.
But yeah, have it in the nutrition center.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like
maybe limiting the amount of lobster mac and cheese. Mabster, I said. Should be mobster. If you could limit the amount of lobster mac, probably a better idea.
Let's go to Jeremy in Detroit. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Jeremy.
What up, though, boys? How you doing?
Great.
All right.
Man, I think the ultimate role player, especially currently, got to be Beef Stew, man. Ever since he went after LeBron, like everybody just fell in love with him, and his whole persona has kind of epitomized what people want as far as toughness. And with the Pistons, and him being hurt this year, I think it showed even more why people like him so much.
It's a great
call.
So
I think right now he might be that role player. Complete side note, I know Junior's listening on the way to work. Have a good day at work, Junior. All right, man. Love you guys. Take it easy.
See ya. Yeah, Beef Stew's a great call. Great role player.
Yeah, solid call there. And his role has changed on this team over the last year. Before they were trying to work him to maybe get an outside shot, try to score a little bit more. Now you're coming off the bench and you're going to be a defensive stalwart, which he has been.
All right, Gator, let's open up the Busch Light in a Can inbox. It's been a while, but this is what to expect with a Chicago Pope. Thanks for all your answers today. What to expect with a Chicago Pope. From an unnamed texter, Chicago Pope for Sunday Mass, he's going to start selling the rooftop spaces surrounding the Vatican for some really annoying fans. From an unnamed texter, what to expect from a Chicago Pope? Less than 4,000 yards passing, that's for sure.
That's what happens.
From Alan McComb, the Pope will be introduced as the Pope. From Kyle, holy waters being replaced by old-style beer.
They drink that there still?
John in Lake Orion, what to expect from a Chicago Pope? All masses outdoors at 2:20 in the afternoon, attended by a large amount of drunks.
What?
From Beeler in Belleville, what to expect from a Chicago Pope? Bread and wine for communion will be replaced with brats and beer.
I like it. Nice
Brian
combo.
in Gibraltar says, what to expect from a Chicago Pope? Heated debates on Sicilian versus Chicago style.
That'll get heated.
What to expect from a Chicago Pope? The first use of jabroni on an official Vatican statement. What to expect from a Chicago Pope? He'll be involved in a trick play called by Ben Johnson.
That could happen.
From Scott, in 1918, a cardinal from Chicago threw the conclave in what is now known as the Black Smoke Scandal. From I Hate Usernames on YouTube, I guess he'll just walk around the Vatican yelling, South Side! Scotty Popin, that might be my favorite. From Vanna Fun on Twitch, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, and the Bears will catch on. Ben in Roseville, deep dish pizza casserole for Easter Mass. What to expect from a Chicago Pope? How about a losing record? That's from Mike on the road.
No, we don't want that.
And from an unnamed texter, I don't know what to expect, but the first Pope, American Pope, is from Villanova. How does Notre Dame expect to be great when they can't recruit their own backyard?
That's a solid call right there.
There it is. Thanks for all your entries into the Busch Light in a Can inbox. What to expect from a Chicago Pope. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy, online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, the same great rate applies to both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. Limited time offer. Becoming a member is easy. Go to umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Didn't happen yesterday.
Again?
Nope. I could not mow.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Modelo getting it.
No, the Modelo thing. I've got weekend goals, but the
weekend goals.
Yep.
What happened with the mow?
So the timing didn't work out, and I don't want to rush through it. I want to enjoy the first mow of the year. I am a big believer in a Kang Theory Thursday mow. Thursday mow is so great, and I I'm going to do a Friday mow. First mow of the year. It's coming up today.
Yeah, the thing about the Thursday mow is you got to do it on Thursday.
Yep.
Right. Otherwise, it's just
it's
a mow.
It's just a mow. Yeah.
But that's okay, Doug. I mean, once you get in the groove, hopefully, you'll get them back on track here.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm stoked. Thursday mow. Did you mow yesterday?
Yeah, that's why I'm going to go home to a great, beautiful lawn today.
Yeah, enjoying it for the weekend.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. It's freshly cut. Don't have to do it.
This guy cleans his car. You don't think he mows every Thursday?
That is quite a revelation. I'm completely...
I know. I wonder when this was going to happen.
This whole time.
King said his wife's a slob. You don't let her fill the dishwasher.
Nope.
She doesn't wash the cars.
Nope.
Clean the cars.
You don't even know how many half-filled bottles of water around my house.
Oh, man. The half-filled bottle of water.
It irks me. It irks me.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I never finish.
Really?
Never finish. Yeah, between the water and like the Diet Pepsi. This much left in the bottom.
Oh, come on.
Every time. But yeah, so Friday mow. I'm going all as soon as I get home. There's a little bit of yard cleanup that needs to take place first. But all right, feedback coming in. Exciting weekend of Tiger baseball ahead. People are fired up, and it feels like we could have a great summer ahead. Chuck and Warren says, Javier Baez has a new challenge playing center field. New challenges can get your thoughts out of old struggles. Major League Baseball players have all the time in the world to think. My belief is that Javi Baez thinks too much, and the time spent learning another position has helped him out mentally. It's amazing how many people in the game talk about how mental it is, and I get it. Hot streaks, cold streaks, the belief that you're never going to get out, the belief that you're never going to get another hit, the belief that this is why you're hot or that's why you're... So I don't know if that completely means... I find it hard to believe that means that much at the major league level, that a guy will go from being a 188 hitter to hitting well over 300, timely hitting, stop chasing pitches out of the strike zone, but maybe. Matt Richmond says, interestingly, this is such a great point by Matt. Think about this. He writes, if you went into a coma in March of 2022 and woke up today, the Detroit Tigers are almost exactly how you'd expect them to be. Javier Baez and Spencer Torkelson leading the offense, Mize and Skubal pitching well with free agents supplementing both.
He's not lying.
He's not. It's such a good point.
The evidence fall into place over the last few years. But yes, you're right. All the 1-1 guys are doing well. Perfect.
Yep.
They should.
As expected all along.
Just like we thought.
That's crazy. The last 2 nights I went to the Masonic Temple to see AEW. Last night, the ring announcer would engage with the crowd during commercials. She mentioned she was a Bears fan. She immediately got booed, and the chants of Bears suck and Jared Goff broke out. That's from Marlon.
That's great. Glad to hear the crowd react the way they should, which is probably exactly why she opened up her mouth about being a Bears fan.
Did you didn't
I did not go. I looked at tickets and I thought about it, but
you came close.
I came
almost
close.
Pulled the trigger.
Yeah, but my wanting to watch the Tigers game trumped it.
Okay. Did you take it? Was this chaos? Calamity? What was the event called? The AEW?
Collision.
Collision, sorry.
All Elite Wrestling, AEW Collision, yes. And it was live on a Thursday night, which they don't normally do. Normally, they record it, and then they'll play it over the weekend. But that's not the case. They did 2 live events back-to-back nights, and the crowd... I watched part of it last night. I recorded it so I can watch the rest of it. But it looked great again last night.
Good.
Crowd into it.
Way to go, Detroit.
Detroit loves professional wrestling.
From an unnamed texter, maybe Javi got hip and LASIK surgery. Nevertheless, I love a comeback story. It's been a great comeback story. As good as the Tigers have been, they aren't running away with the division. They face actual Major League starting pitching this weekend. I need to see more. Did they not face actual Major League starting pitching earlier this year against the Yankees when they took 2 of 3? Did they not face actual starting pitching earlier this year against the Padres when they took 2 of 3? Did they not face actual starting pitching earlier this year against the Mariners when they took 2 of 3? Tell me I'm wrong.
I can't do that, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, look, the data points of the offensive production against Colorado probably can be thrown out the same way the Dodgers series kind of gets thrown out. There's good and there's bad. When you go up against the elite good teams that's got a $450 million payroll and one of the worst teams in the history of the game, 6 wins. I get it. But it wasn't just that series.
No.
What does suck is they're playing this good and only have a 2.5 game lead. You'd expect the lead to be the start to be further apart. That's from Jan and Fenton.
That's because the division's good.
Yep. Jeff and
3 teams in the playoffs last year.
Which is going to make it damn interesting. Jeff and Petoskey says, while the Tigers are exciting right now, they are only 2.5 games up on Cleveland and Kansas City, who have won 9 of the last 10, by the way. It's a long season, just saying. We've been saying as well that long season indeed. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. Hello, sir.
What's up, gentlemen? You know what the funny thing is about see, I don't know if it's necessarily Tiger specific or just sports fans. It's sometimes you just can't appreciate the now. It's you're waiting for that other shoe to drop. Yeah, it's good now, but just wait. Come June, come July, come August. It's like, or sometimes you could stop and smell the roses.
Yeah, you can enjoy it while it's happening.
I'm with you. I just imagine, like, I'm watching the Tigers and you constantly hear, yeah, but just wait. I'm like, Javi Baez, like, yeah, but Javi's going to go Javi. Or maybe not. Maybe he just has a good year this year and we just accept it for what it is.
You enjoying the ride?
Yeah. I'm just like, it was totally unexpected. I'm not going to peek behind the curtain. I don't need to know what's under the hood. I just want to enjoy the ride.
I would say it would be, the way that they've been hitting and pitching as well as I expected the pitching to be good. I didn't expect the hitting to be as good. But I can't say I'm totally surprised because of how they finished off the season last year and took it into the postseason.
Well,
and then they added to this team in the offseason. So I thought I didn't know they'd be this good.
Because they went from pitching chaos last year, which made the ride fun because you literally had no idea what you're going to get, to defensive chaos. Like, okay, this isn't going to work until it starts working. You're going to put Javi in center field, and he's actually pretty.
Well, he looks good in center field, and he's hitting.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit over here and shut the hell up and just. So now it's just. And maybe it's because I didn't expect it. If this was a team that you expected to win the World Series, I'd be more critical. But I didn't.
You know what the truth is? If you go back, the crazy thing is I think even the most optimistic of us didn't expect them to look this good. No. I think they'll settle in probably something less than a team that's trending to win 106 games, but that's okay. If you carry it back to last year, their winning percentage is insane.
It
in
is.
Their last
now,
84
and I've heard you say that. I don't, just because it doesn't count. Last year was last year, but you're right. They kept the ball rolling when you thought it would fall off. But I think maybe it is. Like, I think the Lions this year, we're going to be heavily critical of them because Super Bowl is expected.
Yeah.
NBA Final, World Series, Stanley Cup, not expected the other teams. That if they go on these runs, you can kind of sit back and be like, okay, this is fun. Let's see where this goes.
The last year thing just helps me with the authenticity of this start.
That is legit.
That's where I think.
So as I like it kind of reminds me of the year when the Lions beat the Packers. They didn't have to, but they kept that thing going. It was the 1-6 start, and then they started winning. You're like, okay, are you going to continue this? And they kept it going. So I get what you're saying.
All right. So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to. We had a very short show yesterday, so we're going to bring a topic back of what's that playoff loss that you like. Mike has watched his Celtics now just give away 2 games of being up 20 points. So in Detroit, what's that playoff, or not just Detroit, what's that playoff loss you can't get over? It just burns you, and it's that look right there where you have that. And you just like Davis was the Boston with the cop raising his arm like that. Just
oh God, that was the team, and that was the game they needed to win, and they were winning that game. God, that was awful. And there was a strike call in that game earlier that Scherzer still talks about that he thought was strike 3, end of inning. Inning continued, damage was done. too many pitches that inning. He gets pulled.
So,
All right, cool. Have a great show.
Sorry.
Yeah, have a great Mother's Day. Hey, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Thank you for all you do. And we'll talk to you Monday. I will do the Modelo sample this weekend. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers back at home tonight after finishing their three-city road trip 7-3. Now tied with the Dodgers for the best record in baseball at 25-13. They'll open up a new homestand against the Rangers at Comerica Park tonight, and they'll do it by giving the ball to the ace, Tarek Skubal. Manager A.J. Hinch says this team has got some of the best character he's ever been around, and it showed yesterday, having to end the trip with a doubleheader, but still sweeping the Rockies. Tigers are expecting 3 near sellouts at Comerica Park this weekend. Rangers, they've struggled to an 18-20 start, and they'll send the veteran Patrick Corbin to the mound. That first pitch at 6:40, pregame show at 6:15, right here on 97.1. A pair of games in the NHL playoffs tonight. Maple Leafs Panthers shifts to South Florida. Panthers trying to avoid going down 3-0. Jets and Stars have got game 2 in Winnipeg. Dallas leading that one 1-0. And Tiger Woods' son, 16-year-old Charlie Woods, was unsuccessful in his second attempt to qualify for the U.S. Open. Tiger played his first PGA event as a 16-year-old, but he's got some time, Charlie does. Tiger not playing in the U.S. Open until he was 20. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, thank God it's Friday. I hope some of you have a chance to enjoy the weather today. It's beautiful. I'm going to hijack the show. The Tigers are a wagon, and we're going to get to them at 3 o'clock. But I just, there are certain times, let me just set this up. For those of you that are at work today, or maybe you are fortunate enough you have the day off, you ever have a day where you learn things about your coworkers, and then you kind of feel like, wait, like, am I the last of the Mohegans? Like, am I an alien? Pre-show today. Look, I spend more time with these guys than my own family. I mean, when you work in this line of work, and you guys know it, you're in an office environment, you got your people you work with, you know a lot about them. Like, I know David, Enrico, Kenny, Evan. I know these people. But there are always moments where I find things out and I go, wait, what? All I said to start this, because we had the show planned, and Tiger baseball, and we're ready to roll. So you're just shooting the breeze. I made one comment. I'm like, yeah, I got to power wash, get my smoker ready for the season. Wish I could do a brisket, but they're a pain in the ass to find. Oh, my God. It was like 5 parakeets out here, people. Because come to find out, every member of this show except me, and 2 people on this show have multiple memberships. Apparently, I'm the only guy on planet Earth who's not a Costco member. And I mean, I went through judgment here, okay? I was judged. I was harangued. I was mocked.
And now we're going to take the 20-second time out. You were not judged. You were not. No. It was
you
more,
looked at me like I had a banana hanging off my head.
No, I had to just basically discredit some of the things that you thought happened there. Like, I don't need a pallet of pickles. It's like
I thought they were for big families.
I judged them.
Thank you.
I did.
Well, and then I just wanted to get rid of the disinformation. Like, Mike, it's not like that. Like, and then I got to come home with all of this stuff. So, yeah.
But here's my thing. What you guys have really put out there is, you're not a man if you don't belong to Costco. That's the vibe I got.
That's what you got.
That's my takeaway.
Okay.
But you were like, oh, no, Mike, there's just briskets flying around the place, ribs, pork butt, custom steaks. And I'm like, wait, I thought it was a place you went and picked up 24 jars of mayonnaise. Like, I never realized. Dude, I drive by the Costco and I'm like, oh, F that. I mean, it looks like a zoo. But you guys are like, oh, no. What do you mean you don't have a membership? Evan can't even stand having a child. And Evan's like, look, the only thing that makes my life tolerable right now is Costco. David has memberships to multiple. You have memberships to multiple. The fact that Kenny Cott has a member, that's where I'm drawing the line. Because Kenny has no responsibilities. I mean, please.
I mean, his responsibility just went up today.
What happened?
Today's his birthday. He's over 30 now.
Oh, it's your birthday, Kenny.
So he has to have the membership now because
he's a man.
He's in the club.
Kenny.
I'm 30. I'm a man.
I'm a man. Cutscene. All right. So here's my question. Am I the only person without one of these things? Like Metro Detroit, like grill, smokers, man stuff. Is Costco the key? Like, am I missing out?
It is.
I'll join. I don't really want to talk to people.
And if that's the case, you want to join the other one. You want to join Sam's because you don't have to talk to people.
Is there a tier system, like an elitism to warehouse shopping?
It's called scan and go. As you pick up, you scan, you keep going. You don't stop walking. Go straight to the door.
I would love a membership to a place where talking wasn't allowed.
That's it.
That's what I really want.
That's it right there.
I want to get in. I want to get out.
Because if not, you're stuck. The only thing about Costco, you're stuck in the lines when you check out.
Oh, and that's the worst because the
Saturday,
lines,
forget about it.
The lines turn into the commercials, don't turn into your parents. People feel a need to talk. We don't need to talk. We're in line. I don't care what's in your cart. I hope you have a wonderful day.
The bathroom code is 857.
Right. Oh, you're from Oklahoma, huh?
And they don't call them clean bikes.
People, we're going to get to the Tigers, but I'm hijacking this for a minute. The fact, Powers, Rico, David, Kenny, Evan, and then there's me. I was blown away. I had no idea the memberships were as pervasive as they are. And then your judgment has me leaning on joining.
Well, get the scan and go. You connect it to your phone. You buy everything. You charge it on your card. You keep going.
And you talk to no one.
You talk to no. The only thing you'll hear is you say thank you as you walk out the door when they let you go through.
Listen, I want to know. The way you guys made me feel is you're not living right if you don't have this membership, and you're not a man.
It's a little bit of a cheat code.
Mike's more focused on not talking. He doesn't care about the groceries. He's more focused on talking to the fewest people possible.
Okay, but Kenny, on this one, I feel it's why I use one over the other. It's like, oh, I got to go to Costco to get this.
Well, and then we all know David's favorite is BJ's.
Yeah, they have free curbside pickup.
He's got a BJ in Canton, a BJ in Clawson.
No, I thought that place was closed.
It's never closed with David.
That place opened up. BJ's opened up when I was in high school in New York. I thought that place was out of business, and David's like, oh, no.
Yeah, they start expanding. There's now a few now in Michigan.
What is it, close at 3 a.m. for you?
Okay, that's rude. Listen.
No comment.
Listen. I know they sell a lot of grits.
Nope.
Yeah.
Great grits.
Listen to me. Here's my question. Man guide for the summer. The must-have man guide from the Costco, BJ's, Sam's Club trio. Rico, I'll join if I could talk to limited people. Because when I'm running errands, I'm Ivan Drago. I'm on a mission. I don't want to be here. Yeah. I don't want to be doing what I'm doing. The whole object when you're running errands is to get them done and return to your domicile in peace.
See, here's what will help you. Most people are out looking at different things. So unless you go with somebody, nobody's really talking in there. The only time you're talking is if you need something and then you ask the salesperson, hey, can you tell me where this is? Other than that, it ain't a whole lot of talking. Now, once you get at the end in the line just don't go on a Saturday.
How does this? Well, see, there's the problem. Well, I mean, I could. Okay,
go in the morning. Go before the show.
Correct.
That I can do.
Don't go on a Saturday.
Okay, noted.
That's a death wish.
Part of why I never joined it. A, I don't have 17 kids like David, and B, every time I drive by one of these places, you'd think they're giving it away for free.
I will also give you real information here. Okay, no jokes. BJ's also has the scanning.
Oh, they do?
They also have that. No jokes.
No, and the other thing.
David likes to scan and go, huh?
I don't need to talk to you. What's your name? Don't care.
Get out.
But yeah, or Mike, you go at right before they close. And at that point.
But you're telling me at all times, especially for smoking season, briskets are always available.
Yeah.
Pork
Briskets are
butts,
available.
ribs,
burgers, whatever.
Okay.
And they have if you got a vacuum sealer, even better. Because you.
I don't.
Oh, my God. Yeah, because I like.
Oh, good. More judgment from Rico. Here we go.
And on top of that, the gasoline. Like 30 cents cheaper.
I mean, you know what this sounds like, people? It sounds like a cult. I mean, between the way you guys are talking, Evan has been miserable all week. Evan, true happiness was when he discovered, A, I didn't have a membership, and all you guys did. And he can't shut up about it. So we're going to get to the Tigers because they're a freight train. But we're doing this first. Why? Because I'm stunned, but I want to know truly, like, am I the only person without a Costco membership? And also, man buys. I need to know, like, what is the stuff that is necessary here? Don't send me there and be like, my God, 36 jars of pickles. Nobody wants that. I just want a brisket. I just want things for the smoker that are not readily available or you got to call ahead for at grocery stores. But am I weird that I don't have one of these? Because these guys make me feel like I'm out of my mind.
Yeah, weird. I just kind of assume that everybody.
You made an assumption. That's nice.
No, Mike, here's the thing. I thought I was the last one.
But you have a membership to all three.
No, he does.
I can't keep track.
No, I got the membership, it was like right around 2020 or like right before. And I thought, okay, I'm the last guy to get this. And it's
but what are you buying pallets of?
I'm not buying pallets of anything. Mike, you don't have to buy pallets.
You don't.
You could go in and buy whatever you want. Like, if I need 3 things, I'll go and buy 3 things.
They need better advertising. For years, I've just thought out if you rolled in, you'd walk out with 17 pounds of roast turkey. I don't need that. I'm not raising Swiss Family Robinson.
You can get one.
Right. I never knew. I never even thought they'd allow me in that place. I thought it was for people who drive minivans only.
And then you know what, David? Before you walk out, Mike, you have to stop and get a slice of Costco pizza.
I will
That
not.
is very true.
Okay, no.
Very
absolutely
true.
not.
Or the beef Frank.
No, David, no. That's what Kenny does, okay?
It's good, man.
You got to get a slice.
Good.
I'm going to get to the people. Tiger baseball's coming up at 3 because they're a wagon, and we want to talk about levels of belief, but then what's the least believable thing about this team? We're going to do a ton with the Tigers today. We've got a lot of great sports stuff, but I'm sorry that I'm not sorry. Today's been a day of discovery for me. We're going to get to these phone calls, and we're going to do it next. What a moment. Here's Rico.
We're going to get you a vacuum sealer, too.
Oh, Jesus. Come on.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, well, there's only one place to go, and that's Hamilton Chevrolet.
Booming.
No, that's Hamilton Chevrolet. You know what? They're booming as well. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. And Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, heck, even a drop top, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys. The selection is best right now. You don't have to wait months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in the Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the May Rico deal of 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months. You walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
And Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen where all the best games are going to be on, and it's right in the heart of downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Tiger baseball conversation coming up at 3. We'll get a little NFL factor fiction at 2:45. I've discovered I'm Matt Damon in The Martian. I'm the only person without a Costco membership. And it's the kickoff to smoking season. Who are we kidding? It's man season. It's going to be nice. Power washers coming out this weekend. And these guys looked at me like I was insane because I don't have a Costco membership. So that could happen. You didn't tell me it was basically a barbecue supply store.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm not looking at you, David. I'm looking at you and Kenny. And by the way, guys, behind the glass, if you happen to purchase a large assortment of meat and you cut it up at home, you can vacuum seal it, put it in your deep freezer.
Do you own stock in this company?
When you're ready, it's already there. It's already at the house. You can pre-season it.
Let me guess. They sell a vacuum sealer at Costco.
They actually do.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
This is some kind of like
in the bags.
This is some kind of makeup scam from the 80s. Like Rico's getting people to buy these things and he gets a cut.
Okay.
What was that called?
Amway.
No. It was in the 80s. It was when like my grandmother would sell. Yes, Avon calling. Some kind of Rico scheme. Let's go to Anthony.
I'm here for you, buddy.
Anthony, what's going on, buddy?
All right, before I get started, I want to apologize for yesterday.
Oh, Anthony, you're good. You were comfortable. You're just like me. That's how I talk off the air. Don't worry. You're fine.
I'm pretty sure you say a lot worse. But
yeah, we wanted to keep you on, but yeah.
Yeah, but I have all three.
All
I have
three?
Sam's Club. I have Costco. And, my wife is from New York. I thought it was my birthday because she asked me, did you want to go to BJ's? I didn't know what that was.
Wait, so Anthony, let me guess. You calling all your boys, hey, I can't come out tonight.
Yeah.
Got plans with the wife.
I can't get on Call of Duty tonight, man. You know what I mean?
She come home, Luther playing in the background. Like, we going to the store, baby.
Hold on.
I thought I was about to buy them earrings. She was about to, you know what I mean? But I thought Mike Valente was one of those guys that go to Costco because as much he loves being at home, I thought he stack up on stuff so he don't have to go outside. But the working back or when he traveled back home to New York.
No, Anthony, it was just something I always thought it was for people with 17 kids, but these guys are telling me it's fantastic.
No, for my family, I'm the one that hosts everything. So Costco, Sam's Club, BJ's, all of that, all my go-to stores.
Okay.
But for like all my smoking stuff, I got a propane smoker. Don't judge me. I don't know how to do barbecue.
Anthony, let me tell you something. All right, for years, I did it the old school way. Best thing I ever did was get a pellet smoker. You know why? I have a life. And it's really
you can control it.
Yeah, I ain't trying to get up at 3 a.m. and manage a fire. What am I, Rip Van Winkle? Come on, no, Anthony. Don't let anyone judge you for that.
For me, I go to Cattleman's and get they got like specials where you could pay like $400 or $500, and that lasts me from like spring to like I want to say like Halloween or even later, like before I get like steaks and all that. But I go to Costco for like my cleaning products, my bread, my paper towel, and all that stuff, and get gas sometimes. But I go to Kroger for that.
Hey, Anthony, you ever made it down to Eastern Market?
See, I'm still young, so I sleep in. I don't get up.
No, Anthony, no. It's a rookie mistake. You never go to Eastern Market on the weekend. Go during the week. It's open. They just don't tell you it's open. It's open.
Look at this.
Yeah, but
Anthony, it will take you more time to park the car than to get your stuff done.
Noted. Let's go to Tom. He's up now. I mean, this is a journey of discovery. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, man, I'll give you the hookup, Mike.
What do you got?
Costco has the best meat, bar none, anywhere. I shop there every day for people. They get this. You can get it delivered. You don't even have to go to the store. They got Reggiano. They have, like, imported prosciutto. They've got everything you need.
Tommy, rewind for a minute. Costco delivers?
Well, yeah, you get on Instacart, and you place your order.
And Tommy will show up.
Oh, man.
Yeah, whoever.
Oh, man. Tommy, I'll leave the envelope right out front. I mean, if you're telling me I can avoid all the Karens and their 17 kids.
You can get like 13 pounds of that oregano.
Yeah, no, it's Reggiano. It's Reggiano, not Oregano. But,
Tommy, just let him go. He's having a real good time today. There you go. Tommy, I appreciate it. This could be exciting for me. Because like I said, this whole conversation was sparked. I go, look, I'm going to end up doing ribs this weekend. I'd prefer to do a brisket. But you can't, they're hard to find. They're a pain in the ass. Oh, here comes Rico, David, Evan, like a bunch of vultures, parakeets. Should have gone to Costco. I'm like, I don't have a membership. And then forget it. The DJ scratch happened. Somebody dropped a plate in the back of the building. I'm like, I don't have one. Sorry.
It's okay. We're here for you.
Do they sell the Jameis Winston cold cuts?
The gabagoo?
No one actually says it that way. You do realize this, right?
No.
No real Italian person speaks that way. Maybe in like Jersey.
I heard it on The Sopranos.
That's not real. None of that is real. They are actors, Rico. Let's go to Darius, 97.1. Darius, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, man, you are tripping, bro. Listen, I have both. I got Sam's Club and I got Costco. Sam's Club is cool because, yeah, you can go in there and scan and go. You don't have to talk to nobody because you don't like to, if you don't want to talk to anybody. But the last caller was right, man. Instacart is everything. You can definitely order online, order through your phone, and get it delivered right to your house. I got the meat department at Costco is second to none. They got like wine, all types of liquor, like Rico said, pizza. Like, Costco is the way, bro. You got to get on it.
All right, now, Darius, here's the thing. This is my one thing. Who the hell goes to the store looking to talk to people? Like, this isn't a me thing, is it? Like, who wants to socialize at Costco? Your job is to go out. Your mission is what's on the list and to return home. It's no different than Delta Force, minus guns.
The only thing about Costco, for real, is that it's super busy.
See?
Like, it's hard to get around the store. If they open at 10, there's a line outside at 9:45, like a club scene. It's crazy.
No. That's the executive membership. You can go in at 8.
Excuse me?
The executive
No,
membership.
that's Sam's Club. That's Sam's Club. You can go in at 8 with the executive, but at Costco, they open at 10.
No, you don't. You can get in early.
You can get in early at Costco, too.
Oh, Darius, it sounds like you need an upgrade.
Well, I mean, the only one you can get in early at like 7 a.m. is the business center in Southfield, but they don't have they have very limited things in there for sure.
Oh, yeah, you got to get the Rico deal. He shows up 24/7. They let him right through the back door.
Mike, yeah, you can go to the business center, Mike, and you get half a lamb.
No, no one needs half a lamb. See, this is
It's
what
in the freezer. It's like a half a lamb.
Oh, hold on. Hey, Kenny, ready? Hey, you ever consider a vacuum sealer?
I never thought I'd be more of an adult than Mike, and here we are.
Oh,
here we are.
You son of
Kenny, very adult. Very adult.
I hope the Red Wings keep the 13th pick. Okay?
Happy birthday. Birthday's very happy. Very adult.
Thanks, Kenny. Let's go to Scotty, 97.1. Scott, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. Rico, you just on my parade, but I'm telling you, I'm going to break this down. Okay, first of all, Monday morning, Mike's going to come in with a Kirkland T-shirt on. You know that, right?
I know. Is that Kirkland?
He's going to walk in. He's going to have the one that actually says Kirkland, or the sweatshirt.
I'm going to be
he's going to be in there.
Scotty, I'll be handing out briskets like Oprah.
Free samples.
He's going to be seeing the sample ladies. He's like, wait, this is a real job?
Next thing you know, what's your name, sample lady?
No, but honestly, Mike, I treat it like a business. It's a business move. It's a business decision. I walk in, I walk out. I have the things that I need. I get them, and I'm out.
That's it.
But I'm telling you, here's the thing. They're poo-pooing. Don't poo-poo it. The business. I'm going to get killed for this because it's a little secret.
Okay.
The business center is the way to go. If you want meat, the business center is the way to go. It's open at 8 a.m. till like 5 p.m. It's never busy. There's like 3 people in there because everybody orders their stuff. They have all kinds of meat that's already prepackaged. If you're having like a party and you want, 5 pounds or 6 pounds, 10 pounds of ground beef, they've got it already in. It looks like a big salami. It's already there. The briskets are already prepackaged there. They're ready to go. The cooler looks like it's probably like, I don't know, 7,000 square foot.
Oh my God.
Just that size. And it's all cold. You can get a whole, I mean, these are things that you don't need, right? But you don't need a whole block of Parmesan cheese, but they have a whole wheel that you can get in there.
Scotty, that's what kept me away from that place for years. Like even Rico pre-show, he's like, well, you can get a whole hog if you want. I'm like, what am I, Mo Cason?
You look like you do a hog roast.
Mike, we're a family of 3. I shop there twice a month.
Okay. Scotty, listen, I'm pumped up. I mean, you're being nice about it. You should have seen the way these guys treated me pre-show. It was a disgrace.
Trust me, it was warranted, Scotty. You should see how he treats us.
Listen, I'm excited.
I need you to buy a Kirkland shirt too.
Get the hat as well.
Yes. We'll get to Tiger Baseball 3. Don't worry, guys. We haven't lost our minds. But it's the kickoff to smoking season, and I just apparently everything I would go to 3 or 4 places for is available at a Costco, Sam's, or BJ's.
In all seriousness, like because I know you don't really care to go out in public, I just kind of assumed you had that.
No, I'm not Batman. It's just, I'll give you an example. If you're going to a place that is not a fun zone, the grocery store is not fun.
Right.
No one has fun at the grocery store. No. So when people are there and they're walking around, like if they walk too fast, they're going to lose their bowels, it annoys me. When people want to be social at the grocery store, also annoying. None of us are here for fun. It's not about being out.
No, but see, I thought you would just go there, stock up, so one trip and you're set for the summer.
I never realized they sold these things. You just told me they're selling pellets 50 pounds for $20. I mean, these are some unbelievable options. I never knew. I go to the hardware store to buy pellets.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. Hello. I never realized. I thought you needed to be David and have 18 kids.
Now I'm judging.
And David,
you're judging me because that's the only place I can get pellets.
No. Because there's so much better.
Well, I didn't know, Captain Fertility. I didn't know.
Go to BJ's.
David, you know what?
I mean, Jesus.
Here's what he's going to say. I got stock. Yeah, and then I bought my griddle. I bought off season for like little to nothing.
Oh, and I bought a vacuum seal. All right.
The griddle, that was life-changing.
Okay. We'll get to the calls. Then we're going to do some football and some Tigers. But listen.
Yeah, well, let's just do this for a second. Let's go.
Okay. I don't know that that's the way forward. Weather. We're ready to get out and get going. Hell, these guys got me ready to buy warehouse memberships. If you need a vehicle this summer, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. They got you covered. 25 Silverado LT, $294 a month, $14.95 down. They also have, you know it. Come on. We've talked about it. The Doug Karsh Vegetarian Blazer EV, all-wheel drive. They'll even throw a few carrots in the back for you. $227 a month, $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast at moranexpress.com or stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Yep, that's how I was made to feel pre-show, since I was the only guy without a Costco membership. But we're on a journey of self-discovery. We will get to Tiger baseball at 3 o'clock. We got some NFL fact or fiction. But I just, if you're just tuning in and going, what the heck, why is the word Costco on the air? It's simple. This, to me, is the kickoff to summer, meaning power wash season, get my smoker in order. It's time to get the meats going. Like, that's something that just, not everybody, but I enjoy doing in the summer. You're putzing around a backyard, you get some ribs or a brisket on. All I said is, yeah, briskets are a pain in the ass to find. Oh, these guys, a bunch of canaries over here. Go to Costco. So then I realized I was the only guy in this building who didn't have a membership. So we're rapping with you guys just briefly about A, some of the life hacks, but B, what are some of the man products that are necessary here? I didn't realize they had a whole grill division. Yeah. You have to understand. I would drive by and you just see the carnage. You see a sea of Astro vans or church buses like David drives, and I never thought I'd be invited into Costco or Sam's or BJ's.
Yeah, grill division. Heck,
never knew.
TVs.
Never knew.
You name it.
Never knew. None of this.
Yeah, pharmacy. You can get tires. Eye exams.
Actually, you can get some pretty good tires.
What about vacuum sealers? All right, David, tickets.
Hey, you're laughing.
I'm not laughing. I know I'm going to end up getting one of these stupid things because it does make sense. David, go ahead.
And it burns you that I made sense, right?
It does.
Someone says, yep, grilling vacuum sealed steaks and chicken for dinner tonight.
Because then I think about buying the 12 pounds of boneless ribeye, cutting them myself at the width that I want, vacuum seal them, and then they're ready for reverse searing anytime I want.
I just turned 18 and got my Costco membership 2 days later. It's a necessity for cheap gas food and court food. Bulk products are actually the greatest.
See, again, I just always thought it was a place people rolled out and came home with 50 jars of pickles. That never seemed like anything I needed.
And when you vacuum seal, a little hint, write the date on it.
Very true.
Thank you.
Very true.
You'll thank me later.
Someone says, I heard David's dentist has a side job at BJ's. Sam's Club Scan and Go is the best. BJ's is too small, so they choose Sam's Club over BJ's.
Okay.
You would love Sam's Club. I can't even read an actual text about BJ's. I can't even do it now.
But how are the grits?
Please just read something.
You
so
would
I know
love
people.
Sam's Club, Mike. Great meats, and you don't talk to anyone.
Yeah, and again, I don't think I'm different in that regard. I just think it's Rico busting my balls. It is not, you are not to socialize at a grocery store. You're on a mission. Get in and get out.
Well, this comes full circle from Noah. I'm literally walking into Costco right now listening on the Odyssey app. Well, good for him.
Go get yourself
He ain't
12 pounds
talking
of
to
prime
anyone.
rib. Go
Got his
ahead.
headphones on and listening
Right,
to
he's
us.
locked in. Noah's on a mission. Noah ain't got time. And no, I don't need your life story. I don't need to know why you're here today. And I don't need a deal from 7 aisles over. Save it all.
But get friendly with the butcher. Because maybe, no.
Oh, he's right.
Maybe they'll slice things how you like.
I'll take care of that. Okay. Hey, with my vacuum sealer.
It's already pre-cut when you get home.
Go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's up, pal?
Great to talk to you guys. I am an Elite Plus executive member at the Holy Triumvirate, all three of them.
Oh, my.
They all pay for themselves. I'm not going to get – your callers are going to cover everything. But let me tell you out one little secret. And it's mostly for everyone who doesn't have a direct line to Derek Stevens like you do, Mike. But Costco Travel, okay? I've booked amazing trips. I've had private drivers in Berlin saying Guten Tag to me, all booked through Costco.
What?
It is an amazing feature. I recommend everyone get executive memberships and look at the travel deals, whether it's boats, airfare, hotels, you name it. They got it. So that's a different angle to this.
When did that start?
It's as you walk out, it's like all the different brochures of things that they offer.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been there since I signed up a decade ago.
Unbelievable. David, tremendous phone call. I don't know what to say. I never realized Costco was basically a country club. It's like a social circle for Rico and David. What?
I don't use all that. I don't use Costco travel, but the options there.
We know what else you don't use.
Skipping that aisle.
Yeah, clearly. Signed minivan. Let's go over to Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I wanted to make sure that you got this 411 on Costco.
Yes.
Restaurant quality beef. If you like to go to a steak joint, it'll pay for itself. You don't want to pay $160 for you and your wife or your girl. It's just maybe $40, and you did the deal. And you got an extra couple of steaks to go with it. Restaurant quality. Because I used to haul beef over the road at the slaughterhouses, bring it to many markets around the United States. I found that this was a high quality and a very good bakery, very good prepared foods. That's just want to underline all
Rob,
that.
appreciate it. The whole conversation was all about summer and smoking and meats. So yeah, you're right on point. I mean, Rob, I'm going to join this just for that, to be honest. That if I feel like smoking a brisket, or even if I'm giving a half of it away to somebody I know or whatever, I know I can just go pick it up and it's there. I'm blown away. Then you got Rico's lifestyle section. We got guys calling in. They're hiring cab drivers from Costco. I don't know what's going on.
We're here for you, man.
And don't forget your vacuum sealer. Why do I feel like when I approach this thing, there's going to be a picture of Rico on the display?
It's like the George Foreman.
I'm going to do it. I am.
You know what? Had I known, your birthday's a while. Yeah, I would have just said, you know what, Mike? Here's a vacuum sealer. Don't worry about it.
Look,
you'll probably burn that thing out.
Okay. Listen, well, now that I have access to like half a cow on a casual Thursday morning, maybe it's a necessity.
Yeah, but when you wake up that morning saying, you know what?
But here's my question.
Yeah.
What the hell's Kenny buying at Costco?
Anything you want. Mike, I'm actually proud of you. You're all grown up now.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
Thanks, pal.
The Admiral.
Is that where you buy do you buy like gasoline barrels of Admiral? Is that
but their Kirkland stuff is really good. It's basically like the regular liquor you can buy anywhere, except it's just in a different bottle.
It's their brand on it.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just a different label on the front of it.
Wait a minute. Are you being for real?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Kirkland Liquor is big name brand, and they also
different bottle.
They have a deal that they can slap Kirkland on it, and it's
cheaper than buying. I'm not going to buy Ciroc on a weekend.
Now, are you only a Costco member because of the booze?
No, groceries, anything you need, you will find there.
Okay,
vacuum sealer included.
I just somehow imagine Kenny rolling up in like one of those pickups with the 2x4s on the back, and he just putting barrels in his truck. Kenny's like a bootlegger from the Untouchables.
I don't like how this show is painting me today. I have to tell you.
Hey, you know what?
I have to tell you.
No, we've known you how long? You gave us plenty of brushes.
It's true.
All right. Well, that's that. Guys, I do appreciate it. This was a real journey of discovery. I'm going to join. I don't want to hear about a vacuum sealer again. Maybe.
I tell you what.
Okay, I bought one. Just everybody calm down.
David, I could just see the text one Saturday morning.
Okay, I bought it.
It finally happened. I did it. Okay, you did it. You win.
Hope you're happy. Wyatt Langford.
No, whoa. Listen, I'm not sure at this point anything makes a difference because the Tigers have 9 Babe Ruths the way they're playing. We'll get to them at 3.
Max Clark went to Costco today.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let's get to NFL Fact or Fiction.
I thought he was going to say Max Clark went to the corner store.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Wyatt Langford has an executive Costco card. Max Clark stands in the parking lot of Costco.
Oh, my. He went to the Clark station.
We're done. If you like pizza, Hungry Howie's has got you covered. They are the creators of the original flavored crust pizza, and they have a deal right now, right? We've been talking about deals since 2 o'clock. Right now, you go to hungryhowies.com. You sign up for the emails. You make any $10 order. You get a free medium 2-topping pizza. That's it. That's all. There's no catches or red tape here. Spend $10. Hungryhowies.com. get the free medium 2-topping pizza. Any flavored crust, any 2 toppings. It is a limited time only, so take advantage before it's gone, just in time for the weekend. Go to hungryhowies.com. All right, let's touch the table on some football with a little fact or fiction, please.
I enjoy Rico's segment so much that I stole it from him. Well, just for today.
Okay.
Fact or fiction. First one. Did we crown C.J. Stroud too soon?
Yes, I'm guilty. Anytime somebody walks into the league and performs the way he does, you think it's just going to be linear. But I should have known better because I'm the jackass who's always like development isn't linear. And he took a huge step back last year. He just did. So I will say guilty as charged, yes.
I'm going to say fiction. I think that he lost a lot of receivers. And things just got very difficult for him, especially by the end of the year. He just didn't have any targets. Tank Dell will be back tomorrow, though, I heard.
Fact or fiction, Tank Dell will return in 3 weeks. So, no, sorry. Fact or fiction, the Dolphins have more than a Tua problem.
Oh, 100%.
That's fact.
Stephen Ross is an awful owner. Instability in that front office for years on end, and a roster that is really poorly constructed. I mean, they have some sizzle, but they lack stake, and they've just put their money in the wrong places. So I'm going to say, yeah, top down. You can't be that bad of an organization without saying that you have a bad owner.
Yeah. I mean, I would even go before the days of Ross. I mean, they've always been sizzle, no steak. I mean, going back to the days of Dan Marino, you were like, guys, if you ever got a running back, you'd be a pretty good team. Nah, don't need it. It's like they are operating in their own world, and they just feel like, well, because we play down in the sunshine, this is going to be the greatest place ever, and we host Super Bowls. But the team, it underwhelms every year, David.
Fact or fiction, it will take at least 2 years for Travis Hunter to become a player of impact for the Jags.
Damn well better not, or everyone's going to be out of a job. I'll say fiction. I mean, if you want to say a two-way impact, maybe. But he's either got the chops to play corner or not, and you know right away with those, if you're taking that high. Agree?
I agree with you, but I'm going to say, you're saying fact or fiction, it's going to take 2 years. David, I'm going to say that's a fact because I don't think they're going to start him off at corner. I think that Trevor Lawrence is going to walk in the room and demand, I need him as a wide receiver. And not to say he's going to waste a year, but it won't get that development he needs as a corner.
You didn't see this? He's already got the 2 jersey numbers. He's going to wear like 12 on defense and 21 on offense.
Just turn it inside out.
I'm being serious.
Are you serious?
Yes. They're playing him day one, 2-way. Oh, they didn't. Listen, Justin Timberlake, their GM, did not trade all those picks for him. Oh, no, he's going to play.
Okay.
Buckle up.
That's why I say 2 years. They're going to stop the game so he can change jerseys.
I'm just telling you how it's going to go.
You know how difficult those jerseys are to get on and off? Good luck with that.
Fact or fiction, the Rams are the best team in the NFC West.
I'm going to say fact. I don't buy Rico's team anymore. So I'll say fact. He'll say fiction.
I'm going to say fiction, David. I'm going to give it one last run. Reading the reports, I think it'll come down between the Rams and the Niners. If the NFL is smart, they would make that like the final game of the year. Winner, kind of like the Lions-Vikings last year. I like Stafford. I'm just not sold on Stafford.
We've had an offseason full of Bengals news. They've re-signed a bunch of players, and they still have the Trey Hendrickson problem. So, fact or fiction, Trey Hendrickson will not play in the NFL this season.
I'm going to say fiction. I think on principle's sake, it sounds good to say I'm going to miss training camp. I'm not going to be there in the summer. But once you start missing game checks, things hit a little harder. You start missing game checks, and now the family starts saying, hey, Dad, can we do this? Well, no, because Dad's not making any money right now. So I think that he may sit out the entire summer camp. But I think, and maybe even a game or two, but after that, David, he's going to come back and play reluctantly, but I think he'll play.
Damn it, he's right. He said everything.
Vacuum sealer.
Vacuum sealer.
All right, next one. This one's for the Bears here. Rookies, comparing the rookies. Luther Burton will have a more immediate impact for the Bears offense than their first-round pick, Colston Loveland.
Everything with Luther's attitude. Look, I think the way Ben Johnson schemes it up and the way that offense is going to work, the Sam Laporta rookie year comp, I'll say fiction. I still think Loveland, provided he's healthy, will have the bigger impact. Luther Burton's got to prove he's a professional because he went from being a top 10 overall pick to just detonating his draft stock because he acted like a bleep hole at Mizzou this last year.
I'm going to say fiction as well, David, because there's a lot of comparables. Mike talked about Laporta, rookie year. And with Luther Burton, does it sound like a certain wide receiver we have here?
Took him a couple years before he finally became that guy.
And that's why I was asking, because of the speed factor, but the other factor could be.
It took, he was suspended, he was hurt, he was this, he was that. And then finally it worked out. And then I think, too, that they already have receivers there. You got a Dunze, but Loveland, I think, that's going to be Ben Johnson's toy. And for those who do the fantasy stuff, you probably want to draft him because I think he's going to see a lot of balls thrown his way.
The New York Jets have a new quarterback, so Justin Fields, Factor Fiction, will play well enough to get a Sam Darnold-like contract extension.
Wow.
I'm going to say fiction. I know this is Rico's dying love. This is Titanic. This is Rose and DiCaprio in the water. You take it away with Fields. I'm done.
David, I'm going to say yes, because if it doesn't work here, then Mike was right the whole time, and I was wrong. I backed the wrong horse. I think he's going to have every opportunity there because he's not going to have any competition. And he's going to have that little bit of a honeymoon period as well that I don't think the Jets fans are going to be expecting. Super Bowl right now. New coach, new quarterback. Can we be decent? Can we compete and be competitive? If he does, I don't know if he's going to have the 14-3 year like Sam Darnold. I think that you won't see again, but I think he can get the second contract.
This is NFL overall. We have, it feels like 50 games overseas this season. A significant injury will happen to a star, and the NFL will back away from international games in the future.
Fiction. Significant injury happened first game in Brazil. Pretty much tanked the Packers season. Jordan Love was never right last year after that game. And I think it happened on the final or one of the last plays of the game, and they're still doing it. So the money is there. The NFL is next man up. Okay, find another quarterback or find another star player. But so long as the money is there to go overseas and play, I don't see them ever backing down.
I mean, there's nothing to add. Rico, vacuum sealer. He wins. It's true. Everything he said is true. What the hell am I going to say?
I mean, if you ever were going to do that, David, last year was the case where that field was horrible. They shouldn't have been. I mean, remember, they were even talking about, well, you can't wear green because that may be some colors and it may cause violence.
Some issue, yeah.
So what do? You put two teams who wear green in a game where you're not supposed to be wearing green. Whoops. NFL doesn't care.
That is your NFL Factor Fiction.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tigers open up a new homestand against the Texas Rangers at Comerica Park tonight. This after finishing their three-city road trip 7-3, now tied with the Dodgers for the best record in baseball, 25-13 so far this season. The Ace Tarek Skubal gets the ball tonight with 3 near sellouts expected downtown this weekend. Manager A.J. Hinch says it's not easy to go from L.A. to Denver and then back to Detroit. That's 3 series and 3 time zones, but he's not worried about it throwing off this team. Rangers give the ball in Game 1 to the veteran Patrick Corbin. They've struggled so far, 18-20 this season. That first pitch at 6:40, pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions on the field today for rookie OTAs in Allen Park. They've signed 4 players to their rookie deals. That includes 5th-round LSU guard Miles Frazier, Tyleik Williams, Tate Ratledge, and Isaac Tesla have all been unsigned so far. And Omari Sankofa of the Free Press has ranked the free agents he wants to see the Pistons re-sign the most. Number 1, Malik Beasley, then Dennis Schroeder and Tim Hardaway Jr., Paul Reed 4th. The Pistons have got the 2nd most cap space in the NBA this offseason, just behind the Brooklyn Nets. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to business. I guess it's how do I put this? The opinion we would do this whether the Tigers had just won 3 in a row or not, because you played the equivalent of like a CYO league team. So 22-13 or 25-13, it's all the same to me. Like beating up on the Rockies is whatever. So this topic plays even without that Rocky series. Now, you handled your business, especially yesterday. It's very rare you're going to win a double dip 21-2 or whatever it was. The question is this: the level of belief in what you're watching. You know, it's a different way of doing what we did the other day, Rico, where, look, I think they're a 90-win team. 90-72 is a hell of a nice record. You were like, no, I think I want to go higher. The question is, A, like they have the best run differential in baseball. 8+, I think they're plus 82.
Mm-hmm.
That's
somewhere around there.
That's ridiculous. So my question is, I want to reverse engineer it. We all see what we're watching. The believability of this is another way of asking you, do you believe, if you fully believe in what you're watching, do you believe they're the best team in the American League? Because if you're going to call the show and say, I fully believe in what I'm seeing, that means you believe you're going to have the best record in the AL. You are going to be that 1 seed. Now, I'm not ready to go there yet. So the other thing I wanted to do is, look, level of believability in what you're watching, but what's the most unbelievable thing? What is the thing that's taking place right now with the Tigers that you believe in least? That's not negativity. It's a conversation about all of it can't be this good. And I don't want to start listing things because that'll take away the ammunition from you guys, the listener. I've got a couple of things. I have one thing in particular I think is completely unbelievable, but I'm going to, I want to take our time with this. But what's your level of belief in what you've watched so far that through 38 games, are they the best team in the AL? And then what is the thing you believe in least that's happening right now with this team? And it could be anything. It can be not a side of the ball, but whether it's hitting, pitching, defense, it could be a player. It can be whatever you want it to be. So you want to start out there, vacuum seal? Is that what you want to do?
I look at this team. I don't think I'm quite ready to say they're the best team. I think they are one of the best. I'm not ready to say they are the best team in the American League.
Level of belief. Like if I asked you right now, okay, scale of 1 to 5, a 5 means they are the best team in the AL. 4 is you can see a pathway to it, but you're not quite ready.
4.
Oh, okay. We won't even get to 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
Noted.
4. This is where, as you would like the All-Star game. If we're still doing this the All-Star break, then I'm probably going to go to a 5 because I look at this pitching staff, and even when the bats aren't there, you got the arms that can get you through some tough games, through some tough stretches. And with the staff that you have, you should be able to go out and win series. And yes, I understand you're not going to be playing the Colorado Rockies. I still can't believe they have 6 wins. I mean, I know that blew us like, how are you a major league team? Like the White Sox are like, come on, man, pick it up. The level of disbelief that I have.
The thing that is just unsustainable. You don't believe in it.
Center field, Jav Baez. Like the way he's playing center field, not the bat. I mean, he's hitting. I know he can hit and he has streaks, but his fielding out in center field is, we're not talking Parker Meadows. It's almost like, Parker, you could take your time and let that nerve wake up because we got somebody in center field who's getting the job done. That's me.
Baez, the most unsustainable piece of it. Okay. David.
Center field Baez.
What's the difference?
No, so you're saying not second base, not third base.
I'm talking about just him out in center field, the way he's able to play out there. It's just like, is this for real? It's almost like a Disney movie.
No, it's not for me. It's not.
I'm expecting Danny Glover show up.
Yeah, I also do not believe that they are the best team in the AL. I'm at a 3. I'm just right there in the middle. I can waver as things change either way. But the thing that I just doesn't believe stays is Casey Mize. I just don't believe it because his strikeout rate hasn't really improved, like career-wise. It's around the same. And I just believe that hitters will come around and get them a little bit more than they have. I just don't believe that it continues with Casey
the second
Mize.
go round.
Correct.
Okay.
They get more tape on him, understand what he's doing a little bit different, understand what he's throwing more of, and they'll come around.
Here's the other one. Let me throw the number out. 248-539-9797. You do know that the other thing that could be lacking believability, there's been some erosion. There's been a little bit of a fall off with this player. Now, again, no one stat is what I care about. It's the overall. Torque. Do you think Torque can sustain? The power's been there. And if he finishes the year with 35 or 40 home runs, I really don't care if he ends up, hitting 240 or, the OBP goes down and it's more towards 310 or 320. Torque would be one maybe other people view. I still, it's Baez to me.
I can see the Torque thing, kind of like what David said, because he changed some things up. The next time around when he plays the same teams over, they'll have different pitches that they're going to throw to him, and then you're going to see those numbers come off. I had no great expectations for him. So therefore, I expected him to come closer to the mean and just kind of, you were never going to be as good as you started off.
Yeah, for me, it's just Baez is in his 30s. He's been a bum for a long time. I'm not buying. I'm just not buying he's going to have a 355 OBP. It's there's nothing in the profile right now, Javi Baez would, if the season ended today, have posted his best season in history. No, I don't believe in that. Now, if it goes longer, it doesn't matter if I believe in it. You just go. Mm-hmm. And considering I didn't even want him on the damn team, he's already given you more in a month than I thought he'd give us in a year. So his value, it's already happened.
Brother, you weren't the only one. It was like, if the Tigers brought him back, it's like, you're not serious about trying to win if you bring him back. Just buy him out.
Yeah, it's also going to be unsustainable. I mean, right now, 26 strikeouts, 4 walks, and you think you're really going to have a 355 OBP if I extrapolate those numbers over. Well, let me see how many at-bats he's got here. 110 at-bats. Yeah, if you think you're going to have 150 strikeouts and 20 walks at the end of the year, and that's going to produce a 355 OBP, congrats, you're Ted Williams. Like, I don't. It's still the Baez thing, but the offset for that will be if and when Parker Meadows comes back. I can vaporize Javier Baez. So overall, I'm teetering between a 3 and a 4. I'm kind of at a 4 with the Tigers, is that I don't believe in my Yankees. I mean, Aaron Judge is hitting 450. The team's 500. I don't think we're very good. I don't trust anyone else in the Central. And when you go to the West, who am I supposed to care about? Seattle? I don't. Texas? Yeah, look, I understand they won the World Series. It's been a long time since then, and they stink again. Houston, a little long in the tooth for me, and the pitching's not there. I'm probably at a 4 for believability. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking about the Javi Baez thing because I'm with Rico in the fact that I don't know if that's the thing that can sustain, because he went from being metrically one of the worst players in all of baseball, one of the worst position players in all of baseball last year, to now being above league average. He has a plus WAR, he has a plus OPS plus. It's above what we all expected, obviously, which was, like I said, above terrible. He's far above terrible now, and I think if he continues to play at this clip, which I don't think he's capable of, because I can't see that happening. But if he does, when we start getting more healthy, I don't see AJ Hinch taking him out of the lineup. I don't see him vaporizing Javier Baez.
Well, he'll be vaporized in center.
Yeah, he'll be in center. Yes, he'll be vaporized.
Then he becomes a platoon at short.
Yep, you could put him at short. You could DH him. You could do whatever you like with
him. But I just the thing I believe in least, Baez. But the team overall, I can see a window to them being the best team in the AL.
So you don't see your Yankees waking up?
No. It's not about waking up. They don't have pitching. I mean, Garrett Cole dying before the season, that'd be like Skubal dying.
Yeah.
How's your rotation going to look? Right. Then you factor in some of the other injuries and different things, and you look at it and you go, wait, Giancarlo Stanton's going to be out the whole year? Okay, now that's the equivalent of Riley Green being out for you. So I don't think we're very good.
Right, and I think you just get seduced, not you, but it's the Yankees. So you just always figure the Yankees will make some type of trade, make some type of a move to always stay competitive.
248-539-9797. We'll get with you guys on this. What's the level of believability? They're sitting at 25-13. Do you believe they're the best team in the AL? Scale of 1 to 5. And what is the thing that while you're watching, you have the least faith in about this team? Best way to start it as they kick off what's going to be a beautiful weekend of weather and people, human beings, actually in the ballpark. Should be good viewing. 248-539-9797. All right. This weather does have us wanting to get out and do things, including road trips. Moran Buick GMC has the vehicles you're looking for, GM employees and immediate family members. Lease a 25 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $199 a month, or a 25 Sierra Elevation Edition, $298 a month, plus employee pricing to everyone. Both 24-month low-mileage leases are $999 down, new stock daily. They have what you're looking for. Go to MoranExpress.com. You can search the inventory and get the certified service. Take your vehicle in, get the loaner, go about your day. You don't need to waste your time. It's that simple. MoranExpress.com, Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. You can feel the energy. I mean, we said the word Tigers. Lines are filled. People are amped, and you should be. I mean, they look like the best team in the American League. Best run differential. You compare it to Cleveland, who has a negative run differential and is kind of nipping at your heels. Well, which of those is more sustainable, more believable? The pitching is real. That I fully believe in. The offense, I believe in enough that you can get where you got to go. I don't think it's this good. For now it is. And the bullpen, I mean, look no further than what you did the other night. 6 1/3 scoreless ball. Job lit himself on fire, and you get a win because of it. Like, I believe in most of what they're doing. So I'll just take the plunge. I'm a 4 out of 5 of belief. I think they can be the best team in the AL. I'm just not ready to dive in yet. Now, David is ready to roll. I mean, he's a 5 out of 5. Rico's a 3 out of 5. Or no, you're a 5 out of 5.
I'm a 4.
David's a 3.
I'm a 4 out of 5.
Sorry, got it all twisted around there. Apologies. The question.
You use the vacuum sealer.
There it is. So, what is the thing you believe in least? It's still Baez for me. And it's not, guys, I'd like to think you know me enough by now if you listen to the show. I may be a horse's ass, but one of the last things I care about is being right. I left most of that 15 years ago. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. No one cares when I'm right, and they'll always remind you when you're wrong. It doesn't matter. If Baez is great, who cares? If it nets us a parade, fabulous. But no, I just can't take 30 games and outdo the over 300 that he horrified us and wasted our time. And that's where we reside. Want to go to the people?
Let's go to the people.
Brian is in Canton, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, B. What's on your mind?
Hey, so, I was going to jump all over the Jav Baez, and if I could just get that drop is gold.
We can make that happen. David has that at his disposal.
But you guys had kind of touched on everything that I would already mention about him. I think he's the low-hanging fruit. Mm-hmm. It might be an unpopular opinion, but the biggest thing I'm doubting right now is Jack Flaherty as the number 2 pitcher. He struggled going deeper into games. He looked visibly frustrated, when he's between him and the catcher oftentimes. And, I don't know how long Casey Mize is going to stay healthy. I don't know how many innings and pitches they're going to walk from Jackson Jobe, with Montero with his walks. And I know yesterday he went deeper into the game, but again, they were playing the Rockies. So I guess everything would have to go right for the pitching and maybe for them to acquire something for me to feel more confident, because I feel with that number 2 spot a little questionable right now. I don't know that the pitching is as solid as I thought it was before the year started.
Well, here's the thing. The question of health for any pitcher, at least the way I look at it, Brian, how long is anyone going to be healthy? You're one pitch away from meeting your good friend Tommy John. So I don't. Now, if a guy has a ton of injuries, a ton of catastrophes, you're right. Like Alex Cobb. I mean, I don't expect anything from him. That guy is made out of origami. So, no, that's different. And he's 100. But they have what it takes to get pitching at the deadline if that were needed. They do.
If you were to tell me right now, say they don't again, because like you guys have been talking about in your last few shows,
okay,
everyone wants to draft, everyone wants to develop, no one wants to go out and make a huge, expensive splash. If they don't acquire any pitching and Flaherty stays the way that he is, do you still have the same confidence in the pitching?
I do. I do, because I look, Brian, maybe I'm Pollyannish about this. I feel like between Fetter and this franchise's ability to do the pitching chaos for one spot in the rotation if they wanted, plus the trade deadline, that's before we talk about whether Job figures it out or not. Yeah, Brian, I think I'd be okay with it, because I know any playoff series I'm in, I have the best pitching.
Mm-hmm.
So I just roll with it.
And yeah, and that's why I'm at a 4 out of 5 because of that you give yourself to win every series that you play. Now, you're not going to win them all, but it's not like you're just rolling out just one or two. You can go pretty deep in this pitching rotation. That's what I like. And then, what's Jackson Jobe going to give you? if he turns out to be, that guy or just close to being that guy, then yeah, you're set.
It's also, you can just get a guy. The Tigers don't need to go out and get an ace. If you go into a playoff series and let's say it's Reese Olson, it's Mize, it's Skubal. What do I need? All right, you want a fourth guy? You can get a 5 and fly at the deadline. They've already shown you what they can do with the chaos on a one-game sample.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to freak about that. Not yet. Now, if injuries take place between now and then, it definitely becomes a concern. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, guys? You might want to check your cameras. There's a lot of traffic out there on 96 right now.
Oh, please move to the right side. The White Sox suck.
I don't believe in. I don't think the Tigers will be the number 1 seed in the playoffs. They'll be a division winner, but I think the Astros are gonna have another late season rally like they have the last 8-9 years.
So, are you a level 3 right now?
Was it 4 is the highest for confidence?
No, 5 means you're all in. They're the best team in the AL. 4 means they could be, but you're not quite there. A 3 means no, they're not 4. The best team in the AL.
Yeah, I'll say 4. They could, but it's going to come down to a battle between us and Houston. I don't believe in Jace Young and his, I don't know if you want to call it a slump or just not proving it yet. I think he's a couple minor tweaks away from getting more contact rate, and he's already hitting the ball hard, squaring it up hard. We just need to get him to make more contact.
Yeah, look, there are elements of
one that's going to get you going, Mike.
No, go ahead. What's up?
I don't believe at all that Parker Meadows will play a single game this year. And I am a little worried about that. Yep. I don't trust Jav Baez in center all year. But, like you said, his value's already been reached.
Yeah.
Why not play it out?
Kevin, I'm not mad at that at all. I think it's a concern everyone has when you start using terms like can't feel part of arm or nerve damage, etc.
Yeah, nerve has to wake up.
2 months.
Yeah, your nerve has to wake up. Like, what?
Uh-huh.
So if Parker Meadows doesn't play all year and Max Clark, Mike's boy, keeps hitting, you think they try and play him towards the end of the year?
They bring him up in September.
No shot. They will manipulate
late September call up just for defensive reasons.
No way. Kevin, they will manipulate that service time like no other. No shot. I would be stunned. Plus, where's Clark playing right now? The California Penal League? He's a couple hundred at bats at least AA. Come on. No, I just don't see it. That is their prized toy. They're not doing that. It would be a complete break from who they are. What?
Yeah.
Say what you want to say.
No, that's what I would like to see. But, yeah, I don't see him coming back up here. But that's why I said, for me, it was Javi out in center field. I've seen him hit before, but he's actually pretty decent out there.
30 games.
Understand?
I know he had the highlight catch.
He's still making some plays.
Yeah. Just again, 26 strikeouts, 4 walks. It's an unsustainable split where this guy's going to have to hit 380 to maintain. I'm not there yet. But has he already presented more value than any of us imagined? Yes, and he's done it in a month. Remember, we talked at the start of the year. It's not about when you perform. It's that do you give the team something at a certain point? Mm-hmm. He has. Now. No, I don't think we'll be sitting here in July with the Jav Baez center field redemption tour. I'll be shocked. David, text, and we'll get more calls. Don't worry.
100%. I'm bought in on the Tigers 5 out of 5. The only thing that I don't believe in is Baez, which is totally okay because our best player, Parker Meadows, isn't even up yet. Will he be?
Yeah, none of us know.
Yeah, I have no clue. My believability is 4.5 in March. With their injuries and the schedule, we were talking about them maybe just being at 500. That would be great. It should really only get easier from here.
Right. I said, could we just survive April? We'll get an update on Parker Meadows. Just don't tank. Be 500. I'll be totally happy. They're 25-13. It's as sizzling a start as they've been off to maybe since 1984. Maybe the only other time would have been what? Would it have been 08 maybe? I don't even know what
this start?
Yeah.
2006.
There you go.
Exact mirror image. I think they're both teams are at 23 and 15 or something.
25 and 13.
Yes.
How dare you? 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. 97.1.
It is gorgeous outside, folks, and that means you need to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Why? Because they will get green and stay green with you. They will come out and they will come up with a plan for your lawn, because you're going to be outside, as we've been saying. You're grilling, you're throwing parties back there. You want your lawn to look its absolute best. That is where Natural Way comes in. Give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN, and right now, for a limited time, when you purchase the full lawn program, they'll hook you up with a free grub control. But you got to mention my name. You got to say Rico from 97.1 called and said, give me the hookup. Look, the warm weather, it's here. It's going to get even nicer over the weekend, but so are the weeds, and the dandelions will rob your lawn of the water and nutrients it needs. You stop dandelions before they go to seed with Natural Way. Plus, it's not too late for them to treat for crabgrass as well. There's no runaround. Natural Way will come out there and tailor a specific solution for your lawn. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now to get started. That's 888-GET-GREEN, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers return home from a 3-city road trip tonight, tied with the Dodgers for the best record in baseball at 25-13 this season. They start a brand new homestand against the Rangers at Comerica Park tonight with the ace Tarek Skubal on the mound, and the team expecting 3 near sellouts this weekend. Manager A.J. Hinch says ending the long road trip with a doubleheader in Denver was tough yesterday, but Detroit still managing to sweep the Rockies shows the character of this team. Tigers finish up that road trip 7-3 in L.A., Houston, and Denver. The veteran Patrick Corbin takes the mound for Texas tonight. They've struggled 18-20 so far this year. The first pitch 6:40 pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Tiger Woods' son, 16-year-old Charlie Woods, unsuccessful in attempt number 2 to qualify for the U.S. Open. Tiger played his first PGA tournament event as a 16-year-old, but he did not play in the U.S. Open until he was 20. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 97.1theticket.com.
Let's get right to the people. Talking Tigers, 25-13, smoke the Rockies. And I know it's the Rockies, but that's what good teams do. You don't drop a game there. You know, they could have spit the bit easily in the first game when Job pitched like crap. Instead, the bullpen goes 6 1/3 scoreless. And yesterday, you basically detonated the Rockies in a double dip. Yeah, at the end of the year when you're trying to win a division or lock up seeding, those are the games. Don't give away 3 or 4 of those. So how much belief do you have that what we are all witnessing is real? And if you believe this is real, then you believe they're the best team in the AL. And then the flip side is, within that belief, what's the least sustainable piece of this incredible Tigers start? We go to Stan, who's up next, 97.1. Stanley, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, Mike. Thank you so much for taking my call. Hello, Rico.
Hey, Stan.
First of all, the Tigers, I'm calling them a 4.8. And the reason for that is because they are playing great. But the biggest thing is Cole and Hill are not there pitching for the Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, we talked about the blessing of being a team in the AL Central. This year, it's the American League. It's not a great league. And so we have that advantage. Plus, we have great pitching. One of the things for the, to win the American League, the Yankees are plus 300. The Tigers are plus 475. But I believe if we get in a series with them, we'll beat them on our pitching. The guy that, and I don't like the word sustainable, I would say, and I'm like you on this, Mike, you've talked about him in the past. How the hell does Conley have a .66 earned run average and a .74 whip, throwing the ball 85 miles per hour?
Yeah, and I mean, look,
and he's lights out.
And I watched it during the playoffs last year, where at one point he threw like 75 or 80 straight changeups for the Yankees. He never threw a fastball.
I agree. I think he's also had a positive effect. I think that he's the Olsen and the Brisky whisperer, because their changeups have gotten better because of him.
Yeah.
The guy's a maniac.
Yeah, it's a lot
him.
like, I mean, Rico, when you were, when the Braves did what they did in the 90s, early 2000s, and everyone who became a Brave pitched better, the Leo Mazzoni effect. It's the same thing here with Federer. I mean, whether it's Stan talking about Canely and then the impact it has on the other guys, or whether it's you acquiring a Jack Flaherty who hadn't been good in 5 years and he comes here and he was amazing. Yeah, there's an element to it. I mean, Stan, look, right now, if you asked me who's going to win a playoff series between the Yankees and Tigers, I take Tigers.
Yeah.
Now, there's a long way to go, but no, I don't hesitate. Yeah. Like I'm not like most people. I'll pick against my team.
That's why I'm at the 4, because in pretty much every series they got the pitching to win that series.
The problem will reside in what will the pitching look like by the time late September comes around. I have no way to future cast,
and that's why I can't give it the 5 right now.
But, and then offensively, there's certain parts of this that are not sustainable to this level.
It is defensive chaos.
Okay, that's it. Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, Kyle.
Hey, I'm at about a 4.4 out of 5. I believe that the core group of guys we have, brings a lot of excitement and energy, and everybody feeds and builds off that. The thing that I'm worried about is how we shuffle around players a lot, and that worries me about keeping our consistency up, because when you got guys shuffling around DH and first base and center field and right field and cut, I hate to see guys when they're on nice streaks or playing well out of games. And I know sometimes guys deserve breaks or whatnot, but I don't want to see Torkelson or Baez take a break, because I want to see them keep hitting the ball, keep seeing pitches, keep getting walks, build off of the bad seasons you guys had last year at the plate. And as we keep going forward, we're only going to have more people that are going to earn opportunities to get in the field. Like, Jones is playing well on the Mud Hens, and we don't know how Verling's going to do. And I don't want to take guys out, and I also don't want to hold people up from losing their opportunity to play. And that's what scares me, is we're going to, or Colt Keith's another one, is, losing the consistency of the team and the players because other guys deserve opportunities to play. And I do have a quick question for you guys. How great will it be to see a nice Tigers blowout, and we get to see a utility player, Javi Baez, go up there on the mound and strike a player out?
Yeah,
do you think the city will lose its mind?
Yeah, the way this has begun through 38 games, I wouldn't be surprised if Javi closes all 3 ball games this weekend. I don't know. I mean, Kyle, it's sports, right? You see it, whether it's, basketball, baseball, whatever. Teams get on these rolls and it carries. And look, no, there's no momentum between seasons. So, like, I heard the morning show talking about how, they just kept on doing what they did last year. And it's like, no, that doesn't exist. Right. That's made up. There are different people here. It's a process that they have.
And I was about to say, it's a mindset, Mike. It's yes, because now you started to believe and you start seeing the victories, and it carried over into the next season. It's how I started saying, hey, this was a different Lions team. They finished that year out strong, and then they followed it up. Tigers finished the year out strong. Now they're following it up. Last year I was telling Doug in Crosstalk, last year has nothing to do with this year, but it does tell me that there's a different mindset, that they now believe we can win all of these games.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls as well. David, a couple of ticket texts, please.
As a team, I don't see the home run production maintaining itself. They seem to be feasting on the long ball that is Matt in Allen Park.
They are. And again, look, it's a great example of, it's the Rockies. Right, but if the Dodgers get to beat up the Rockies 13 times, then I get to beat them 3 times. Mm-hmm. Or, it's the White Sox. Well, right, but there's a White Sox in kind of every division. Baseball, half these teams aren't even trying. So the reason I say it is both things can be true. While you've gotten fat and sassy on garbage piles like the Angels or the Rockies or the White Sox, newsflash, others get to do it too. Mm-hmm. Long term, do I believe you will have this prodigious power that you have right now? I struggle with that. But if Torkelson is the centerpiece, Rico, and he gives you 35 plus, if he gets to 40, the point is you start to seed in the power around it. Now, the official Tiger of this show is Kerry Bonds. Now, if Kerry, again, he's on pace for 30. If you got 2 guys in the middle of the order and it's 65 home runs.
Just imagine when Vierling gets here.
Face of the franchise, Matt Vierling.
Yes.
Ethan from Sterling Heights
Max
says,
Clark.
I'm a 5. The hitting sustainability doesn't matter. We have the best starting rotation in the deepest bullpen in baseball.
Yeah, no, the hitting matters.
It does.
Come on now. It all works together if you're going to win a World Series. The pitchers are better because they pitch with leads. The bullpen's better because they're free and easy. If you basically slam on the brakes offensively, the whole thing's going to look different.
It's how you got eliminated by Cleveland, where all of a sudden the bats just went ice cold.
They did what they did earlier in that season. Yes, correct. I'm at a 4 bricks. I'm at a 4 bricks up out of 5 on the Tigers' bricked up scale, he says, concerned about the starting pitching over the entire season.
I don't know where the concern on the starting pitching's coming from, but okay. I don't look, you don't even have Cobb helping you. Now, if Scooble got hurt, different conversation. And I understand Flaherty hasn't been great, but look at the players who have. If I swap out Flaherty for Mize and reverse the numbers, how's it any different than what we had last year? So I don't worry about it. Like Rico, I love how like some people are like, oh, unless all 5 arms are going great at the same time. Because it doesn't work that way.
Like, because for some people, it's almost you're expecting the worst to happen because you don't want to be disappointed. So if you plan for disaster, yeah, you'll never get hurt.
Sounds like fun. 248-539-9797. FanDuel, best place to bet player props. Under Tatum, everything. FanDuel has more betting markets than anyone else. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So all you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything, including apparently I was just out in space. Only guy here that
we got you
as much barbecuing and smoking as I do. I didn't have a Costco membership, so We had a little fun to start the show.
We got you back.
A vacuum sealer also.
You know what? Maybe an early birthday gift for you, buddy.
But Tiger baseball, you're going to have near sellouts all weekend. Great weather, 25 and 13. So how much do you believe in what you're watching? And look, I'll just say this because I hate the times we're living in where basically if you have a brain, you're an outcast. It's okay if you say you don't believe they're this good. It doesn't mean you're a terrible fan. It doesn't mean you're a bad person, or most importantly, like you're somehow rooting against what? Fun? But I think there's a pretty big gap between what they were thought to be, what they are now, and what playing this level of ball through May 9th, not June or July, through May 9th, you would have 104 wins. Totally okay if you don't think they're 104 and 58 good. That's a once-a-decade type of season. I think they're 90 win good. I totally understand if they continue this, you would need to move it up a little more. I still think they're winning the division. I can see a pathway to being the best team in the AL. I'm just not quite there yet.
I just need 91.
You'll probably get it. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Frank, 97.1. Frankie, what's going on, buddy? Nice to talk to you.
Hi, Mike. Thanks for taking my call, buddy.
Yes, sir, pal.
Mike,
what's on your mind?
I'm gonna give the Tigers a 5. No problem with the pitching. The pitching will carry itself. And like you said before, Mike, you can always get another starter during the season. That's no problem. I've been trying for 3 years, Mike, to convince the Tigers to get Nolan Arenado. Yeah. You get Nolan Arenado, and I will give him a 10.
Well, here's your problem. The problem with Arenado is the following. At last check, he wouldn't put the Tigers on his approved list. You're on the naughty list on his movement clause. He don't want to be here. The other problem is this, Frank, I don't know what that guy's got left in the tank, buddy. And if you look at the numbers, that guy's on a downward turn. If the Cardinals picked up a lot of the salary, I don't have a problem. But, look, they went after Bregman. Bregman's a totally different class of player than Arenado. And we didn't get him, and that's okay. But I'd rather piecemeal it at third. Go get me a shortstop at some point. I don't buy this Trey Sweeney Baez thing long term. Once Javier is done playing center field.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Mike, how did you have the Derby? Who'd you have in the Derby?
The Derby, I finished second and third. I had Baeza in journalism. I did not have sovereignty.
That's who I had.
Yeah.
That's who I had. My key horse was Baeza.
Same here. I think by the end of the year, not that any of our listeners care, my buddy, but I think by the end of the year, Baeza could be the best horse, in North America.
I think so, too.
He's got it. And again, his disadvantage will be, Frankie, he's in California. There's going to be a lot of back and forth for him to land the races he needs to land. And then, look.
Jet lag.
It's a lot, Rico. It's a lot for these horses. You ship a horse, that's stressful. You get on the airplane.
How long does it take before they get
They can lose 50 to 75 pounds.
See, when you told me that during a race, I was just like, are you serious?
It's hard on a horse, man.
In a minute and a half.
When they ship them, they put them in cargo jets, but they have these boxes. If you think of if you were shipping 3 cars, how big of a box would you need for that? But they're actually horse stalls that are lifted onto the plane. And then you have people that are with the horse for the entire flight.
I was going to ask, is somebody in there with the horse to make sure to keep them calm?
Water, all of it. But it's a lot.
Now, do you have, serious question, do you have to almost drug the horse like you do some animals so that they won't get the anxiety and freak out?
No, you don't have to. But, I mean, is it unheard of for it to be the same as, a nervous nilly flyer or someone who decides they want a little Xanax on the flight? You might give them something to calm them down. But you don't have to. Every horse is different. Gotcha. But, yeah, the lament of finishing second and third in the Derby. Oh, God. I'd rather finish dead last.
Didn't pick the winner?
No, I didn't, Rico. I don't support people who kidnap their own kids.
Is it really
Sorry, you do.
Is it really kidnapping if it's your kid?
Yes.
Just.
I'm just no fan of Godolphin. Leave me out of it. That's it. Congratulations to sovereignty. That's it. Leave me alone. All right, back to the people. We'll go to Lamont, 97.1. Lamont, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Mike, long time, first time. Rico, how you doing?
Hey, man.
So I think you guys are looking at this wrong. I'm sorry about the cocoa melon there in the background. I'm a 6.5 out of 5.
6.5 out of 5? Oh, my goodness. Yep. Okay.
I'll tell you why. I don't think our best team's on the field yet.
I agree with that.
We've got guys coming back. More importantly, we have the number one farm system. We've never had that. So whatever your problem is at the deadline, you need a starter. You need a hammer out of the bullpen. You need Bo Bichette and, say, Chris Bassett from Toronto.
You can do it.
You know, you have more ammunition to do it.
Yep. You're not getting you're not getting an argument from me on that, Lamont. There's nothing to fight.
And the hardest part of our schedule is out of the way, boys.
Well, okay. On paper, yes, but you know what I know. Some of the teams that, whoa, this is so difficult. We get the Yankees early, or the Yankees stink.
No. But we've gone to L.A. We've gone to we've played San Diego.
Yep.
We've gone to Seattle.
Listen, in baseball, you're going to play tough teams. Lamont, I'm with you.
No,
I don't.
sure.
Lamont,
I'm saying when I looked at the schedule before the year started, the first 40 games scared the absolute hell out of me.
Really?
Yeah. Look at it.
I guess for me, it was more about our own problems, but those problems turned out to be non-issues. I just didn't really.
And we said, and I didn't disagree with you at the time. If we were 500 at the time, we'd be happy.
Yeah. 25-13 is like
look
high
look
society.
where we are. And I'm telling you guys, like, we're redundant in the minor leagues. Like, what's his name? And I'm not trying to be Caputo. But
fine.
like Max Anderson, minor league player of the month.
Look,
and then he's a second baseman. We got that other second baseman from Philly.
Here's the thing: no matter what, because I mean, like Lamont, I don't want to lose the audience with the prospect stuff, but you're right.
Right. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's about Scott Harris. It's about whether he's willing to do what he hasn't been willing to do. Be on the buy side. Trade some of these prospects. And look, if you're playing this level of ball, I don't see how you don't do it. But we're over 2 months away from that. You're really the better part of 3 months, if we're honest about it.
I'm just so glad we don't have to have the what do we do with Scooble talk.
I mean, you know what? I don't want to be negative. It's sunny. I'm just saying baseball's a long year. You feel a lot different all of a sudden if the team goes out and, loses 8 out of 10. That's baseball, though. That's why I'm not ready to do what you're doing. You're like, it's the 0-1 Mariners. They're winning 116 games. I can't do that.
Only to get put out by the Yankees.
You hate to see it. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. We got to do a Factor Fiction NFL.
You broke Ken Griffey Jr.'s heart. I just want you to know that.
F him. I never liked him.
Really?
He was a Yankee killer. The two biggest Yankee killers of my life were him and Jim Thome.
Jim Thome was everybody killer. He was a serial killer.
He murdered us.
He was a serial killer.
Yeah. It always would anger me, too. He'd always grab his balls between every pitch. Like, how often you got to adjust your cup? We all know you're going to launch one 450. Why don't you just swing the bat and move on?
And maybe that's why he was adjusted.
Remember, the equivalent was like Nomar. Remember when he would do the gloves?
Oh, the human rain delay.
That was Thome. Yeah, adjust the left side, adjust the right side. All right, I'm ready now. Step out and do it again.
Adjust the helmet, yeah.
Couldn't stand that guy. All right, we'll move along, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers are now back at home after a 3-city road trip. 7-3 the record there. They're now tied for the Dodgers with the best record in baseball at 25-13. Tonight they open up a new homestand against the Rangers downtown, and they'll do it by giving the ball to the ace Tarek Skubal. Manager A.J. Hinch says this team has got some of the best character he's ever been around, and it showed yesterday, having to end that trip with a doubleheader, but still end up sweeping the Rockies. The Tigers are expecting near sellouts this weekend for all 3 games at Comerica Park. Rangers 18-20 so far. They'll send the veteran Patrick Corbin to the mound. That first pitch 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Rookie OTAs happening today for the Lions at Allen Park, and that means we've got jersey numbers. First-round pick defensive tackle Tyleek Williams, he'll wear number 78. Guard Tate Ratledge will wear number 69, just like at Georgia, and wide receiver Isaac Tesla will wear 18. And in the NBA playoffs tonight, the Cavs-Pacers series is now in Indy. Cleveland's looking to avoid going down 3-0 there. Thunder and Nuggets also got a Game 3 tonight. That series tied up at 1 game apiece. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's just touch the table a little football. NFL fact or fiction. I'll lead with one once David hits the music. All right, here you go. Fact or fiction. Kevin Stefanski already is sick of answering questions about Shedeur Sanders. This poor man was up on the TV looking like he'd rather be anywhere other than where he is.
That is a hardcore fact. The fact that, if it was just Dylan Gabriel, I don't think ESPN sends a reporter standing outside the Browns facility. But yes. So, how many passes did he complete? How many times did he throw? What did he look like?
He looked disgusted.
Guys, I have about 80 other people on the team. I know, but Shedeur.
It's getting ridiculous because there was a reporter that went out and said or tweeted out that Dylan Gabriel got the first snaps at the rookie camp. Well, yeah, he's
the third-round pick.
Right. What are we doing here? Oh, my gosh.
Maybe they should ask Shedeur, so what do you think about the Pope? He went before you.
Fact or fiction. With increased competition in the AFC West, the division will have a new winner this season.
You're asking me to go against Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. David, it's a cop-out, but I can't do it.
Okay.
That's not a cop-out.
I'll believe it when I see it at this point.
No, that is fiction, David. I mean, there's competition, but there's still the Chiefs, and they're still – even the Chiefs are in a down year, are still better than everybody else in that division. Last year, they weren't great. Still won.
And he's still Justin Herbert. He still has to prove he can win a big game. And Bo Nix, remember what you asked me earlier about Stroud?
Oh, crowning.
Crown him too early.
Let's just chill out on that.
We didn't crown him. Not Bo Nix. You never believed in him.
He's 30, 7 kids. I can't do it.
Does Bo Nix have a Costco membership?
You know what? That means he's motivated. That means you probably won't hear Bo Nix doing anything stupid because he's 30 with 7 kids.
Fact or fiction? The New England Patriots are going to make the playoffs.
Fact. I'm buying. I'm buying. I think the Dolphins are a dumpster fire. I think the Jets blow. And Vrabel is as legit a football coach as there is. I think the culture will be right. You know I love Drake May. Here, this will be my dumbest prediction, and that's saying a lot.
Well, if you look at it from last year, the Steelers are probably not going to make it again.
Steelers will.
The Denver Broncos won't make it again, so there has to be room for someone.
Why won't the Broncos make it again?
Because of Bo Nix.
Oh, okay.
No, it won't be because of that, but it's a tough division. He may, second-year slump.
I mean, I don't see where the Chargers are going to be that much, and the Raiders, Pete Carroll. David, I'm going to say fiction. I don't think that they're going to make it. I think they'll be competitive. They'll be mathematically in the mix until probably the last couple of weeks.
where if this goes this way, but once you get 4 different things that have to break your way, chances are you're not making the playoffs. I think that's where they will be. I like the progress that they're going on, and by maybe next year, but this year, nah. Pittsburgh, David, say what you want. I know you're a little hurt right now. You guys, you're Wisconsin basketball in the Big Ten. No matter what, you always finish in the top 4.
Not this year.
Okay.
I think this is the year the Steelers tank.
Yep.
I think this is where the bottom falls out. They just traded their best playmaker. They don't have a quarterback. They inexplicably acquired DK Metcalf.
So basically, you're not willing to let Tomlin cook.
No, I'm not.
I'm not.
It's going to be a master class. I'm sensing a bet here.
Cool.
Factor fiction. No matter what he does this season, it's too late for Bryce Young to have a job in 2026.
I'm going to say fiction. David, I'm going to say fiction because the way he finished out the year, it all of a sudden looked like the game slowed down and he became the quarterback that the Carolina Panthers thought that they were going to have. Now, he goes out and just has a horrible first 5 games. You're going to be correct. But if he could carry over how he ended the season last year, I'm saying he's their quarterback of the future.
Look, Dave Canales likes him, and he did play a lot better. And he did show a lot, and they are continuing to add weapons. They drafted McMillan. David, I'm with Rico on this. I don't think they're out of the business of him. Now, he's got to perform. They've got to take a 3 or 4 game step up. No, I don't think they're out of the Bryce Young business yet.
So you said the most important part. Dave Canales likes him. He didn't draft him. So usually the mindset is you don't draft him, you're going to look for someone else soon. But if he likes him,
look, he also took the job knowing he was stuck with him.
Correct.
That says something, too.
That's true. So, because we talked about Dave Canales in there, let me transition to the next one, which is his former quarterback, Baker Mayfield. Fact or fiction, Baker Mayfield's dealing with his 9th OC. And because of that, this is the year he finally struggles with that offense again.
Fiction for me.
Yeah, I'm going to say fiction as well. David, honestly, I think Baker Mayfield is the type of guy that just, no matter what the plays call, he's calling a play. He's drawing up a play in the dirt like we did as kids and saying, okay, you just go here, go here. That's not the play. I don't care. This will work. He's an idiot. So I believe in Baker.
They also keep investing in the offense around him, too. Using their first-round pick on Rico's guy, Ibuka. They're loaded at receiver. McMillan came on last year, even if Godwin is on one leg. I think the structure's there. Plus, Liam Cohen was a good coach, but I'm not going to turn him into Bill Walsh.
This next one is TV related because Tom Brady is in the way. After this season, Greg Olsen will leave and be in the booth for Netflix's Friday night schedule.
Why is there a Friday night?
I'm just saying there's probably going to be, so I'm just.
I was about to say, wait, there's a Friday night?
So
you're just hypothetically
I'm predicting that.
So what's your question?
That Greg Olsen will leave.
Greg Olsen gets sick
100%.
of being behind Brady. See, I don't see Brady going past this year. I just think that it was cute, but and the best way out is for the league just to say, well, you got a piece of the Raiders, so conflict of interest, and we rethought this, and we're just going to go ahead and let you go. He's not that good. Olsen is better. And if it goes past this season, and just get your own YouTube channel. I'd watch you over watching Tom Brady.
And final one, Bill Belichick won't coach a game at UNC. He will never coach again.
Oh, boy. There's more weird stuff today about this Jordan Hudson relationship. I don't know, man.
Well, yeah, depending. Early this morning, she was banned from the facilities. And then all of a sudden, did we say banned? We meant welcomed. That's what we really meant. Tells me she got banned. She called, complained to Belichick. Belichick was like, what? I just woke up. What? Called up North Carolina. Why is she banned? Well, she's weird. Well, I kind of need her there. Okay, fine. She's welcome. But to answer your question, David.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want me to tell me what she had for breakfast while you were at it, too? That was the most complete description on the planet. Here's what happened. He called, she called. They got a paper towel. He then parked her car. He had a piece of toast with jam on it. You're on it. Go.
You know what? Go look at vacuum sealers. David, I think that what's going to happen, he'll coach a couple games, and then it's going to become an embarrassment. Remember, North Carolina's going to probably get that Deion treatment like Colorado got, where all the games are going to be there, except for Deion had Shador. He had Travis. Who do you have? Who you're showcasing? All your stories are going to be about her, and you're going to hurt the university, and they're going to say, enough.
It's almost like this was a bad idea. Here's an idea. I want to drop a 73-year-old into 2025 college football. Trust me, it'll work. Oh, and he's tagging a 24-year-old. Nothing could go wrong.
Right. I mean, because, yeah, at least Deion had Travis Hunter. He had his son. He had something. What is right now, I know more about her than anybody on that North Carolina team.
You're right. I don't even know who their quarterback is. I don't know who's playing for them this season.
And they're going to get all the eyeballs early on. It'll be a disaster.
That is your NFL fact or fiction.
Personal injury of any sort is personal. David Femininio has dedicated his career securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who've been injured, and, of course, getting you the care you need so you can put your life back together after an accident. If you need an attorney who's going to make it personal, David Femininio is your first call. 855-65-CRASH. Or go to the website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. Why? Because they're the judgment-free zone, and they have a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time, and you can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and supine benches. Plus, they also got the free weights, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it, they have it. They're waiting for you, along with convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. So you can get strong your way on your time. And if you need a little extra motivation, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Head into one of the 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area right now to get started. And $1 down, $15 a month will get your membership going. That's it. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Head into any of the Planet Fitnesses to get started, or you can go online at planetfitness.com or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Hey, Kenny, we're going to get to Who Said It at 4:30. I got a question. Can I just ask Kenny a hockey question, or am I going to lose our whole audience?
I'll go for it.
I'm always fascinated because we are in an original six town.
Yeah.
Everyone here, you're a diehard Wings fan. Most people, if the Wings aren't in it, you're kind of like F everybody else. But I told you the other day I was kind of rooting for the Leafs, which I know is like sacrilege in this town. But I think Austin Matthews is too good of a player to like be coined a loser. So the idea they're up 2-0 on a team that you detest.
Yes.
And then the Western Conference version of that would be Connor McDavid, where I said to you last year, I'm rooting for him. Like, I know it would mean Kenny Holland getting a cup. Not anymore. But the point is, they're up 2-0 on the Golden Knights. But I'm interested in you. You watch every second of every game. And I just... Are you pulling for anyone, or are you hoping everyone's ice melts and they just cancel?
I'm hoping everyone's ice melts. I hate this. And by the way, this is entertaining playoffs, and I hate every second of it. It's like the most push-pull relationship I've had with a playoff in a while, because most of the teams in it I detest. So
that's why I'm asking, are you able to root for anyone in this? Because you watch all of it.
The Florida-Toronto series, I genuinely hope the building just implodes. No, I don't have a rooting interest here. I have no rooting. I'm not rooting for anything. I'm not rooting for anyone.
So you're not rooting for anyone or anything, but you're watching everyone and everything.
Right now I'm rooting for Washington because I hate the way Carolina plays hockey. As in, it's very boring, and I don't want to see another round with Carolina in it.
So is this just group hate spite watch is what I'm gathering?
Hate watch.
Fascinating.
And also, I love the sport, and I think it's the best playoffs in all of sports. So I'm watching because entertainment. But also, I hate every second of this.
So you're going to be him watching the game 3 Saturday.
I'm just sitting there
hating it.
I'm just sitting there watching the game going, oh,
okay,
damn it.
Now, a question would be, Washington put you out last year.
Yeah, I don't really care about that.
So you're rooting for him this year.
I'm rooting for them to beat the Canes. I hope the Florida series, everything explodes. Go Jets, I guess. I mean,
but you.
The only thing is the Oilers, Vegas series? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Yeah. So that series is fun. That's the only one where I'm like, yay, things.
Hey, look, Kenny's in his feelings, and he can't ask anybody to quantify feelings. So
that's correct.
They just happen.
I just have these feelings of deep animus, and yeah,
they change minute to minute. So okay.
I had to ask. I thank you very much, Kenneth. I'm.
Yeah, this is fun and no fun at the same time.
So you'll watch everything tonight, but root for nothing.
I actually might be a paying customer, Kenny, for the Tigers tonight. So little birthday,
little scuba on tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, happy birthday to you.
In lieu of a gift, Kenny would just like drink money.
I've actually already had a couple of buddies send me drink money for
Thank God. I thought you were about to say something else. I was like, my left hand was reaching for the dump button.
No.
Slick back hair, Kenny.
What
tonight.
did you think I was going to say?
I thought you were about to say you already had a couple, and I'm like, whoop, nope, that's not good. Oh, boy, wait a second.
I was very upset at the NHL playoffs, and I love it.
I hate everybody.
Let's go, Scooble.
So Slick back hair, Kenny, tonight.
Oh, he will be making an appearance.
Oh,
buddy boy,
you got to see Slick back
come on
hair.
down.
Real quick, Mike.
Yeah.
Where are you tomorrow? Like when you're watching your Celtics, is it just anger, spite, or are you hoping you bounce back, take two in New York, and then it's a best of two out of three?
Tricky question. How they play dictates that. If they play well, it'll probably be like, yeah, nice job, idiots. Way to finally turn it on. If they play poorly, it'll be some form of like Jack Nicholson in The Shining laugh, because I'll just be fantasizing about Tatum being launched out of a cannon. But I won't be able to watch them as a fan until they win game 3.
So do you have to wait till the fourth quarter to see playing well? Because for 3 quarters,
Fourth
you guys
quarter,
play great.
I have to see 3 zeros, because what they've done the last 2 games, no, there's no.
So that's what I'm saying. Even if they're playing great, can you still feel confident like we got this?
I'll tell you the other thing I considered, and I don't want people to be upset at me. There was part of me that says, you know what? Don't watch it all. Stay away. They've done nothing but hurt you here. They've busted your balls. Make them earn you back. What joy am I going to get if they win game 3? None. That's simply an invitation to have a game 4.
Mm-hmm.
If I watch, and then I got to look at Jason Tatum's stupid blank face again, it's going to upset me.
If they win,
who cares?
You took it from New York.
But they can win and not look good.
There it is. There's only, look, Doctor Strange, there's only one way out for happiness. They would have to go into New York, drop a bomb on MSG, win by 30, and yell bing bong out of the arena. Then there would be joy.
So winning the game
means nothing.
If you win and don't look good, Rico, and then you lose game 4, which is a possibility because you didn't look good in game 3, now you're just 5
if you
games
win and
sweet,
don't look
basically.
good, you're the New York Knicks. They haven't looked good the entire playoffs. Have they? No.
Yeah, but when you're down,
should have beat
but when
them.
you're down 0-2 and the way you lost, that's different. If you don't win the next one,
And
looking
if you
good.
win game 3 by 1, who cares?
I do.
But it to me, I'm just talking about me. If it was my team, I want them to look great in game 3 to give me hope that, okay, the series can be turned around. If you win and barely win and you don't look good doing it, why would I care? Because now I'm going to game 4 thinking they're going to lose this game and then lose in 5.
And look, I'll be fair about it. This is why people hate New Yorkers. I understand it. I totally get it. It's not winning. It's how you win that matters.
Because the 2 games you look great, you lost.
Right. No, we didn't look great. Well,
you're up 20.
We were fine enough. That's the point. We don't look great. We're 25 for 100 from 3. Jason Tatum is sucking on a binky. We haven't played good. If we played good, we'd dust these idiots by 50.
You were up 20 for both games, so now I'm
not
saying
playing well.
Right, so if you win, it shouldn't matter how.
No, it does. Championship DNA.
I'm
There's
not
a standard.
I'm not from New York, and I care about how my team looks in a win.
When you're competing for a championship,
Yes.
I'm with you. And here's the other thing. If it's the NBA Finals, I'm with Rico. Then the pendulum goes this way. You got to win 4 games. Nobody cares if it's pretty. But in the event of trying to get to the finals, oh no, the second round against this garbage team, this is ridiculous. Celtics have played 2 of the worst second halves of their season.
You know, I'm just about who sings the fight song. Okay.
I know you are. It's simplistic. It's probably a better way of being a fan. Just leave me to my pit of misery.
I'll give you an example. Remember years ago when the Steelers were winning? Week after week, they became 11-0, and you all kept coming in. Ooh, look at your Steelers. They look good. No, they don't look good. They weren't championship pedigree.
Right, but David, that was regular this is playoffs.
But
So
it's about championships.
You're saying
I love
you can't win the championship on Saturday.
I
you
also
can only
can't
win that
win if I
game.
don't look good.
Newsflash, you can only win that one game. You don't get crowned. Win that game, take step forward.
I guess my point would be you're down 0-2 in a series. You need to start playing good ball, and you need to do something special to win 4 out of 5. Look, they could still win the series. They are infinitely better than this Knicks team. But the way they're playing, honestly, if they're going to play anything like this, I'd rather they just lay down and die and get hit by a yellow cab.
What's the Vegas line for the winning the series?
Couldn't tell you.
You cashed out.
I don't care. Give me odds of Tatum being traded. Then you have my interest. Okay. All right. Well, then, let me tell you about pizza, something that's the opposite of what the Celtics have done. Pizza makes you happy. You can get free pizza, like Kenny, for instance. He's going to spite watch hockey all weekend. Pair it with pizza. I still don't get what he's doing, but that's fine. Look, go to hungryhowies.com, sign up for the emails, spend $10, get a free medium 2-topping pizza. No catch. No games, no nonsense. Just the pizza. Any flavored crust, any 2 toppings, free. Just spend the $10, sign up for the emails. Limited time only at hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Tigers open up a new homestand against the Texas Rangers at Comerica Park tonight. This after finishing their three-city road trip 7-3, now tied with the Dodgers for the best record in baseball at 25-13. The A's Tarek Skubal gets the ball tonight. 3 near sellouts are expected this weekend downtown. Manager A.J. Hinch says it's not easy to go from Houston to L.A. to Denver, then back to Detroit. That's 3 series and 3 time zones, but he's not worried about it throwing off this team. Rangers give the ball in Game 1 to the veteran, Patrick Corbin. They've struggled 18-20 to start the year. That first pitch, 6:40. Pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And a pair of games in the NHL playoffs tonight. Maple Leafs-Panthers shifts to South Florida. Panthers trying to avoid going down 3-0, the reigning Stanley Cup champs. And the Jets and Stars, they've got Game 2 in Winnipeg. Dallas leads 1-0. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97.1theticket.com.
Okay, we do it every week. I've grown to hate this, but away we go. It's Who Said It. All right, our coworkers say stuff. We got to guess it. The problem is David makes the game way too damn difficult. But go ahead. Here we are.
Does anybody want to know who's eligible?
Who cares?
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Oh, for God's sakes.
6 a.m.
On weekdays, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm asking
Do
questions.
that weekend crap.
So many questions.
A lot of questions.
Number 1.
Maybe too many questions.
You can argue, let's make a big splash, but if you want to argue the other side and just stay the route, I would imagine they're going to win more games and be a better team next year.
Sounds like Costa. It's my initial response. He was selling that garbage all week. You know, they don't have to do anything.
What was Jansen's position on that? Because I didn't hear that discussion.
Well, it's basketball. He doesn't watch it, so I don't know.
Oh, I didn't even know what that was in reference to.
That's what I
Tigers.
thought. I thought it was maybe Lions.
I thought it was Pistons.
Okay.
What's your experience?
A lot of sports, too many.
A lot of sports.
Which sport is it?
Yeah, let's figure out that, and then we can circle back to who said
Is that
it.
a real question?
Yeah, that is.
I think it's Pistons.
It is Piston.
Okay. All
That
right.
just sounds like Lord Smarms a lot.
Yeah, I'll ride with you on
Yeah,
Costa
because
there.
he did say, oh, if you want to play the other side. Yeah, I'm going to go Smarms.
That's all he does.
Okay. We're going Smarms.
Smarms it is.
Who said it?
Damn it.
The other side. We should have known what show.
What show?
Carson Anderson. They always play the other side.
They don't talk. It's Kang.
Well, he had 5 seconds there to get
Who
that
is
in.
Doug and Scott?
Okay, just keep
Number 2.
Kang and Friends.
You can make the case I need to see a full year, a full offseason, a full season of Asar. I want to see Ivy with Cade. They don't have to make a trade.
My problem is all of these sound like Costa. I don't know what I'm doing.
He's stuck in Costa voice.
One more time, David.
Costa's been screaming about Giannis.
You can make the case I need to see a full year, a full offseason, a full season of Asar. I want to see Ivy with Cade. They don't have to make a trade.
I think this could be Kang. From Kang and Friends.
I'm going to go with one of the friends on the show, and I'm going to say Doug.
See, I remember saying
Doug does have kind of a boner for Asar Thompson.
I do too. It's just he needs to start shooting the basketball.
See, I said something about Cade and Ivy, but
Yeah, but you would be open to them making a move.
yeah.
I am so lost. Everything comes back to Costa for me. Kenny, how confident are you?
About a 6 out of 10.
I'm like a 4. I'm just happy to be here.
I don't know. So
Would David go back to back from the same show?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
He's on the same person from the same show twice.
Yeah.
I'll go.
It could be all
You know
Gators
what?
for all we know.
I'm gonna go Jansen. I'm gonna go off the board.
Could be in a Gator park.
I'll go ahead. If you can collect it, he'll talk about it. Give me Kang.
Damn it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No!
I was leaning away, Mike. I was hoping you would tell. I was trying to give you a hint.
No!
Water everywhere. He spilled my drink.
And that light went flying. I don't know if you noticed that.
Number 3.
Oh my God!
He broke the light.
Yeah, we might be off air. Who knows?
Right. We would have no way of knowing.
Hey, call a manager. Oh, wait.
Oh, no. We should move on.
Number 3.
It's very uncomfortable.
Hey, call an engineer. Oh, wait.
I'm here.
Number 3. Steve Yzerman always says it's not an excuse. He's always said, I don't care where we're picking, my job's to find players. I'm going to find players, and he's actually done a pretty decent job.
Oh, yeah. It's really led him to a lot of wins, hasn't it?
Positively, I'm going to go.
I'm going to say Gator.
Thought Doug, a lot of qualifiers, a lot of logic and reasoning.
I thought about Doug, except for it goes all the way to 8, which leads me to think Wojo.
That could be. That's not a bad guess.
Leave me out of it. I'm still not over the last question. I can't believe
Let me try and fix this light over here.
Oh, who cares?
Came apart like Legos, though. It just shattered.
Oops.
An Odyssey station.
I mean, what the hell is it anyways?
It lets you know when the station's off.
Something's off the air, yeah.
Who cares? Leave me alone. Just go. Do it. Just
So we all in? We all in?
I'll participate
We're
in a
not
minute.
all in, but he's not playing.
I'm angry.
Who said it?
Boom.
There was qualifiers.
That's what I'm saying.
It was either Doug or Wojo.
And we've come a long way from trying to figure out which sport we're talking about.
Yeah.
Next. Everything's worked out. The pitching is unbelievable. The bullpen's really good. AJ knows when and where to put guys. And the hitting's been very timely. They're a good team.
Unbelievable sounds like a Rieger word.
Yeah, I was thinking Jeff Rieger, too.
Yeah, me too.
Unbelievable. It does work.
Just guess Costa
And the
again.
eight.
Go Costa again.
No, I can't.
Just do it.
Don't start with this, because if it is Costa, I'm going to probably lose something here.
No, you won't.
Yeah, like a head.
That bottle came nowhere near you. You're fine. It was at least 3 feet outside of the strike zone.
You've broken monitors before? You've broken PlayStation controllers before? A lot of breaking.
A lot of breaking.
Maybe a little
A
too
lot
much
of
breaking.
anger.
A lot of sand. Don't forget
Maybe
the
too
cherry.
angry. Yeah, chairs.
Go Rieger. Let me hear Rieger here. Unbelievable. Yeah! We're back. Okay. No, I want to hear it where he overemphasizes the B's in unbelievable. 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 He just
We're all in trouble when we go to break.
Why?
One last one. Here we go.
Unbelievable.
Just on available evidence, I think they could be a World Series team.
Available evidence seems like Karsh. That seems like something he would say. And we already got Karsh, so I'm hesitant to pick him.
Would it be Jim?
It could be.
I'm going to say John Jansen.
That's not a
loves
bad
the
guess
Tigers,
either.
Man.
Yeah, I'm going to say Jansen as well.
Why?
I'm going to read it one more
Because
time.
it's so vague.
I'm going
you're
to
playing
read
again?
it one more time.
Okay.
What's your experience?
It's literally Tigers are going to the World Series.
One more time. Just on available evidence, I think they could be a World Series team.
Like this is the Karen Reed trial all of a sudden with evidence.
I think I'm changing to Jansen. That makes way too much sense. Which means I'm wrong. Pick Costa.
Available evidence. I'll go with you guys on this. If you think it's John, I'll go John. It sounds a little bit like
John's all about the evidence.
He is.
Cookies. You know what? I'm gonna go Costa. I'm just gonna do it because it sounds like him.
Oh,
no, I'm gonna go Costa. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I got one. I'm fine. You guys are going Jansen. I'll go Cookies. Maybe it's Milliken. Who knows? David, who said it?
Available.
Does this guy even work here? I mean, come on.
Kenny, is that puddle spreading over?
A little. I got to go get some napkins here.
Oh, the water bottle opened up?
Yeah. Yeah, that problem's over here, okay? Nothing's damaged. It's just a puddle.
We now have Lake Erie inside the studio.
That is. Right. Who said it?
Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. Get out of here. Stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They got it all and at the prices you want. So call Northville today, or better yet, stop by. Go to the showroom. Guys, will you please take home some samples? Call Northville Lumber today, or go to Northville Lumber. Guys, get out of here. NorthvilleLumber.com.
I enjoy Rico's segment so much that I stole it from him. Well, just for today.
Okay.
Fact or fiction. First one. Did we crown C.J. Stroud too soon?
Yes, I'm guilty. Anytime somebody walks into the league and performs the way he does, you think it's just going to be linear. But I should have known better because I'm the jackass who's always like development isn't linear. And he took a huge step back last year. He just did. So I will say guilty as charged, yes.
I'm going to say fiction. I think that he lost a lot of receivers, and things just got very difficult for him, especially by the end of the year. He just didn't have any targets. Tank Dell will be back tomorrow, though, I heard.
Fact or fiction, Tank Dell will return in 3 weeks. So, no, sorry. Fact or fiction, the Dolphins have more than a Tua problem.
Oh, 100%.
That's fact.
Stephen Ross is an awful owner. Instability in that front office for years on end, and a roster that is really poorly constructed. I mean, they have some sizzle, but they lack stake, and they've just put their money in the wrong places. So I'm going to say, yeah, top down. You can't be that bad of an organization without saying that you have a bad owner.
Yeah. I mean, I would even go before the days of Ross. I mean, they've always been sizzle, no steak. I mean, going back to the days of Dan Marino, you were like, guys, if you ever got a running back, you'd be a pretty good team. Nah, don't need it. It's like they are operating in their own world, and they just feel like, well, because we play down in the sunshine, this is going to be the greatest place ever, and we host Super Bowls. But the team, it underwhelms every year, David.
Fact or fiction, it will take at least 2 years for Travis Hunter to become a player of impact for the Jags.
Damn well better not, or everyone's going to be out of a job. I'll say fiction. I mean, if you want to say a two-way impact, maybe. But he's either got the chops to play corner or not, and you know right away with those, if you're taking that high. Agree?
I agree with you, but I'm going to say, you're saying fact or it's going to take 2 years. David, I'm going to say that's a fact because I don't think they're going to start him off at corner. I think that Trevor Lawrence is going to walk in the room and demand, I need him as a wide receiver. And not to say he's going to waste a year, but it won't get that development he needs as a corner.
You didn't see this? He's already got the 2 jersey numbers. He's going to wear like 12 on defense and 21 on offense.
Just turn it inside out.
I'm being serious.
Are you serious?
Yes. They're playing him day one, two-way. Oh, they didn't listen. Justin Timberlake, their GM, did not trade all those picks for him. Oh no, he's gonna play.
Okay.
Buckle up.
That's why I say 2 years. They're gonna stop the game so he can change jerseys.
I'm just telling you how it's gonna go.
You know how difficult those jerseys are to get on and off? Good luck with that.
Fact or fiction, the Rams are the best team in the NFC West.
I'm going to say fact. I don't buy Rico's team anymore. So I'll say fact. He'll say fiction.
I'm going to say fiction, David. I'm going to give it one last run. Reading the reports, I think it'll come down between the Rams and the Niners. If the NFL is smart, they would make that like the final game of the year. Winner, kind of like the Lions-Vikings last year. I like Stafford. I'm just not sold on Stafford.
We've had an offseason full of Bengals news. They've re-signed a bunch of players, and they still have the Trey Hendrickson problem. So, fact or fiction, Trey Hendrickson will not play in the NFL this season.
I'm going to say fiction. I think on principle's sake, it sounds good to say I'm going to miss training camp. I'm not going to be there in the summer. But once you start missing game checks, things hit a little harder. You start missing game checks, and now the family starts saying, hey, Dad, can we do this? Well, no, because Dad's not making any money right now. So I think that he may sit out the entire summer camp. But I think, and maybe even a game or two, but after that, David, he's going to come back and play reluctantly, but I think he'll play.
Damn it, he's right. He said everything.
Vacuum sealer.
Vacuum sealer.
All right, next one. This one's for the Bears here. Rookies, comparing the rookies. Luther Burton will have a more immediate impact for the Bears offense than their first-round pick, Colston Loveland.
Everything with Luther's attitude. Look, I think the way Ben Johnson schemes it up and the way that offense is going to work, the Sam Laporta rookie year comp, I'll say fiction. I still think Loveland, provided he's healthy, will have the bigger impact. Luther Burton's got to prove he's a professional because he went from being a top 10 overall pick to just detonating his draft stock because he acted like a bleep hole at Mizzou this last year.
I'm going to say fiction as well, David, because there's a lot of comparables. Mike talked about Laporta, rookie year. And with Luther Burton, does it sound like a certain wide receiver we have here? Took him a couple years before he finally became that guy.
And that's why I was asking, because of the speed factor, but the other factor could be.
It took, he was suspended, he was hurt, he was this, he was that. And then finally it worked out. And then I think, too, that they already have receivers there. You got a Dunze. But Loveland, I think, that's going to be Ben Johnson's toy. And for those who do the fantasy stuff, you probably want to draft him because I think he's going to see a lot of balls thrown his way.
The New York Jets have a new quarterback, so Justin Fields, fact or fiction, will play well enough to get a Sam Darnold-like contract extension.
Wow.
I'm going to say fiction. I know this is Rico's dying love. This is Titanic. This is Rose and DiCaprio in the water. You take it away with Fields. I'm done.
David, I'm going to say yes, because if it doesn't work here, then Mike was right the whole time, and I was wrong. I backed the wrong horse. I think he's going to have every opportunity there because he's not going to have any competition. And he's going to have that little bit of a honeymoon period as well that I don't think the Jets fans are going to be expecting. Super Bowl right now. New coach, new quarterback. Can we be decent? Can we compete and be competitive? If he does, I don't know if he's going to have the 14-3 year like Sam Darnold. I think that you won't see again, but I think he can get the second contract.
This is NFL overall. We have, it feels like 50 games overseas this season. A significant injury will happen to a star, and the NFL will back away from international games in the future.
Fiction. Significant injury happened first game in Brazil. Pretty much tanked the Packers season. Jordan Love was never right last year after that game. And I think it happened on the final or one of the last plays of the game. And they're still doing it. So the money is there. The NFL is next man up. Okay, find another quarterback or find another star player. But so long as the money is there to go overseas and play, I don't see them ever backing down.
I mean, there's nothing to add. Rico, vacuum sealer. He wins. It's true. Everything he said is true. What the hell am I going to say?
I mean, if you ever were going to do that, David, last year was the case where that field was horrible. They shouldn't have. I mean, remember, they were even talking about, well, you can't wear green because that may be some colors and it may cause violence.
Some issue, yeah.
So what do? You put two teams who wear green in a game where you're not supposed to be wearing green. Whoops. NFL doesn't care.
That is your NFL Fact or Fiction.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers return home from a 3-city road trip tonight, tied with the Dodgers for the best record in baseball at 25-13. They start up a new homestand against the Rangers at Comerica Park tonight. Ace Tarek Skubal's on the mound, and the team expects 3 near sellouts this weekend. Manager A.J. Hinch says that ending the long road trip with a doubleheader in Denver was tough yesterday, but Detroit still managing to sweep the Rockies shows the character of his team. Tigers finish up that road trip in Houston, L.A., and Denver, 7-3. The veteran Patrick Corbin takes the mound tonight for Texas. They've struggled so far, 18-20. First pitch at 6:40, 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions on the field for rookie OTAs in Allen Park today. They've signed 4 players to their rookie deals, including 5th-round LSU guard Miles Frazier. Tyleik Williams, Tate Ratledge, and Isaac Tesla remain unsigned. And Omari Sankofa, the Free Press, has ranked the free agents he wants the Pistons to re-sign the most. Number 1, Malik Beasley, then Dennis Schroeder, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Paul Reed in that order. Pistons have got the second most cap space in the NBA, just behind the Brooklyn Nets. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, great to have you with us. And if the Tigers weren't arguably the best team in baseball right now, I would dive into that Omari Sankofa report, because it's nothing to do with Amari. It's everything to do with the thought process. Yeah, you got all this cap space. You know what I wouldn't do? Waste it on those guys. But that's not for today, because the Tigers are just
Ben Gordon, Charlie V.
No, it's just this seduction of gym class heroes and bringing back your own. No, Malik Beasley and Hardaway and Schroeder and Paul Reed, they're not bringing you a title. Take the cap space, take somebody you don't care about out of your young core, and let's get Cade or Robin. But again, I'm fighting an uphill battle in this town. This is WBBT City. Bring the band back together, baby.
Hey, man, when you're a Detroiter, they love you forever.
Really? What's my excuse? All right, listen. What? So, before...
You got to eat more at Coney Islands at 3 in the morning.
I'm all set. Before Slickback Hair Kenny makes his debut tonight at Comerica, we do want to talk Tiger baseball again. 25-13. It is tied for the best start of my adult life with the Detroit Baseball Tigers. They did this in 06. That's it. That's your comparison. Other than that, it'd be 84 with the wholly unsustainable, 35-5. The point is, how much of this do you believe? Now, you can say I'm thrilled. That's not belief. You could say I'm hopeful. That's not belief either. But if you believe all of this, that they are, in fact, a 25-13 baseball team over the long haul, then you're saying they're the best team in the AL. Now, on Friday, May 9th, I'm not ready to go there. I'm a step below that. I think they're absolutely the best team in the Central. On run differential alone, you're 100 runs better than Cleveland. They're like -16. You're plus 85. Do the math. So I think you're the best team in the Central. I think you're a 90-win team. Not ready to go all the way yet, but I'm not far off based on, I think the AL blows. Look, the NL, it's different. I mean, Rico, you've seen what the Mets are doing, the Dodgers, the Padres, etc. The AL's pretty Rudy-poo. So it's possible. But I'd say scale of 1 to 5, I'm probably about a 4. I'm not sold totally, but I'm close. A 3 means they're simply not this good. That they're good, they'll make the playoffs, but they're not this. 2 or 1, you're starting to use the F word. And we haven't gotten a 2 or a 1 all day where you're going to say fraud. And I don't think they are. But with that in mind, unless you're a 5 and you're all in, what's the most unsustainable part of what they're doing? Can be a specific part of the team. It could be a specific player. It could be whatever you like, guys. So that's what we want to rap about, because you're about to see Kenny, shirtless, daiquiri, birthday, and Wyatt Langford is personally going to hit a baseball into your lap tonight. Probably not.
Can I get you like a Wyatt Langford? Like if he hits me like a foul ball, I'm not sure where we're sitting, but if I get a Wyatt Langford foul ball, I will bring it to you.
No, give it to Evan. He loves the memorabilia. No, I just like
Get
the
it
player.
signed.
No, I don't need that either. I don't like
now
the
you're
signs.
thinking about
It doesn't do anything for me. No, you keep it and have a great time. Maybe it'll land right in your drink. But guys, what's your belief in what you've watched? And what's the most unbelievable part of it? The thing that you go, oh, that can't keep up. Rico.
I'm at a 4. I'm looking at this team because they believe in themselves, and it doesn't carry over, but it reminds me how they finished the season last year where they just started believing we can win every game. And you see that now where even when they're down, it's like, okay, it's a different, as you like to call them, gym class hero every night, but somebody steps up to the plate.
It's true.
In Colorado, Javi, it almost looks like an identical play. He hits it right up the middle twice, drives in 4 runs. It's Javi's defense out in the center field. He looks pretty good out there. Now, we all were like, oh my goodness, have we reached the bottom of the chili pot that he has to play center? But it's working. I don't know how long Parker Meadows is going to be gone, but it's not like this team is suffering because of Javi Baez. That's where as much as I want to believe, that's the one thing that I'm like, man, I hope I'm wrong. I hope this goes all year long. I hope he becomes the comeback player of the year. But if I had to pick one thing, it would be Javi Baez out in center field. It's working. And this is I don't know if this is an A.J. Hinch. I don't know if this is a Scott Harris thing. Whoever came up with that decision, a tip of the cap.
It was called 5 guys dying in front of them is probably what
right. But I mean,
that.
just initially as they're sitting over coffee, like, got an idea. Don't laugh at it. I got an idea.
I'm with you. I'm not ready to buy into him. I mean, again, 26 strikeouts, 4 walks. It's unsustainable. The guy's not going to hit 400. But for right now, the fact that it's May 9th and he's giving you what he's giving you, he's already, if he doesn't get a hit the rest of the season, he's already outperformed anything we ever thought. I'm good with it. Now, I'd like to get a Parker Meadows update sooner rather than later, but that's not how life works. But
there's your update. That's what he's saying to his nerve right now.
Okay. What was that you at Sunday church?
No, that was TD Jakes. Let me get it for you because they did just send out an update medically. Give me 1 second. I'll have that for you.
Longer than a second, David.
Yes, here it is. Here is the update. Parker Meadows is playing catch, completing conditioning, defensive drills, and is hitting progression daily. That's
good.
what they said.
Perfect. I mean, if I could have him back middle of June, late June, I'd be thrilled. And you've given yourself enough of a buffer that it'd be real hard for this to go that far sideways. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd be thrilled by mid-June. We talked about it. All-Star break.
Matt Vierling, by the way, is starting a rehab assignment in AAA Toledo this weekend.
It's face of the franchise. Get it right.
I'm sorry. Face of the franchise, Matt Vierling, will be starting a rehab assignment this weekend.
Thank you. What's your belief level, and what is the most unbelievable part of this?
My belief level is at a 3. It can teeter either way. And I don't want it to teeter to a 2 because I am concerned about Casey Mize continuing what he's doing. His strikeout percentage and rate is no better than it has been his entire career. So I'm just worried that eventually once the hitters look on tape, kind of see what he's doing differently this year, that they'll go right back to shelling him. I don't want that to happen. That's what I'm worried about.
Okay, Kenny, obviously outside of tonight's birthday fiesta at Comerica, yes. Let's separate the worlds. Belief structure, and what is the thing you don't believe in with this team at 25-13?
Belief level 3.88888. Repeating. I like what they're doing. I just need them to put another good month together, and then I'll be fully bought in. I'll be closer to a 4.5, 5, somewhere in there. And then I'm with you all. I think the Baez thing is wholly unsustainable. Metrically last year, he was maybe the worst position player in baseball. I'm not trying to insult the man.
No, it
That's
wasn't maybe.
Statistically,
he was.
Okay, yes. Statistically, he was. So the idea that he has an OPS plus over 100, to me, is mind-boggling. I would love to see him continue it, but that's the most unbelievable thing to me.
Okay, 248-539-9797. Where do you guys have it? And again, they don't have to keep up this pace to be the best team in the AL. You can have a down week. You've built some buffer. But I'm not far off from saying, no, they are the best, because right now, like, look, if you played the Yankees in a playoff series, I still believe you're winning. Your pitching is superior. And yeah, our Cy Young Award winner's dead. It's kind of a big thing. Yours isn't. I really believe you'd beat the Yankees in a series. So until I see someone I believe in more than the Yankees, that's who you're playing.
You worried about Cleveland?
No.
Want to think about it for a little bit?
No. No, just because their ownership is disgusting. You didn't think Dolan could get any cheaper. They do. Their pitching is yikes. And their offense is not, like, offensively, they have major issues. They look like the Tigers from 3 years ago. Their offense is really bad. Now, can it get fixed? They'll call up Bazana midseason, the kid they drafted number 1 or number 2 overall. The bottom line is their run differential, they're in the negative.
Minus 14.
I can't buy into that. And you're sitting at what, 82 above water?
83.
Okay. Like, it's just one team is superior to the other right now. So, no, I think you're the best team in the AL. I need a little more data before I fully jump in the pool. So I guess I'm a 4, but if you're sitting here June 9th and the team is, 48 and 24, well, yeah. I mean, what are you going to say? Another 30 games from now, you play 660 ball.
4 games over 5.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say? You just got to buy in.
Yeah, at that point, yeah. It's now you just got to maintain and get ready for the playoffs and try to keep everybody
Yeah,
healthy.
and if this is real, if this is what they are, there's no reason the expectation should be lower than the World Series. Now, that doesn't mean you win it, because I'm telling you, you're not going to like what you see when you get there. But hey, trade deadline's 3 months away. We can worry about that later. It's just about, if you're this good, recognize what it is. Hey, by the way, Kenny, when did the Wings play? I didn't see it on the schedule tonight.
This is his birthday.
On my birthday, Michael.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
248-539-9797.
I hope Wyatt Langford sprains his ankle. There. How about that?
I mean, it's plausible. It's plausible. All right. Cost of keeping your home comfortable is going up, especially if your furnace or AC isn't doing its job. So get it done right, and get it done right by the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got generators in stock, Generac and Honeywell, in fact, and they're ready to go. So buy a generator, get half off the installation of a furnace or AC, plus the extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Straight to the people. Tigers 25-13. Level of belief. And what is the one thing you just can't believe is going to continue? And I know it's probably a little lazy, but it is. It's hobby. I not after 30 games. Not after, 200 awful ones. Plus, you got to look at how it's built up, and you go, if you want to say Torkelson, you can. But here's the one thing I would tell you is, well, the batting average. Well, batting average is outdated. As long as the OPS is where it needs to be, that's going to mean he needs to take on a Pete Alonso profile. 35, 40 home runs. I don't care what you hit. So and look, he's trending to that. So go to the people, go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to talk about the Tigers, but could I say something real quick on the Pistons?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I think they need to make a move. They desperately need to shake things up, get a true Robin just to get him some help so he doesn't have to do everything. If he's being doubled, it goes to somebody else. If he's having an off night, there's someone to help him out.
Well, I agree completely with you. It's the problem I have with the mindset of this town that if they simply brought everybody back, Robert, this town would be okay with it. And that's ridiculous. That's basically what Yzerman does. He fills his roster with the Andrew Kopps and the Petries and the Hulls and the JT Compfers, and then you go, well, why aren't we any good? That's what Malik Beasley and Hardaway and Schroeder and Paul Reed are. Not interested.
Problem is Yzerman has no idea what he's doing. But anyway, let's talk about something more happier.
Yes, sir.
The Tigers, I'm at a 4. It's nice the fact that we're tied for first place in baseball. I'm not quite there yet. I mean, Javier Baez is doing something that I would have said that you were on some extracurriculars if you said that Harvey's no longer, Harvey.
Right.
But the pitching to me is top low. It almost reminds me of the team that we had before where you had Fisher, Verlander, Scherzer. You had not quite to the same level, but now that we've got a bullpen and a really good starting pitching, there's not many teams that can compete with that. And if we can get a third baseman or a shortstop at the trade deadline, that would put me over the moon.
Well, and Robert, look, I didn't want to say, well, the deadline will show me, because that's too far out, but you're not wrong. Scott Harris will have to show he's willing to do something he hasn't been willing to do, which is on the buy side of trades. Give up actual assets to bring in someone you can add to the core. So last year they weren't in a position to do it, and they went on their Disney movie. This year, if you're remotely this good, there's no excuse not to.
Short-term thinking rather than long-term years from now.
Well, it could be both, brother. I mean, if you make the right deal, you're acquiring someone to be a part of this for 2 years, 3 years.
Gotcha.
Now, you're right. Can you get a rental? You can. But the difference makers, you can make deals where guys are signed and they're there for a while, and it just, you got to pay. But it's just like hoops. If you decide, I don't want to give up any of my nice things, well, then you're never going to get anybody.
No, but at least I can see, and look, it's a ways down the line. Maybe they go for that rental type player, but you're right. It would be nice if you can get just that everyday shortstop, everyday third baseman.
Listen, they're going to be out there. Half the teams in this league are simply not trying. And you have the prospect cachet, you can do these things. But that's still, what's trade deadline, David? I mean, we're damn near 3 months from the trade deadline. I can't go there now. But when callers call in and they say, look, I'll be sold if they buy, well, you got a lot of space to fill. That's why we're having fun with it now. It's going to be a beautiful weekend downtown Detroit. Tons of people. Please say hi to Kenny Kopp when you see him. He's in a hideous Macho Man t-shirt. He's going to be excited. He's going to be several drinks deep. He loves taking pictures with you all. It's just a tremendous honor.
Buy him a drink. He'll take a picture.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Let's relax a little bit on that. I'm not in a Macho Man shirt. Do not take pictures with me.
Okay, that's it. Kenny hates everybody. Don't look him in the eye.
Meet him at the giant
Kenny,
chair.
Just don't turn into that Pirates usher.
You didn't see the video?
The Celtics usher who was screaming at Knicks fans to leave the arena?
No, the Pittsburgh Pirate usher who got into it with a fan, took off his belt, and started whooping the guy.
What?
I did see that. Now I know what you're talking about. Yes, that was a wild video.
The guy spit on him. He took his belt off and just started.
He'd had it. He'd had enough.
No. First of all, Kenny going belt to ass, roofer radio. You need to show us that.
He had it.
Like Kenny pummeling a Michigan fan. I'm here for it. My goodness. Yeah, you show me that at the break.
Okay.
Let's go to DeVell, 97.1. DeVell, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good. What's up, fellas?
How are you?
I'm doing good. So check it out. I'm about a 4.25 on the believability and the sustainability of the Tigers. And my thing is the one thing that I would think that is not sustainable collectively. I don't think we'll finish the season with 5 or 6 guys batting with an over 800 OPS. I don't think that. And the two that I think will drop off. Now, no, I don't think they're going to fall off the map, but the two is going to be Javier and Zach McKinstry. I think those two will fall off a little bit. But the other point, though, I'm like this. If everybody, it's hypothetical, of course, because I don't think it's going to, but suppose everybody still is, let's give it to around the All-Star break trade deadline.
Yeah.
And they're still doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but at that point, I would be okay if we stood pat. I wouldn't do anything at the trade deadline. Our pitching is going to be elite anyway, but I would just use that money instead of a rental, just go ahead and sign a third baseman off season.
Yeah,
Don't
but
mess up
here's the
chemistry
thing.
Now,
You can buy one at the deadline. You've got what it takes. You can buy a ready-made third baseman with term. You just got to be willing to pay. Trust
then we
me.
got to pay them now. Then sign them now. But I don't want to do a rental where we're not going to.
But DeVille, at least you got the bird in hand. If you make that trade,
we have the money.
But DeVille, here's what I need from you.
And you got the farm system.
You gotta do not fall into the trap of standing pat.
Well, no, and I never want to do that. But I'm looking if their chemistry is good and we're still doing what we're doing, we obviously got the horses now. And why upset that apple cart?
Because talent wins. No, I mean, look, DeVell, you're right, but man, this isn't the Bad News Bears. This isn't the Little League World Series, and little Tommy's upset that he doesn't play every day. You're gunning after a World Series if you're going to be buyers at the deadline. And look around the AL. This is very similar to the Pistons, except the Pistons, it's going to look this way next year. It's here now for you, meaning the Orioles had a clown car offseason. The Yankees, everybody died. I don't think anyone else in the East is rising up. Your division blows, and in the West, I don't buy Seattle as far as you could throw them. Everybody else there is a pretender. Truthfully, you have the ability to be the best team in the American League. With that said, buy at the deadline because now the marker is how do I beat the Mets, the Dodgers, the Pods?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I'm not at a 5 because I want to see what the Yankees and Boston do at the trade deadline. Do they try to replenish the squad and go out and get some pieces, or do they just say, "Yeah, we'll just roll the
Yankees
dice"?
have the biggest problem is they need pitching in a bad way, and right now, listen, everybody just turn away, okay? Because it's going to upset this town. Everyone who's busy, oiling their beanbag. The Yankees have a little problem that one of their best prospects of the last decade sucks. Anthony Volpe has got some problems. I don't want to upset the Max Clark people. Not all prospects go to the Hall of Fame. So the Yankees have problems, plural, that you are unaddressable at the trade deadline. Like the Yankees are not going to be like, all right, we need a third baseman, shortstop, 2 starters, and Devin Williams has lost his mind. You can't replace all of that. The Tigers' needs is different. It's one bat. Preferably right-handed at short or third. Just one. And you have more prospect cachet. And as long as you got the pitching, you're good. Just take it. Look, here's the other thing. We're talking about Javi not being able to keep up what he's doing. Go look at what Aaron Judge is doing. Unsustainable. He's hitting 440, and the team's basically 500. He's on pace for like 60 homers and 179 RBIs. Not sustainable.
Really?
Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? All right, good talk. Anthony Volpe's a disaster. Okay, go ahead.
All right. History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, and now it's the tech boom. But right
booming.
now,
It's all booming.
It's the Wi-Fi boom, and that's with Xfinity Wi-Fi. It's booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming.
Marcus Stroman, booming.
Even when your boss schedules a meeting that could have definitely been an email, it's still booming. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in an all-in-one plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers get a 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one place, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, planning for Wi-Fi gold, only one thing's for sure: Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, regular rates to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Tigers are now back at home tonight after finishing their 3-city road trip 7-3, now tied with the Dodgers for the best record in baseball at 25-13. They'll open up a new homestand against the Rangers tonight at Comerica Park by giving the ball to ace Tarek Skubal. Manager A.J. Hinch says this team's got some of the best character he's ever been around, and it showed yesterday, having to end the road trip with a doubleheader, but still sweeping the Rockies. Tigers expecting 3 near sellouts at Comerica Park this weekend. Rangers, they're struggling 18-20. Patrick Corbin, the veteran, to the mound for them tonight. That first pitch 6:40, pregame at 6:15, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Tiger Woods' son, 16-year-old Charlie Woods, unsuccessful in attempt number 2 to qualify for the U.S. Open. Tiger played his first PGA event as a 16-year-old, but did not play in the Open until he was 20. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 97onetheticket.com.
We're going to take you right up to Tiger baseball. Should be a great crowd all weekend. Beautiful weather. But we need a pit stop real quick before I get to the callers. David Rico has shown me the video of the Pittsburgh Pirates vendor or usher, whoever this guy, team personnel.
Right.
They're in the concourse. And this idiot spits on this man. And this guy goes, you know what? F around and find out. Takes his belt off. And he goes belt to ass on this guy. And Rico and I said, I love it. Good for him. You don't spit on that is
multiple times.
Right. So right there to me, you get whatever you deserve. But Rico goes, yeah, well, he got fired. First of all, that's ridiculous. Second of all, I want to hire him at the ticket. I just want to hire him to walk around the sales floor. Belt to ass.
We got our own Terry Tate.
Yep. I want to bring this guy to this office. I love it. I'm sorry.
I love it.
Wait, you think you done for the day? Hold on.
Yeah, hold on a minute.
You better pick that phone up.
Man, that belt was no joke. That was one of those long boys. That thing was like 17 sizes too big for this cat.
I'm like, okay, he looks like he's about a 27 waist. And you're like, wow.
He just kept on rolling, and then he went at this guy. And then the guy's sitting there, oh, it's like, well, yeah, here's an idea. Don't spit on another man, you loser.
Correct.
Someone, we should hire him. Someone in Metro Detroit should hire him. See if he's willing to move.
Oh, yeah, and before that happened, it was 3 minutes of that guy just all in his face as he's like, you need to, I ain't touching you. And
belt to ass.
Yeah. The dude's wife comes up and is like, there's kids around. Can you leave this man alone?
He shouldn't have been fired. No, see, that's a guy I'd start a GoFundMe for. Like that, right there. I'm sorry, the disrespect. It's bad enough what people say to each other, but I'm sorry, spitting on someone, that's the same as laying hands on them in my world. That's ridiculous. So you know what? Big deal.
That's worse because I don't know what you got. That's worse to me.
Yeah, he should have his job. I mean,
he will. At 97 The Ticket as sales floor enforcer. Belt to ass.
He gave more energy than the team actually did on the field that day. Like, come on now.
Well, that's what people were joking. Like, well, he's got more hits than the Pirates.
Also true. Also true.
So that'll be
That was the hardest exit velo of the year at PNC Park.
I mean, you heard the crack of the bat.
Kenny, that was Italian grandmother belt.
That was crazy, man. That whole sequence, by the way. Also, did you notice this was the part that bothered me almost as much? Was there were like a family of kids in the background at one point, and I'm like, if I'm the father of that family, let's go. We're moving away from this. Yep. We're not going to watch it. It looked like a cartoon, like dust ball that was going to suck somebody in.
It did, but no, it was like I guess I don't know if it was his girlfriend or whoever was just like, hey, how about we just leave? There's kids around. Let this man go. No, I have to give him a piece of my mind and spit on him. You sure about that? Yes. All right.
I would have promoted the guy. But see, I've always said this, like these ushers at the games and stuff, they should be equipped with tasers. Act out of line, right to the neck, gone.
And they said he should have went and got security. And it's like,
Yeah, you know what? Here's an idea. How?
Right. I know. I'm right there
Because I
with
view
you.
it as assault. You spit on the man. Right. That to me is assault.
And he stood there and took a lot of abuse and was just like, I'm doing my job. Can you just leave me alone? And this guy was basically, I'm not touching you. I'm not. It's like, just go.
You sure you don't want to bring him here?
Yeah.
Carve out an office for the guy. Have him patrol the sales floor. We'll take care of it.
Okay.
We'll get it done. Someone says that man is a hero.
I loved it. The disrespect has just gone too far in society, man.
I mean, that was truly, he messed around and found out, like, wait, I'm going to take my belt off. No, you won't. Wow, you really did.
That belt was long enough. It almost wrapped around his waist.
No, Mike, it was how he just subtly did it. Like, you got one last chance. And he just slyly took it off and then just came after him. And the guy's eyes got big, like, oh, no.
I like to imagine that guy escorting Mike from, like, the studio to through the sales floor into, like, the bathroom or, like, filling up a water bottle or something.
Yeah.
Just, like, mean mugging everyone. Don't you even look at this guy.
That's right.
You know what? Let's take it full circle. Take that guy with you to Costco.
I like it. Yes. I like it. I like that. You're right, though. I mean, look, salespeople are only here 3 days a week, so we would have to fill the other 2 days. Costco enforcer. We could really set something up for this guy. This would be an incredible thing.
Business opportunity for the guy who shouldn't have lost his job in the first place.
That's right. It's not right that he lost his job. I don't care. I know some people are like, well, how could they possibly? Because at a certain point, common sense should prevail. Sometimes, if you're going to spit on another human being, maybe you deserve to get your ass kicked. You ever think about that?
And I don't want to hear, well, he was drunk, so.
Well, that's the other problem I have is that's like the excuse for everything now.
Yeah.
But that's your fault for drinking. It's
right.
like, oh, well.
He's such a good person, and, you know, he
guy's
leads a
working
Sunday school. Not that day.
But the guy's an usher at a ball game. You think he's pumped up? Like, you think he's excited to go to work on a day-in, day-out basis? No.
For the Pirates.
All right, he's even worse. He's doing what he's got to do to get by. And you think they don't pay that man nearly enough.
And he's a bigger dude, so you would imagine that there's always that Tommy Tough guy that thinks they can beat up everybody that's big, so he's like, oh, I'm going to try to fight the usher.
Rewind that. What thought process goes into going to fight usher? What world?
Because the usher told you something, and now you feel like, well, I'm better than you, usher. You're an usher, and I do such and such and such and such, and I make this amount of money. It's like, yeah, but right now he's doing his job. Just walk
No, that's the thought process.
No, but
he has no thought process.
No, but the thought process
He's
at that
drunk.
time is, I'm better than you. You don't tell me what to do. And it's like, I give him credit. He put up with a lot.
He did.
That wasn't the start. It was like 3 minutes of him saying, you just need to go. You need to leave. This is my job.
He belongs in Detroit.
And
we embroider on his new belt, Detroit versus everybody. Belt versus everybody.
With rhinestones.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bedazzle it up.
Right.
Let's go.
This is going to hurt.
Dude,
As a matter of fact, we can inscribe that. This is going to hurt.
Is it wrong I would hire that guy? Does that make me insane?
No, it doesn't. Someone says they actually should hire him at Michigan State when they try to bring the wrong guy from the transfer portal.
I like belt to ass. We put him right at the entrance of the football building. He looks at the ID. Hope College, man. Get up out of here.
I hope he's wins the Heisman. You giving this poor guy the business.
Defensive end from Air Force. Man, let me get this belt.
Back up from Marshall? I don't think so.
I'd put him on the sideline when Jonathan Smith does something stupid. Belt to ass.
His arms be tired.
Oh, boy. Oh, Rico. Uh-oh. We'll move it along. Let's 248-539. Rico's not happy right now with MSU football. We'll get to a fact or fiction with the NFL, and then big finish, get you right into Tiger baseball if you're on your way to the game. Spring is here. Look at the weather. We finally have an ability to be outside. Old Nation Brewing Company, perfect way to help you get the most out of the sunny days ahead. And they have another new rollout, the Tranquilas. Kenny, this is for you, a Mexican-style lager. When you're sunning yourself in the courtyard of your complex, listen, get it before it's gone. And whether it's at the beach, the patio, or for Kenny lying in the street. It's all there for you. Respectfully brewed in Williamston using the best ingredients. Support local, support independent, and pick up some today from wherever great beer is sold. It's Old Nation Brewing Company. Find a retailer near you, 21 and up. Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, here you go. Fact or fiction. Kevin Stefanski already is sick of answering questions about Shedeur Sanders. This poor man was up on the TV looking like he'd rather be anywhere other than where he is.
That is a hardcore fact. The fact that, if it was just Dylan Gabriel, I don't think ESPN sends a reporter standing outside the Browns facility. But yes. So how many passes did he complete? How many times did he throw? What did he look like?
He looked disgusted.
Guys, I have about 80 other people on the team. I know, but Shedeur.
It's getting ridiculous because there was a reporter that went out and said or tweeted out that Dylan Gabriel got the first snaps at the rookie camp. Well, yeah, he's
the third-round pick.
Right. What are we doing here? Oh, my gosh.
Maybe they should ask Shedeur. So what do you think about the Pope? He went before you.
Fact or fiction. With increased competition in the AFC West, the division will have a new winner this season.
You're asking me to go against Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. David, it's a cop-out, but I can't do it.
Okay.
That's not a cop-out.
I'll believe it when I see it at this point.
No, that is fiction, David. I mean, there's competition, but there's still the Chiefs, and they're still – even the Chiefs are in a down year, are still better than everybody else in that division. Last year, they weren't great. Still won.
And he's still Justin Herbert. He still has to prove he can win a big game. And Bo Nix, remember what you asked me earlier about Stroud?
Oh, crowning.
Crown him too early.
Let's just chill out on that.
We didn't crown him. Not Bo Nix. You never believed in him.
He's 30, 7 kids. I can't do it.
Does Bo Nix have a Costco membership?
You know what? That means he's motivated. That means you probably won't hear Bo Nix doing anything stupid because he's 30 with 7 kids.
Fact or fiction? The New England Patriots are going to make the playoffs.
Fact. I'm buying. I'm buying. I think the Dolphins are a dumpster fire. I think the Jets blow. And Vrabel is as legit a football coach as there is. I think the culture will be right. You know I love Drake May. Here, this will be my dumbest prediction, and that's saying a lot.
Well, if you look at it from last year, the Steelers are probably not going to make it again.
Steelers will.
The Denver Broncos won't make it again. So there has to be room for someone.
Why won't the Broncos make it again?
Because of Bo Nix.
Oh, okay.
No, it won't be because of that, but it's a tough division. He may, second-year slump.
I mean, I don't see where the Chargers are going to be that much, and the Raiders, Pete Carroll. David, I'm going to say fiction. I don't think that they're going to make it. I think they'll be competitive. They'll be mathematically in the mix until probably the last couple of weeks, where if this goes this way, but once you get 4 different things that have to break your way, chances are you're not making the playoffs. I think that's where they will be. I like the progress that they're going on, and by maybe next year, but this year, nah. Pittsburgh, David, say what you want. I know you're a little hurt right now. You guys, you're Wisconsin basketball in the Big Ten. No matter what, you always finish in the top 4.
Not this year.
Okay.
I think this is the year the Steelers tank.
Yep.
I think this is where the bottom falls out. They just traded their best playmaker. They don't have a quarterback. They inexplicably acquired DK Metcalf.
So basically, you're not willing to let Tomlin cook.
No, I'm not.
I'm not.
It's going to be a master class. I'm sensing a bet here.
Cool.
Factor fiction. No matter what he does this season, it's too late for Bryce Young to have a job in 2026.
I'm going to say fiction. David, I'm going to say fiction because the way he finished out the year, it all of a sudden looked like the game slowed down and he became the quarterback that the Carolina Panthers thought that they were going to have. Now, he goes out and just has a horrible first 5 games. You're going to be correct. But if he could carry over how he ended the season last year, I'm saying he's their quarterback of the future.
Look, Dave Canales likes him, and he did play a lot better, and he did show a lot, and they are continuing to add weapons. They drafted McMillan. David, I'm with Rico on this. I don't think they're out of the business of him. Now, he's got to perform. They've got to take a 3 or 4 game step up. No, I don't think they're out of the Bryce Young business yet.
See, you said the most important part. Dave Canales likes him. He didn't draft him. So usually the mindset is you don't draft him, you're going to look for someone else soon. But if he likes him,
look, he also took the job knowing he was stuck with him.
Correct.
That says something too.
That's true. So because we talked about Dave Canales in there, and let me transition to the next one, which is his former quarterback, Baker Mayfield. Fact or fiction, Baker Mayfield's dealing with his 9th OC. And because of that, this is the year he finally struggles with that offense again.
Fiction for me.
Yeah, I'm going to say fiction as well. David, honestly, I think Baker Mayfield is the type of guy that just, no matter what the plays call, he's calling a play. He's drawing up a play in the dirt like we did as kids and saying, okay, you just go here, go here. That's not the play. I don't care. This will work. He's an idiot. So I believe in Baker.
They also keep investing in the offense around him too, using their first-round pick on Rico's guy, Ibuka. They're loaded at receiver. McMillan came on last year, even if Godwin is on one leg. I think the structure's there. Plus, Liam Cohen was a good coach, but I'm not going to turn him into Bill Walsh.
This next one is TV related because Tom Brady is in the way. After this season, Greg Olsen will leave and be in the booth for Netflix's Friday night schedule.
Why is there a Friday night?
I'm just saying, there's probably going to be, so I'm just.
I was about to say, wait, there's a Friday night? So you're just hypothetically
I'm predicting that.
So what's your question?
That Greg Olsen will leave.
Greg Olsen gets sick
100%.
of being behind Brady. See, I don't see Brady going past this year. I just think that it was cute, but and the best way out is for the league just to say, well, you got a piece of the Raiders, so conflict of interest, and we rethought this, and we're just going to go ahead and let you go. He's not that good. Olsen is better. And if it goes past this season, and just get your own YouTube channel. I'd watch you over watching Tom Brady.
And final one, Bill Belichick won't coach a game at UNC. He will never coach again.
Oh, boy. There's more weird stuff today about this Jordan Hudson relationship. I don't know, man.
Well, yeah, depending. Early this morning, she was banned from the facilities. And then all of a sudden, did we say banned? We meant welcomed. That's what we really meant. Tells me she got banned. She called, complained to Belichick. Belichick was like, what? I just woke up. What? Called up North Carolina. Why is she banned? Well, she's weird. Well, I kind of need her there. Okay, fine. She's welcome. But to answer your question, David.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want me to tell me what she had for breakfast while you were at it too? That was the most complete description on the planet. Here's what happened. He called, she called. They got a paper towel. He then parked her car. He had a piece of toast with jam on it. You're on. Go.
You know what? Go look at vacuum sealers. David, I think that what's going to happen, he'll coach a couple games, and then it's going to become an embarrassment. Remember, North Carolina's going to probably get that Deion treatment like Colorado got, where all the games are going to be there, except for Deion had Shador. He had Travis. Who do you have? Who you're showcasing? All your stories are going to be about her, and you're going to hurt the university, and they're going to say, enough.
It's almost like this was a bad idea. Here's an idea. I want to drop a 73-year-old into 2025 college football. Trust me, it'll work. Oh, and he's tagging a 24-year-old. Nothing could go wrong.
Right. I mean, because, yeah, at least Deion had Travis Hunter. He had his son. He had something. What is right now, I know more about her than anybody on that North Carolina team.
You're right. I don't even know who their quarterback is. I don't know who's playing for them this season.
And they're going to get all the eyeballs early on. It'll be a disaster.
That is your NFL fact or fiction.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Look, I know it's nice outside, but you know what? You still can head on into Planet Fitness, get your workout on. All you need is $1 down, $15 a month to get started. That's it. $1 down, $15 a month. Planet Fitness, judgment-free environment. You can feel free to get strong your way on your time and feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and supine benches. Plus, they have the Stairmasters, treadmills, you name it, they got it. And they also have convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. So all you need to do is head into one of the 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. $1 down, $15 a month gets you started. That's it. You can join in the club. You can go online at planetfitness.com, or you can use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. Tigers open up a new homestand against the Texas Rangers at Comerica Park tonight. This after finishing their 3-city road trip 7-3, now tied up with the Dodgers for the best record in baseball at 23-15. Ace Tarek Skubal gets the ball tonight. 3 near sellouts are expected downtown. Manager A.J. Hinch says it's really not easy to go from Houston to L.A. to Denver, then back to Detroit. 3 series and 3 time zones, but he's not worried about it throwing off this team. Rangers give the ball in Game 1 to the veteran Patrick Corbin. They've struggled 18-20 so far this year. First pitch at 6:40, pregame show in just minutes, 6:15 right here on 97.1. Rookie OTA is happening for the Lions in Allen Park today, and that means jersey numbers for these rookies. First-round pick, defensive tackle Tyleek Williams will wear number 78. Guard Tate Ratledge will wear number 69, just like at Georgia. Wide receiver Isaac Tesla will wear 18. And in the NBA playoffs tonight, the Cavs-Pacers series is in Indy now. Cleveland's looking to avoid going down 3 games to none. Thunder, Nuggets also got a Game 3 tonight. That series tied up at 1 game apiece. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get you to Tiger baseball, which means big finish time. David, go ahead, buddy.
Okay, well, I guess I'll start with this. Mike discovered Costco today. He was trying to find brisket. Was talking about it out there in the office and realized, wow, I'm the only one in here that doesn't have a membership.
Also, Rico with an education on vacuum sealers.
Vacuum sealers were part of it, yes.
It was a big part of about 2 segments today, but yes, I will join you guys. I never realized the depth and breadth of products available. I thought it was for people who drove minivans with 18 kids, and you had to buy like pallets of pickles and things. Never knew. Sorry.
Costco, Sam's Club, BJ's, there's all of them out there.
There you go.
Enjoy it all. We did discover towards the end of the show someone that can go with you to Costco, and that is the Fighting Pirates usher. That he belongs in Detroit. He needs a job.
He does. After this man was openly disrespected and spat on by some scumbag, he decided, you know what? Do what my grandmother would do. Belt to ass. Guy shouldn't have been fired.
No, and somebody, David and I were looking on social media, made up a bobblehead of him holding a belt.
I'm in.
I would buy that.
I'm absolutely in. No, he belongs here. We could have him as a sales floor associate. We could also have him anytime Kenny goes to a game. Belt to ass. He shouldn't have been fired, though. You spit on somebody, you deserve what comes back.
Totally agree with you. So we didn't really get into this a lot. It was brought up during the update, and you happened to mention it, but an article is out there about the Pistons and the cap space and what they need to do with it. Simply made a comment. They shouldn't be wasting cap space on gym class hero.
No, I think you prioritize Beasley at the right number and say goodbye to everybody else on that list. Because in the end, those players aren't leading you to a championship. You just become Iserman. Malik Beasley's Andrew Kopp. And Dennis Schroeder is Petrie. It's like you don't want the filler. Make the cap space impactful. Duct tape Tobias Harris, picks and a prospect, and the cap space, and go get me a difference maker.
Yeah. I'm with you. I mean, because unfortunately in this town, we fall in love with the fringe players, and we like to boost them up to think that, what do you mean they didn't make the All-Star team? Because they're not that good.
Paul Reed had the best plus minus of blah, blah, blah. Paul Reed wouldn't even dress for championship teams. So just, I'm not interested.
We got into a little NFL fact or fiction, and a couple of them I just want to mention here that we enjoyed. Did we crown C.J. Stroud too soon? You believe we did.
I'm guilty of it. Yes. I can't speak for you guys.
Yes.
I don't think we did.
And the other one we got into was the AFC West. I asked if there's going to be a new winner this season.
You
both don't believe it's going to happen.
No, it's just, how am I going against Reed and Mahomes? With Justin Herbert, who's yet to win a big game, and Bo Nix, who turns 40 next year.
And if anything, the Chiefs looked vulnerable last year, and they still won. So, I mean, that wasn't good Chiefs. So imagine if all of a sudden they strike on goal with a couple of their draft picks. Yeah, watch out.
That's fair. We do have an update, and we talked about this during the show, a medical update on Parker Meadows. He is playing catch, completing conditioning, defensive drills, and he's hitting his progression daily. So that's a positive.
It's a huge positive. And I understand it's been a fairy tale deal with Baez in center. Parker Meadows is one of the 10 best defensive players, regardless of position in the sport. He's also your leadoff hitter. You add him to a 25-13 baseball team, and Javi gets to be a platoon at short, you get a whole hell of a lot better than that. So that's a huge update.
And our main topic for today was about the Tigers. We discussed a few things. Do you believe in what you are seeing in the Detroit Tigers from scale of 1 to 5? What was your belief? And then we also talked about what do you believe in the least this season for the Detroit Tigers so far?
Least is Baez, just based on, 26 strikeouts, 4 walks. Do you really believe the guy's going to hit 350? I don't. But I'm on a scale of 1 to 5, I'm a 4. They are a lot of the way of being every bit as good as 25-13. Mm-hmm. I do think they can be the best team in the AL. Mainly because my Yankees blow.
Yeah, and I think it's time. I had them at a 4. I think it's time for a lot of people to put the whole, it's baseball, and they're going to hit a 15-game losing streak. When the streak happens, we'll deal with it. But until then, quit wishing for bad things and just enjoy the ride. This team's good.
And again, run differential, they're plus 82.
Like, what are they not doing that people, I don't know if I can believe in them. They're scoring runs.
How about the other night?
Games.
One of the rare nights they didn't get pitching. Job was atrocious, right? 6 1/3 scoreless from the pen, keep you in the mix, battle, win it in extras. They're doing what really good teams do. So you have every right to feel like, I think a 4 out of 5 to me is you're the champions of the Central.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get to a 5, then it's okay. This is the best team in the American League. It's going to take me more than 30 games to get there.
I got 4 out of 5 champions of the Central, and your scoreboard watching in the final 10 games of the season to see who won, who lost, jockeying for that number 1 overall.
So you're not worried about Mize at all, because that's what I'm worried about, that doesn't continue, because he's just kind of right where he has been career-wise.
Even if Mize falls off, maybe Flaherty picks up
That's
the slack.
possible. You're right, because he's
there's
so
enough
far.
pitching comprehensively that I don't worry about any one individual as long as I have Tarek Skubal anchoring that rotation. That's just me, David. I'm not going to worry about that.
I will also give this update, which we gave during the show. Matt Vierling,
Say it.
Face of the franchise.
Thank you.
Matt Vierling. He will continue his rehab assignment in Toledo this weekend. So I would imagine that he'll be with the team sometime next week.
Rico has upgraded the team to 120 and 42.
119.
Okay. Whatever you do, enjoy yourselves. Hell of a beautiful weekend. Big crowds expected at the park. You're getting Kenny Cott live tonight as well.
And happy Mother's Day to all the ladies out there.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. 90s.